The Montreal Major starts now. That's right. For the B stream, we're here.
Beginning.
And I'm sure you probably weren't expecting this. That's for damn sure. You would have been expecting is the incredible Lynx joining me here for the very start of the B stream. Super excited, obviously. I think we both landed in Montreal yesterday.
Yes,
so
we did.
Little dusty, but we're here and we're ready to do this.
We are. Sam is literally just getting caught up in some like procedural, just like unfortunate stuff going on. But hopefully he will be back. But for right now, my worst enemy, my living nightmare, Mr. Manic Monday, will be helping us alongside on the B stream, maybe the best stream. I hear a lot of people are saying. The word on the street is that it is the best stream. A lot of people have been saying it, and that's because we're starting off with a banger game. Alpha Team versus Team Falcons, best in LATAM versus the best in MENA.
Yep.
You might be thinking Black Dragon CL4L. No, it's this one.
No. Well, look, at the end of the day, for me, I'm excited for the B stream games because it's closer to my heart.
It is.
Being from OS, these teams only get one slot from their region. So it's a little, I don't know, it feels a little bit more for me.
And for MENA in particular, I mean, it's, we're in the November Major right now. We're now coming up on a year since a MENA team made a shocking run in Atlanta. GK going from a Phase 1 team all the way into the quarterfinals where they took a map off the eventual world champions. Yep. W7M, eventual tournament champions as well.
Yeah.
The region has never, unfortunately, reached those same heights. GK not even at this event. They lost to Falcons, who we obviously see right now, but still hoping for that particular region to see maybe something similar going on a year since.
Now, of course, you might be asking, what are they playing for? Outside of trophy, outside of glory, they're playing
outside
for
of my praise.
We all want that praise. We all want it. They are playing for some prize pool, of course. And for me, I mean, look, prize pool is great, only secondary to win.
I was going to say, sure, second to winning is one thing, but second to the S, I mean, Cloud9 Beast Coast are not even here. They are not at the event, and just by winning Manchester and making a semi-decent run in the NAL, they've qualified for SI.
Yeah,
they are already locked in because of points. Don't need to worry about any LCQs, nothing. They're already at the tournament. So winning this event, especially if you had a really, really bad stage 1.
There's a couple of them.
There's more than a couple. If you're able to win this event or even at least make a deep run, those SI points are massive. Then, of course, obviously, like you said, playing for the pride, playing for money as well, but really given everything that is boiled down, and especially with teams like Furia not qualifying and being on the fringe of SI points right now, there are some teams that aren't here that might actually find their spot for SI in jeopardy, depending on what teams make these deep runs.
It's pretty devastating as well. Like, we've gone to a international heavy SI system, and now we're seeing that kind of, I guess, bite teams in the backside who haven't been able to perform well enough, who haven't been able to make deep runs. And like you said, it's now critical, if it wasn't before, to ensure deep runs in your majors. SI 2025 is literally just around the corner.
Yeah.
It's already been announced. It's a very exciting prospect, but so many of these teams still have a lot of work to do. And I mean, if two teams have a lot of work to do, it's definitely going to be Alpha and the big dogs on Falcons.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Alpha Team, I think, org used to be known as Alpha Theris, rebrand, still the same wolf, bit of a different color. Alpha Team is now the new name. I believe they were also at the Atlanta Major last year, if I recall correctly, but now back on the international scene as Team Cruelty had a stranglehold on this region for stage 1 of last year and the group stage of this year. They went 10-0 in the group stage this time.
Yeah, they went massive.
And they are not the team here. Alpha Team, they won their group as LATAM is divided into North, which Cruelty won, and South, which Alpha Team won. They are one of the first South American majority teams that have attended under the new system. But they were able to not only beat Cruelty in an upper bracket best of 1, but then beat them in the upper bracket final right there. I think many people, even though Alpha Team is here, would still think if you replay that match, 50% of the time Cruelty wins. But in the game we played, Alpha Team able to make it. But of course, also something we have to address. A couple of their players were not able to make it.
Yeah, that's a big one.
And those players were impactful too. Martin, one of the highest rated players on the team. Naza, their substitute, subbed in for the finals, not here. It's a bit problematic, but hopefully they can work around it.
A bit problematic might be an understatement.
A little bit.
Yeah, you're already coming in as one of the underdogs. As you said, well, I mean, you were saying it for the MENA region, but I can't remember the last time we had a LATAM team make a really deep run. It's been such a long time, if ever.
No, under the new system, they've always gone out in phase Phase 1, one of the last place teams,
That's
usually
tough.
maybe a bit above that.
Yeah, and it doesn't compound the issues by any means, but it certainly highlights, I guess, just something we need to be aware of going into this game. And going into Phase 1 as a whole, there are going to be teams that are... They're always going to be the underdogs.
It's not there yet.
Unfortunately, both of these teams are at the moment. Falcons had a great run all the way. Actually, it was Falcons? No, it was GK.
No, GK last year at Atlanta.
Yeah, that's right. But Falcons still have had a decent performance. It's not translating properly into
No, they have. They have had a decent performance, and they were the team, the org, that put MENA on the map. Very different roster than one we're looking at right now, but all the way back in 2022 with the first G8 tournament, and then after that, at the first Copenhagen major. Sure, they went out 0-3, but they had a very close game against M80 that major. Yeah. Before GK, this org looked really competitive and really put this region on the map, but obviously this roster is very different than what they used to be. I mean, JLad, the only existing or remaining player from the old core from a year ago. They brought on Hashom, the star player from that GK roster. He's been on the team for a couple stages now, but they've also brought on Dove and Guards, as you can see, two twins.
Yep.
And then Robbie, the only non-MENA player. He is Italian, doing pretty solid for the team overall, as you can see, highest rated player going so far, but when you don't lose a single game in the MENA League, you're going to have good stats across the board.
100%. It's really difficult to look at the MENA League when realistically there are two competitive teams in there, especially when you look, internationally speaking. We've only really seen two teams. I actually completely forgot about the Falcons' performance way back at GIA. That was I still remember me and I think it was Jake Xenox Diddy I was casting with back then. We covered that and it was unbelievable. Like, we were genuinely shocked at what we saw from them. Hopefully they might be able to have a resurgence. Maybe we'll start to see a bit more competition. The big thing for me is the discussion about imports.
Yeah.
I feel as though, I'm kind of, maybe I'm projecting as an OS and APAC man, but the imports that we've seen come into these, I don't want to say lesser regions because it makes it sound like they're not
developing
regions. Developing regions is a much better way of putting it. Getting imports into these regions are so critical. We've seen the success in places like Asia, in places like MENA, and I think that, we just need to actually start to kind of smooth that conversation out a little bit. Speaking of smoothing conversations out, let's just run through this. I think I'm not gonna deep dive. I'll let you do the deep dive.
Well, and with this, it's always a bit difficult to deep dive when one team in the lobby has not lost a game this stage. When you have Team Falcons who have been comfortable in every bit of territory they've gone to and play a bit more, traditional execute-based siege. We do see, some shield play coming out from members on the team. We saw it for Guards, for example, but really as a whole, the team broadly is a bit more Deimos, Dokkaebi, execute ops. Bank is the kind of map where if you can do that well, you're going to succeed really, really well, and that's, I think, a big reason why they went there. And Alpha Team following up with Cafe. These are two very structured maps. I think Falcons, who are, different regions, but have a really good record with this playstyle that both these maps have. I think you're happy with these maps.
Well,
so far, at least.
Well, I mean, that's it, right? We're still going to get to a third. Potentially, I mean, maybe we don't even need it. Actually, I'm just going to ask you that simple question. Are you backing in Falcons in this one? I feel like you've got to.
I personally am. I know a lot of people might feel a bit confused, like, I don't really watch LATAM, I don't really watch MENA, I watch my NA, maybe my EU, my Brazil. You watch one of the big three, and OS. Or OS. Well, I mean, everyone watches OS, including me.
That's in the big three.
I actually don't. I'm not up during the day. I set my alarm for 11 just to watch OS every single day.
I understand.
But no, if you're looking at both the teams in this series and you're asking Lynx, who should I go with? I think Falcons are the favorite right now. The region is slightly more competitive. They have more international experience, though a lot of those players with that experience are not on the roster anymore. And Alpha Team are just still a bit unproven. They've got two of their best players, Gaspro and Martin, are not here. They've got to pick up that slack, and it's going to be very, very, very difficult, as we are all three maps, as you can see, Bank, Cafe, and Labs. These are three, not necessarily bigger maps in the case of Cafe, but these are maps that favored structured teams, who can full clear, acquire map control. Falcons just have better experience with that. That's their playstyle. And ultimately, they have all their players.
Well, let's just hope that Alpha can back themselves into this game. And essentially at this point, it's kind of the discussion is how well can Alpha do? I don't think I'm really looking at this game as a, or what can Falcons bring to this. I really think it's more about what do Alpha do to solidify the issues that they're having without having their core roster. It's always, even when you see teams come with, maybe one less player, it can always hinder them. But when they come with 2 or 3 less players from their core roster, it just kind of starts to spiral a little bit. Nothing interesting in the bans from my point of view.
No, I mean, the Deimos ban is a bit interesting. I think it's not the kind of operator that you need to ban. Deimos is just in a really good spot right now. Like, he's not overpowered, but he's really strong and really useful to bring. And you'll ban him against a team like BDS, who has Shaiko that plays him all the time.
Yeah.
Or G2, Doki plays him all the time. But in this particular case, the interesting thing with Falcons banning that Alpha Team's main Deimos player is Martin, who's not here. That's the main guy who typically runs that operator. Obviously, some other people will pick it up every now and then, but Falcons just really, really do not want to deal with those deathmark trackers. Maybe when you're defending the top floor, don't want to have anybody go below, try to shoot you through the soft floor. But beyond that, no, it's a very standard ban phase. I mean, you're going to have at least one shield ban probably every game this tournament, everybody. I mean, with the oppressiveness that they have in the right hands, getting Monty off the board, getting Blitz off the board will be pretty common. The big shock I have is the two defensive bans are Fenrir Cade. I mean, Azami remaining up, really good on this map, and even then, Goyo, Mira, a lot of the mainstays on basement are just going to be there. There's going to be a factor.
It's one thing that I've enjoyed watching, especially over kind of stage 2 and the integration of the shields, if you will. Because, yes, there are some players internationally that do use shields, but generally teams have never lent into the shields, at least not
You've
properly.
never had to.
No, you absolutely haven't. Now, if you don't use the shields, if you don't adapt to that meta, you just get left behind.
Yeah, and it's something that you and I were actually talking about earlier, is that adopting those shields, they are really oppressive in the right hands and really, really frustrating, but it can be a bit hard to do that, to have people who've been in their groove of just playing with a gun, playing with, everything available to them at, at the same time, that having to all of a sudden learn the blitz. It's, I'm not saying it's extremely hard, but it is a bit of a different play style than a lot of teams have experience with. So people like Canadian, people like Anaton even, who have experience using those shields, it is a bit easier to adapt to make this quick jump. Hot and Cold and Cloud9 Beast Coast, they were the first team to do that in the regional leagues, and they won as a result. And even though we have 2 shields up, we don't have any right now. The only one I, suppose are the Talon shields, but Rob slow walking with a Talon shield at somebody is probably not exactly going to accomplish the same results.
You say that, but
you can at least take server.
They might double down. They might double down and just go for it.
You can't slam anybody with that Talon shield.
No, you can't. It's unfortunate. Not yet, anyway. Who knows? That might change.
Start throwing it at people.
Now, I do enjoy a little bit of aggression here. You've got to ensure that server is kept under pump. And now, this is a little awkward. For God, how does he win that with the SMG? It's just a quick swing. I thought for sure 2 players, one in server, one at the top of blue, that was going to make life a little difficult. But it doesn't. And the calm after this storm is horrific for Alpha, and it continues to get worse.
I mean, I saw that simultaneous pinch by Alpha Team. I mean, attacking that blue stairs position, not only from the bottom. Of course, the first player died on the attacking side, but you had somebody swinging in up top right after. I thought, oh, wow, that's really good aggression. They're going to get that trade. They'll pinch this player, and they can take server even if they've lost one. And then that player just got smoked. And
Absolutely.
Blue stairs is one of those positions where if you are all the way up in blue, it's very difficult to fall back. You have to walk down that long hallway. There's not a lot of opportunities to fall back and leave an engagement once they've actually walked into blue and you're out of immediate shotgun range. But if you're at the bottom, you can swing around the right side of that door, move into that corner, and then swing around and have protection to take a 1v1 that's slightly mistimed. So obviously, the setup seemed to be good for Alpha teams, but I think just really good movement in that position from guards to get both those kills, and just a bit of a mistiming from Alpha team.
One thing that will be, I guess, really pivotal to track here for Alpha is their pacing, their timings on these attacking rounds. The first round in, it's done and dusted by minute 40. That is a very quick round. Look, maybe it's not as quick as what the standard seems to be, which, I mean, at least in I'm only going to speak really.
You're looking at everything through your big OS eyes.
My OS and APAC eyes are literally, they just hone in. There's a tunnel vision. But yes, the game is increasing in speed. One thing for Alpha, I just don't want to see them throw this away.
No, I don't. And honestly, I think you don't necessarily just want to say lean into the meta for virtue of leaning into the meta. You want to have a plan. But I think a big thing that is going to be good for Alpha Team in this case is just making good use of those shields. They have players that do play them. Of course, again, Naza and Gaspro, who kind of ran those shields, not here. Somebody else has to pick up that slack. But if Ragnar has been working going into this event at playing those shields, he was the lowest rated player in LATAM League overall, but if he's been working on using this blitz to acquire map control, I think that could be something really good for Alpha Team on these attacks, which you need to be winning on Bank.
Room for at least a little bit of pressure on the square at the moment. I think, again, with Alpha and the way that they're going to approach this overall tournament, I just want to see a little bit more fluidity. I want to see, some individual players allowed to shine. maybe given a little bit of room, a little bit of leeway where you wouldn't typically see it. But Falcons, I like this. Make Alpha come to you. There's no need to go out and aggress against a team that will already be playing from a deficit, that's already playing in an uncomfortable.
It's exactly the kind of thing. Ooh, that's a good find for Hasham. This cubby with the Azami is always so difficult, but I like this from Ragnar as well, trying to get in, acquire the control of that janitor position. Will push even further behind the mirror window, but caught through the smoke. That is a player you did not want to lose on an operator. You wanted to lose even less. He'll push up close to the shotgun too, Rob.
I love that from guards. The immediate pressure straight back into janitor off the back of the smoke. It's exactly what they need. Now they got one player in Slater's just absolutely dominated. There's two players honed in on that position. And now, with only two players left for Alpha, it's just all straight. There's nothing that can really be done in this instant. Alpha, unfortunately, even if they're making the right moves at the start, things just aren't coming together quick enough, and Falcons, they'll be very happy with the first two rounds.
And very happy with how that CEO defense played out, not only, of course, winning it, but just how they played it. It was as you should. Yep. If you're playing against a more inexperienced team, a lot of things, any newer team in any region, whether it's LATAM, APAC, NA, Brazil, EU, anywhere, it is always difficult to figure out how to efficiently secure that map control.
Yep.
And paradoxically, a lot of that problem can happen on sites like CEO, where the enemy team is right in front of you. They're
Yep.
only holding a few rooms. It seems like if you are only doing a direct, it should be easier. But if the Azami's in Janitor, there's a mirror behind her, there's somebody in stock, there's somebody in CEO, they are all within arm's reach of each other and easily can get those trades. And when you have a player like Hasham and you put him in a spot like that, he's very aggressive, very mechanically skilled. If you give him that shoulder on the window, he will be able to tag you up for a lot of damage.
100%.
Guards, same story, 5-0 right now, winning the fight on the shield with the SMG-11, pushing up with the shotgun. Falcons are playing only the positions they need to hold on CEO, but they are moving up aggressively within that small framework.
It feels very calm.
They feel very sure of themselves, and especially when you had that three-piece from guards in the opening round, but able to react. Well, of course, but specifically the first two kills, reacting to the push into the server, swinging around and being able to win the fight with the guy on server stairs. They just look very sure of themselves, which is exactly what you want on their map pick. This is supposed to be your comfortable territory, and they look comfortable.
Right, they've got to deal with this roam, and this is the first time we're going to see Falcons properly extend. He's going to get into position. That's a freebie. Guards goes down, but shown. That's the trade you want to see. That's the trade you need to see. It's immediate and finds a second. Unfortunately, Alpha, even when they're taking the right steps, they are just unable to get past that first roadblock, that first obstacle. One player caught at the bottom of the square now. Just needs to back away, keep his life. I mean, at the moment, a 3 versus 5, it seems difficult. And guards has been picked up as well, so it just continues to go from bad to worse.
Unfortunately for Rovi right there, I mean, he clearly had the right play. I mean, they tried to catch the people still setting up on timing. They pushed in, and the smoke is completely unaware, but at the same time, Alpha Team completely unaware of the Scopos right around the corner. If you're going to push aggressively like that and push deeper into the hallway, you got to at least be ready for the potential engagement. If you can't also even know that an engagement is there, either it's just maybe a little bit a shoddy setup from his team or just a bit of nerves on his end, but that could have easily been a 5v3 for Alpha Team, and instead, they're in the 3v5. Hasham gets the refrag and takes the guy pushing late at the stock window. A bad situation goes to the worst now, and Falcons a very real possibility to go up 3-0, especially because Hasham just immediately rotates back on that Scopos all the way to the bottom floor.
Immediately safe, just immediately. And now Alpha just have a lot to do. They've got way too much to clear. They've got way too many players to try and take the fight. I think you're going to start to try and isolate. Unfortunately, Ragnar cannot isolate well enough, quick enough. Robbie takes him down. In the 2 versus 5, again, it's just the same story we've seen for the last 2 rounds in a row. Alpha are unable to win gunfights. They're unable to win 1v1s. And Falcons continue to keep flawless rounds. It's scary. It's really scary.
It is. Falcons are just looking really, really strong right now. And again, Alpha teams, this is not their pick. They are down not only 2 players, the 2 best players statistically they had in LATAM League.
Yep.
This is going to be a weaker team than I think, of course, we would have liked to see and we maybe expected, but even like they would like in this situation. They've been dealt an unfortunate hand, but the way the way Falcons are playing, I mean, this is exactly how they should be playing on their pick. And one thing I want to highlight there, in that 2v5 that you saw, I mentioned on CEO that they were playing aggressively within that limited framework they were setting. It was a 2v5, and even though you had one guy pushing stuck in main lobby, Falcons played aggressively, but trapped them in a crossfire off the site. You had one guy pushing out from tellers and one guy pushing out from the elevator hallway. Even though they were taking aggressive fights that you don't need to in a 2v5, they were still doing it as a team, and when he died, the bullets were coming from a right angle at the exact same time. Falcons are coordinating, and they're playing aggressive, and for any team, but in this case Alpha team, it's a really big problem to deal with.
It's constricting. It's, essentially they're just cutting off the oxygen entirely to Alpha. Every time Alpha
not even letting him breathe.
Every time they find a slight little opening, something to work on, it's immediate. The response from Falcons, it's been tremendous. And I think that it gives you a little bit of hope, maybe. It's hard to... I don't want to water down the conversation too much, but obviously, you've already mentioned it, we've already said it. Alpha is probably going to be, I hate using the term, the worst team, but unfortunately, it's just the way the cookie's crumbling for them.
But now it's a good time after the tactical timeout. I think in any team in the situation is going to be nervous going in. You've lost 40% of your core roster. You are very unsure of yourself. You've had to bring in 2 substitutes on short notice that you didn't play with during the stage. The nerves are going to be there. And now let's see how they're able to do after this timeout. They've tried to go for this control, and they've had some good moments, especially that last round where we see Rovi on that Ying find a bit of a gap to take a fight against that smoke. There have been moments where they are feeling out the round and coming away with some good information and some good ideas. Now that we've calmed down, let's look to this round and see what we can do, because before the Ace just walked into server with the OSA behind, but they were all a bit separate. The communication wasn't there. The timing wasn't completely there.
Right idea, wrong execution.
The big test is, do they find JLad? He's ratting beneath the desk. If you're trying to work on the communication and the nerves, you've got to check it. I know it's silly. I know it's beneath the desk, but this is the kind of play you got to be on the lookout for.
And unfortunately, I don't think they have Slaters. As obviously, I don't need to tell you. If you've been watching, you just saw him miss drone, completely disregarding the CEO desk, and it should be a freebie if there ever was one.
The Dokkaebi too.
It's the free kill, and Alpha just continue to find really unfortunate circumstances. It feels like they're doing the right things, but they're just falling short every now and then. However, JLad doesn't have a free path home, not yet. He could just sit here and hold this for long. That's the pick you need. Ooh. And he's not expecting Rovi to be in an advanced position at all. Nice little trade from Dove, and that's important. It's now equaling a little, and the dust settles. Alpha feel a little bit more confident this round.
That is the first death for JLad and guards as well. 4 people going into this round had not died a single time for Falcons. Now that number is just down to 2. Dove and Hashom, the 2 remaining. Getting a 3v3 so important for Alpha team, but when you just have a team that is playing so confidently, Falcons are going to be more sure of themselves in these 3v3 situations. They'll know, or they'll feel better taking gunfights. They'll know what gunfights they can or cannot be taking, especially Hashom. That's the player that, of the people that had not died or have not died that remaining, Hashom is going to play aggressive. He's going to take these fights, find the opportunities, and there's... W7M had a problem stopping this guy at Atlanta last year. I mean, he's just that good in moments like this.
He's very good, and you kind of double that with the operators that are left on Falcons. You have so much information. It just allows every player to go aggressive if they want to. Now it's a little more interesting. Ragnar wins an opening fight. He has to win this second. I don't think he's expecting Robbie to have re-aggressed into open. He's just going to send him straight down into elevator.
I actually like this. Sure, they're going to hear the hatch call, but because Robbie's upstairs, by increasing the pace like this, I don't think they're going to be fully expecting him to be in the site, but never mind. Dove right there. I was going to say, if Dove was maybe slacking a little bit, maybe on cams or something like that, I actually think that was a really nice play from the Buck to get deep into the site, into the plant spot, and try to bait out the movements, because the Mira is going to have to come down square stairs, or the elevator hatch as well, but is going to have to drop, and especially if it's the hatch, you will hear it. Both players remaining with 3 armors. I think there is a winnable round in there, but it requires Dove not being that careful. It requires him being on cams, not being completely aware. And Dove was aware of that possibility, and you got to give him credit for that. I mean, you're on the site. It's a 2v1. Robbie the Mirror upstairs is probably calling, hey, I don't hear him. I don't hear anything. I think a hatch just opened. At that point, you got to be gun up, and he was. Appreciate that prudence, and Falcons get a 4-0 because of it.
They certainly do. And, just to double down on it, Falcons are they're looking strong. The calls that they're making seem like they're they're well thought out. They're not just making rash decisions. You know,
Nope.
even their pushes back up and re-aggressing still feels like they've got a lot of intel on these
Literally,
players.
the only rash decision I feel like I've seen so far was in that round when it was a 3v1 and Hasham was pushing tellers. And
Yes.
he could have even just got caught rotating and not known he was there.
Yeah.
Like, that's the only thing I think I could interpret as a rash decision. And you're up 3-0 at that point. You basically won the round. At that point, the two people just don't have to throw. They've been playing a very good game so far.
And Hasham was already up there re-aggressing, right? Like he
already got 2 kills doing
he
it.
he doesn't have to swing tellers, but I guess at that point, you know, there's always that conversation of overheat. You're getting a little too confident. You've had a little bit too much space, and you at the same time, you always want players to feel that confidence. You want them to ooze and assert themselves.
That's a
in
player
these
you want
moments.
confident, Hasham. You want
Absolutely, and you're seeing what happens when he starts to find his groove. 7-1 to begin with. It's not the greatest of stories for Alpha, but we don't want to write them off. This is Bank. This is Falcons' #1 preference in that. So, at least from the small amount of data we have from Stage 2, again, like you said, it's kind of hard when you're in a dominant league and you're only playing 7 games. It's really hard to have a huge set of results.
It is. And hopefully, at least in this game, as we are beginning to repeat sites, obviously there was a bit of a problem, but that's a very nice opening pick from Rovi, able to find J-Lad. I believe that... No, it has been Falcons every time getting that opening pick until this round. So, first time the attack has been able to start off with a man advantage, finding the visual roaming around, but Hasham is a big problem in this position. Not only is taking down the Azami here really difficult, sure, she's kind of stuck on this cubby on the opposite sides of the wall.
Yep.
If you have a Capital, you can clear out. If you have concussions, you can make it easier, but Alpha Team aren't making it easy with that utility. They might just have to try to use those Candelas when they go for the execute, or maybe send somebody down below, but Hasham's got these Kiva barricades to block off the angles. He can play here safely, and there's no utility or minimal utility to deal with it, directly at least.
When he plays out in the window, I was going to say I wouldn't be surprised
There you go.
if Hasham gets
How you play
aggressive.
that.
Does do. Guards just holds. Guards waits. Hasham gets a freebie as Bastion tries to jump in the window, tries to reclaim something. And unfortunately, it's just the story for Alpha so far. They go down even the slightest and they try to reclaim something back. Falcons are there time and time again. Hasham's having a life game to start things off here at the major. 10-1. And running rampant as well. I guess that's probably, I say life game, I don't mean it like just kind of willy-nilly.
But he's got a 10 KD so far.
He's chilling. He's chilling. He is relaxed. He's calm. And I guess that's just what happens when you start to find your groove very early in a game. It's very hard to stop that momentum. And Alpha just, they're finding every roadblock too big, too difficult.
Yeah, and Hasham, just to highlight that position again, he knows what time, knows what timings to take, knows what gunfights to take.
Yep.
Okay, they're charging the Candela, they're throwing them in. If they're going for the execute, I can probably catch this guy with utility in his hand. What happens? Swings the window, catches him with utility in his hand. That's a classic play, and Azami in that spot is going to have to consider, and he did it great. He got a 3K in that round, 2 of them on repel, I believe, and the other one, when they had repelled in, he wins that fight. I think that was the second kill.
Yeah, it was.
So, really, really good play from Hasham. Good that he's performing very well in that spot. The team overall performing really well. Only one player has died twice on Falcons.
Yep.
Ironically, he has a negative KD, despite how dominant this game has been for Falcons. He is 1-2, so there is... Not everybody on the team is positive, but it's still just an unbelievably dominant performance so far. And even with that 5v4, it was not even a problem for Falcons. Alpha Team had 5 kills in 5 rounds.
I was going to say, you beat me to it. I don't mean to be rude, but it's only 1 kill per round. Even their isolated duels. So even when things... let's just say they're equal, right? Let's just say it's a 1v1. Both players know where each other are. Alpha's still losing these battles, and it's just compounding the discussion of, hey, Falcons just look far too in control of this game. And maybe it's the map pit. Maybe Alpha weren't prepared, but I will just say from very basic evidence, you can kind of see that Falcons were the better looking team in this situation going into Bank. If you're not prepared for it, then at least you're going to play your own game. And maybe, look, maybe that's all Alpha are trying to do. And Falcons are just better. They're just that guy at the moment, but that's all right. We'll get into the 6th round. Hopefully not a flawless first half for Falcons.
It's looking like a 6-0, I'll be honest with you.
Look, it just breeds disaster for Alpha moving forward in the series.
Oh, okay. Well, hold on. So they've droned the Skobos down below, and they have spotted Hasham's position. This is really, really good. We'll just go and straight up destroy it. I like that movement. Now Hasham's going to be in a bit of a tricky spot. He can't just fully retreat like he did before, and they actually take down the Skobos first and guards as well. This is what we needed to see from Alpha Team.
Over aggression. You've got to be careful. Dub does get one back. J-Lad's actually in a pretty critical position, I should say. Rovi finally starts to shut these players down, but J-Lad, he's now going to have an impact. He can now decide whether he wants to sit on stairs or get aggressive. And
No
Falcons,
way.
they've shown every single time when there is an opening, they will take it. When there's a gap, they are there. The presence from this team on defense has been very difficult for Alpha to handle.
Now such a difficult spot. Nice shot on the C4 in the air. Almost line up for him. That's an easy 1v2 to win. Just land the other shot. No! I know it's a 1v2, but two isolated 1v1s. They were both on top of each other.
That's devastating.
I know it's a 1-5 half, but that's a whole lot better than 0-6 going into the side swap. That is brutal. I mean, Rob, they got the Nook into the site early. They found the gap. They had a dominant advantage. And talking about confidence, ending this half with J-Lad getting flashed, not peeking ahead of the flash, something we see teams do, getting flashed and pushing anyway, betting for some reason that nobody's going to follow up and it's just a defensive flash. I mean, that's a really risky gamble, but it paid off. Got that kill, put the ace in a tricky spot, and now Falcons are 6-0 as a result. It was a winnable round there at a lot of points for Alpha Team, but they did not win it, and this is a demoralizing beginning, even if it's not your pick.
Yeah, it is, and that feels typical of what we've seen from Falcons so far. Even when they've got a little bit of an advantage, even when things are somewhat equal, we're seeing aggressive swings, we're seeing retakes, we're seeing reroams. And you know what? Right now, it's catching Alpha out, and it's caught them out every single time. So why fix what ain't broke?
Exactly. And as we see them move to the attacking side, first time we're seeing Falcons, of course, attack this map so far, despite being odd match point. They bring out the shield immediately. There wasn't that kind of strategic indecision that we saw from Alpha Team going on the shield one round, deciding to go with their normal, executes the rest. Right out the gate, Falcons are bringing that shield. It is normally guards who played a lot of those operators, but there's a couple players who've kind of flexed onto the shield on Falcons, and again, only 7 BO1s. It is kind of hard to tell. Could have just got a bad selection of maps, and we don't see Falcons play a lot of shields on this map, but it will be Dove right here, and the Blitz immediately taking control of Square Stairs. They have fully cleared out this top floor. It is clear they've had prep drones as well. Within 30 seconds, they are already looking to begin pressuring Marble Stairs. Guards seen in open area. All right, but if you're going to have that aggressive droning and you're just not aware whatsoever, it's been rough.
It is, and look, you got to give credit where credit's due. The aggression was in there. Wow, they're very lucky to be alive on only 6 HP. Some really solid play from Rovi there. Now needs to be careful that he doesn't swing too early. He had him locked in, and he had a teammate there in support. But now they're just I think they're happy to just give this up. It's 4v3.
You should, yeah.
You know where the Blitz is. You know where the other player was. I think they knew. So I guess at this point you can kind of leave the scenario back into the hands of Falcons and see what their decision is.
Yeah, but just definitely, I mean, we were complimenting Falcons' defenses heavily. That was not the best start to the attack. Obviously, it's a 3v4. That can happen sometimes, but they had such great clear on that top floor, and it's clear the information just did not extend to the middle. Maybe the elevator player was ratting, kind of like we saw J-Lad do or the Goyo do when Falcons were hiding in the CEO desk. It's possible. That happens. But losing, obviously, one player is bad, but having your Blitz on 1 HP going into this execute when you've got smokes, you've got C4s and goo mines in your way, if you step into a goo mine at an inopportune time on this Blitz right now, if you're pushing into the site and you hit a goo, 1 tick and you're probably gone, maybe 2.
Yeah.
Like, that's a really rough spot, and you've still got, about to say, this guy playing aggro on server, you get tickled by shrapnel, you're gone.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's just the case. Having said that, if you look on the flip side, if that had paid off, if Falcons get that kill on Rovi, and then all of a sudden it's a 4v5 and you've got complete top floor and first floor control, we're sitting here being like, wow,
7-0.
How good are Falcons? They're unbelievable. Now they're 1-4 down in this scenario, and you're like, I guess that's the round done and dusted. So I'm still happy to see that Falcons are keeping that aggressive play style. Bastion with an easy swing. And look, I'm happy to see a round.
I am too, and this is ultimately the benefit of the 6-0. The problem there was pretty obvious. You got in the building really quickly, secured the floor where nobody was very quickly, but you got caught off guard by people playing that first floor very passively. There was nobody in open area, but it was still a hold in that you had one guy pressuring elevator from the hatch, playing a long angle with the DMR, somebody on server stairs. A lot of the time, we will see a more straight-up open area hold with somebody playing on the hatch. It's not often we see like that passive of an extension with just somebody on the stairs, just somebody in elevator, but it does happen, and it's clear that Falcons, unfortunately, were not aware of the second part of that, being the Tubarão in elevator. If they find that player, I think this is probably a 7-0, because think about it this way. You've got the blitz charging him. You maybe can't get him on the hatch, but you can certainly push him out, and you've got full control of the top middle floor, except for server in 45 seconds. That's a great spot to be going into the execute.
Especially on a basement defense. Like, that's just, you've just restricted everything that the defense can do. And now we get to see maybe a little bit more from Alpha. We get to see what potentially we might lead into on Cafe. I know we kind of said that the maps play out somewhat similar. They're big maps.
Yeah. It's not that they're similar, but they do reward similar styles. Like, if you are Bank might be a bit easier because you have so many of these open spaces where you can go on the main lobby rappel and basically cut off a huge avenue of rotation for the defense. Cafe, there's a lot more places to hide. It's a lot more boxy and a lot more rooms inside. But if you are a team that is at the top of your game when you are taking map control, opening things up, and executing, Cafe will be harder than Bank, but you can find success on Cafe if you're able to do that. So they don't necessarily play out the same, but they reward similar skills.
Yeah, I mean, it's a risk versus reward with, especially with roams on both of those maps, right? Because they're so big, it can take teams a very long time to get into position to actually flush this out. And I think, unfortunately, I think it favors Falcons here from what we've seen so far at the start of their play. At least on what we've seen from Falcons. Now, that may change when we head to Cafe. I doubt it. I would say that Falcons are probably going to double down on what they've got. But nevertheless, Falcons still have to crack a defense here. So let's not get too ahead of ourselves, even though I'm absolutely going to be. And Alpha just, they're not peeking. They're not overextending, waiting for Falcons. Again, pretty stereotypical.
Ooh.
Oh, no, that's devastating.
This is such a massive blur.
Robbie, no.
I mean, you honestly don't even push farther than that. Think of how much trouble. Remember those Falcons defenses, how big of a problem Hashom was in that spot? You've walked in and immediately found one. J-Lad watching the flank. He's taking control of stock, has got the coverage. I mean, that is not only Falcons really efficiently securing map control, but also utilizing Alpha Team's strengths. The brief ones we saw in the attack was finding these tiny gaps. Falcons are playing confidently. 5v2. We're done here.
We are absolutely done and dusted. You can wrap this one up in a little bow and send it off. Because unfortunately, Alpha, they have come to play, but how much, I don't exactly know. It's a solid performance here from Falcons, and something that kickstarts their campaign maybe on a really great note.
I mean, that really, it's a 7-1 in the first round. There was a really obvious mistake that kind of cost them the round overall in the end. That very well could have been a 7-0. The defenses... It was no contest. It was clear who was the better team through all 6 of those rounds, and even though it came down close in one, the individual decision-making was just better from Falcons overall. It paid off and brought that round back, and the vast majority, it was Falcons. Not only, you talked about, the decision-making and, mounting these responses to Alpha Team. They didn't even need to respond a lot of the time. They were making the argument, and there was nothing on the air to try and counter it. There was no counter message from Alpha Team.
It's really tough because coming into this major, all of the talking points, we'll say, about Alpha, and unfortunately, needing pretty much 3 replacements from a core, that's really tough.
It is.
It's really tough.
It's brutal.
You go to a map like Bank that's incredibly open, that rewards, I guess, kind of mischievous play styles on some occasions. You see it there. It really doesn't play into
And Bank can be an attacker-sided map because of some of the things we talked about. Main lobby can be held down by 1 rappel. You can hold a lot of cutoff angles. You can open up the second floor, get a lot of vertical control, and clear up spaces really easily. But at the same time, it can be attacker-sided. But if you're a team that's not good at clearing, that is having trouble communicating, or is missing 40% of your roster, Bank gets defender-sided real quick if you can't do that.
It does. And moving on to Cafe, a map that I have some issues for Alpha when we head there, right? We've already seen that things aren't gelling quick enough, and it's really hard. Please don't think for a second that
I don't blame them for it.
No, I'm not sitting here saying you should be perfect, you should be on. This is a major. You've got it. No, there are circumstances around this roster that are making it very difficult to click immediately. We go to Cafe, a map that I don't think you can really lean into if you don't have all your kind of ducks in a row.
No, and I mean, maybe if they're able to, start on those defenses, even when they get to the defenses, this is their map pick. If they can still maintain the core of those strats, I think there is still a winnable game for Alpha Team in there, because you have, playing behind the mirror windows. The hatches are a lot easier to rotate down on Bank. There are retreat paths for the defense. You can get a lot closer to stairways. It's a bit easier, but it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough.
It's going to be very tough, especially when we open this map up a little bit more. You know, even individually.
Oh, my Lord.
Even if you want to isolate the conversation individually, Carter, they're firing on all cylinders.
Yeah.
Like, I'm
Guard's
speechless.
62% cost is actually kind of shocking, if I'm being honest. Like, 8-3, and
All or nothing, baby.
he's
All or
actually
nothing.
still managed to hit a below kind of not average, but you typically the saying is like you want to be at about 67. You know, hitting 2/3 of those rounds. I'm not saying he did a bad performance of 62, by the way. I just think it's funny that he wasn't able to crack that. But literally, like, it was just a team diff at the end of the day. It was just Falcons were undeniably, unequivocally the better team on bank. And when you look at the alpha team stats, a lot of those kills came from the one round they won. They got 5 kills in that round as a team and were able to win a round.
Yep.
That is like about, maybe like 1.5 times what they were getting on average in any round before that. Like,
That's crazy.
the stats without that round of this were a 7-0. It'd probably be like 25%, 38% cost across the board, which it already is anyway, basically.
Yeah, right. Like it's just a tough conversation. You can't kind of go past the point of pretending like it's all sunshine and rainbows, because it's just not going to be. Alpha are going to have, without question, the hardest campaign of this major.
And you know what? Rovi the sub had the best stats. 50% cost, 4-8. Some of the other teammates 4-7, but that's at least one thing. You've got one. Sure, the whole team wasn't doing well, but your substitute was putting up at least like comparatively the best numbers on the rest of the team. But there's really just not else to say. Falcons were comfortable on that map.
Yep.
They were playing their defenses as they should play them in a way that suited their play style. The one map they lost the shield player, got him to super low HP, and then lost a player before that. But it was because of a missed drone, a bit poor, at least like roam clearing in that particular moment. They immediately fixed it when they went to the direct like in time. I mean, you can't really critique Falcons all that much when it's a 7-1.
There's not much. There's not
What
much.
else are you going to say? We only have 8 rounds to talk about, and at one point there was only 5 kills through 5 of them. So
there's really not much to it. Unfortunately, Falcons just look better. We head to Cafe. Do you want to give me a little rough score line?
It will not be a 7-0. I do not think it's going to be that dominant, but considering what we saw from Falcons, unless there's a massive drop-off in performance, I think it's like 7-3, 7-4 is probably where I'm leaning right now.
And just like looking off to the side, because we get to kind of have an in-game off to the side, Alpha are starting on the attack. Yep. Sorry to say, folks, but it's going to be tough.
I didn't remember the side. I was praying. I was like, maybe we'll go. I'll like look at my phone and be like, oh, they're starting on defense. It's okay. No, they're starting on attack. No.
With head in hands, maybe it's time for us to wrap this up and go to a break, because on the other side, Alpha have got to do the impossible here on Cafe. Falcons kickstart this one pretty convincingly.
Yeah, that it didn't go well. If you're an Alpha Team fan, did not go well for you if you're just now tuning in. I hate to break it to you. It was a 7-1 for Falcons, and frankly could have been a 7-0. Not that necessarily Falcons threw that round. Alpha Team did win it, capitalizing off some mistakes, but they made one mistake. It cost them one round, and they won 7 others pretty much flawlessly.
Yeah, and even that one round, like you said, it kind of came down to one simple mistake. It wasn't like it was like a calamity. It wasn't like there were a bunch of errors that led to that one thing. They just got a little overzealous. They didn't properly clear mid-floor.
And the benefit when you're up 6-0, like, even if maybe that, if the games went longer, if that was a consistent mistake, doesn't matter because you find one gap, one opening in round 8, and the game's done after that.
You have 6 rounds.
Yeah.
You have 6 rounds to play with.
It's the benefit of just literally not winning or not losing a single round the first half. But now we go to Cafe at least.
We do.
Bank was Falcons' pick. We are now on more comfortable territory for Falcons, and you need every advantage you can get when you are playing with 2 subs, and obviously it being best of 3s, I think just that is going to be a nice comfort in the back of their minds.
Unfortunately as well, double down on the conversation, Alpha start on attack on Cafe. So now we need to see a little bit more from them. We need to see anything. We need to see something. 6 attempts.
We've seen a round at least.
We've seen 1 round.
We've seen a round at least.
But it wasn't on their attack.
That is true. But we've seen a round. I
something.
can only say that. I can only say that much. Starting the attacking side is not great. It is it is expected to be fair. You know, if you're picking a map like Cafe, like Consulate, like Oregon, not in the pool anymore, but those are maps where you pick Skyscraper, another good example. You're basically being like, okay, we are picking to attack on this map first.
Yeah.
Like that is what we're doing when that you choose that as your pick. Because the other team, when they get side choice, is going to go defense every day of the week. Cafe maybe not as extreme as a map like Oregon, Skyscraper, Consulate, for example, but most teams are probably going to pick defense to first. And considering how good their defenses were on Bank, I think Falcons were very justified in doing that.
And I think there's a caveat to this conversation as well, where you're kind of looking at it and saying it is probably a little more even, especially than it used to be. There's no doubt about that. But for it to be even, your attacks have to be quite pointed. They have to be really solid. You know, you are clearing essentially 2 floors every single attack. No matter whether you're top floor, whether you're bottom floor, you are clearing floors every single time. You are trying to rinse out the roamers. And when you look at what Falcons did on Bank, they can lean into it, but they can also just play defensively. They can sit back. They can relax.
They can, and that's going to be a huge strength for them, especially with Mira still up on Cafe. The fact that you have those black mirrors where you can hold the top floor a lot easier on every site, whether it's actually defending the top floor or defending reading room. You can hold the cocktail side a lot easier and get long angles onto the opposite side of the map. I was curious, by the way, because I remembered something sticking out in the back of my head. I do believe in some regions Cafe is attacker-sided, and I was correct. It's EU that's attacker-sided. Cafe's also only been played twice, so, you know, that could just be a small sample size, and even the attacker side is, 55-45 could just be one dominant game, but at least in some, you know, limited sample sizes, circumstances, it's possible for it to swing attack, because, like, you play Skyscraper twice, the odds of that, even through 2 plays being attacker-sided, so small, just because of the dynamics of that map. Maybe it's possible, but most teams are going to want to start defense. Most teams are going to want to bring kind of the same standard fare of operators. You know, you want traps to control these staircases, the Malusi Banshees being a big one. Put one on white, maybe put one over by red stairs or the long hallways, just to make sure that when you're defending this top floor, you are controlling the paths of movement on this top floor, because it could affect the attack quite heavily if they get them. And then at that point, you decide, do we kind of want to go with the Mira and play passively and hold long angles? Do we want to bring the castle and hold it aggressively? They've chosen the latter.
I'm really keen to see how Falcons approach, especially this bomb site, whether they actually kind of depend a little bit more on some roams. We saw Dove, I think it might have been J-Lab, drop into the second floor there. So at the very least, Alpha are going to have to deal with this. Yeah, you can see a player pushed down by Brown stairs. Dove might look for either an aggressive play, or he might just sit
I like
and learn.
this.
That's a fair bit of intel early on.
I really like to see Mozzie players do this when they bring that drone, and then, like, on a map like Cafe, where because it's literally just a square, there's no, like, kind of corners outside, you can get great view of a side of the map very quickly. I will say, because he is droning himself and not communicating with a teammate, that information is very late and very gone. I think maybe in the future, get someone by the window, then drone it out to get the kill, but I'm not going to really critique him for still being a 5v5. But
you don't need to grill it too much.
No, exactly. But to go back to your question, are Falcons going to run with it more? I think we are going to see a lot of extensions like this. On the kitchen, I think probably defending a bottom VIP is going to be a huge thing from them. I think on reading room, defending this top floor as well. Maybe not with the castle, but Falcons' big strength was when they were playing offside, moving really well within the strat and getting aggressive. That's the strat to a T. You get aggressive and Cigar behind the castle barricades and the Aruni gates and just try to make the attack uncomfortable at every entry point.
Robbie at the moment finding the opening duel. Oh, that was nearly a freebie. He hasn't gone to jump in. That's terrible timing from Slater. Thought he was covered. Looks for the fight over toward White Stairs. Doesn't find the kill, but I believe the sledge is in at the moment. So this could well and truly catch him out, which it does. Now it makes things a little interesting. J-Lad, does he get aggressive again? Does he repeat? It's awful timing from Alpha. Two players mid-vault, mid-jump in, a caught out. And once again, we're sitting here saying, what will be?
So, I see the idea for that sledge, right? You rappel in. There was, to be fair, nobody cocktail. You do have an opening there. The problem with rappelling in cocktail when the enemy is extending Cigar is if you don't have enough pressure on that side, which they didn't, they can just turn around and shoot you. It's one thing if you rappel in a cocktail and you have active pressure saying the guy playing Humidor, you've got a guy trying to nade him from the red hatch, or you've got somebody trying to swing him from the new hatch, or you're playing in stage and you've got two people on the rappels. They've got to focus on those. They can't move. They can't help. But Alpha Team didn't have that. They had one guy trying to rappel in white. He died, obviously. One guy Skylight, who I guess could see the cross, but nobody was actually really pressuring the opposite side to make that sledge survivable. Because nobody was, they just turned around, shot him, and then moved on and caught 3 more people like hopping into windows.
This is... It hasn't been the greatest start.
No.
I don't know how many times I can say this with like a toned down voice.
It's just, you know, it's... I know. You're really approaching it like a very fatherly figure. Like, you know, they're trying, you know, like...
They're really having a
Your son's Little League game just had a bad showing, and you're like, you know...
You swung.
You swung. You showed up. When the ball came at you faced it.
Yeah.
But the reality is, you know, in a situation kind of like this where you and I, you know, there's just a factor looming over this game. 40% of this roster is not here. They did not play with any of these subs in the league. This is a region as well that is very developing, that is even struggling with the 5 to kind of play on the same level as the other big dogs. And it's just going to loom over the rest of this game, especially as they start on the attack. And what we just saw from Falcons was a lot of the same strengths, and what we saw from Alpha Team were a lot of the same weaknesses.
Certainly is. I guess I might just bring up a little fun fact that
I like fun facts.
I'm going to steal it from you, and actually I believe it's the first time I've seen 3 Chilean players, or even 1 Chilean player. True. And unfortunately they're getting slammed. But it is great to see them internationally. I believe they're not the only nationality that's showing up for the first time.
And on the opposite side, Falcons being so impolite that they'll even neutralize that. They've got 2 Kuwaiti players for the first time. So we've got, in this lobby, 2 players on 2 teams who are the first time representing that nationality. And Alpha Team are like, you couldn't give that to us. We only got 1 round. You couldn't give that to us the first time a nationality's been on stage. But still, it is very cool, especially as there are just so many countries in the LATAM region. There are in MENA as well, but I mean, you've got all of South America, all of Central America. Like, you just have a lot of countries in that region. It's nice to see that increased representation, and I'm never going to complain. Falcons right now, of course, not complaining with their scoreline at the moment.
I would not be.
1-0, and all this utility has just completely stunted Alpha Team's entry. But Roby will find the first one. Ooh, and Alpha Team find the second.
They certainly do. Now we start to get something of a positive semblance. My days. I don't know how I'm staying alive for so long there. Regardless, guards looking to get aggressive, try and find maybe a free one toward Coat. I still don't think it's even going to be enough. You would have to hope for a miracle here. He does have the open line for the cross, but Slater's expecting it. Robbie, the last player left on Falcons, and dare I say, we've seen a good attacking round from Alpha. Not just yet, though. Not just yet. Robbie, come on. Clean it up or die. Never mind. He's going to extend this one.
It's fine. Maybe he'll teleport in the site behind all of them and shoot them all in the back of the head.
That'd be magic.
I don't know where his other robot is. It's probably not there.
I would imagine it's not.
It's got to be somewhere. It's like freezer upstairs. It's like, I can't. I think it's actually, well, it's gone. This is very, very unlikely, especially as they popped, either popped the Vulcan packs or put down a Capital Firebolt as well. Alpha Team are going to hold out through the main for this 1v4, and it is effectively a flawless round from Alpha Team. So not only their second round won this entire series, but their first attack round won, and the best round they've won so far. Coming on, we want to see this too.
That's what we need to
Not
see.
only, of course, a really, really strong result. To be fair, that result, like a basically flawless round, unnecessary for Alpha Team to kind of redeem themselves. 1v3 would have been fine, you know. Even a 2v1, that'd have been fine too. Like close execute that you still won on the merits, that's fine. That's overkill right there. But going in for the Bakery Direct, it can be very risky with how Falcons were playing it, but they brought the right tool for the job. They brought the Monty, and even more importantly than that, I think, they burned all the util that was placed up front there. The Vulcans were meant to stall time. They got rid of it immediately. And because they soaked up all that utility at the beginning of the round, and just because of Monty being a very oppressive operator at the moment, they played really well around him and got 3 kills on the people trying to play aggro and Bakery. Really, really nice stuff.
I'm hopeful now.
I am too.
1 round and I'm hopeful.
I am too.
Doesn't take much to convince me.
I mean, listen, Cafe can be a difficult map to attack, but if you can figure out your direct takes and your ISOs, if you can do that on Bakery, maybe try to do that on top floor as well. Reading room, you're going to likely have to clear things out, but even if you just want to try to rush through Snowdoor 1 round, if we can see more of that, then we've got something that could happen. We've got something that could be going.
Something a little more pointed, I think, will kind of help a lot with Alpha. If we can isolate this a little more, if we can look at it from a point of view of, you know, kind of committing to the one idea, I back it. I back it. Because it's not like, especially when you are in these kind of scenarios, again, you're already dealing with a pretty awful circumstance and not having a team. Let's commit to something. Let's see what happens. Let's go back to that first round in Bank where we were impressed. Although it didn't work, we were still like, hey, there was a very clear idea there and we saw what they needed to. And so I just think that at this point, at least for me, Alpha, I have some hope for them here on this Cafe attack, but now we get to see what it's like when they're dealing with some extensions on either top floor or down on the first floor. You're going to have a tougher time here. It's not as simple and as clear cut.
I think is Roby going to throw down the boogie drone and then drop on the back of the sound, or is he just going for the soft destruction? Okay, he is just going for it. Maybe just to try to get vertical, make sure that nobody is playing beneath the noob alk, since this is a reading site. If you have somebody playing there, for example, in the late round, especially as we saw Falcons rat a bit on Bank to get a quick pick over on Alpha Team. Ooh.
This is good.
Wow, Slater's
yellow ping as well.
He's in the middle of this whole defense. They've got the castle pins. This could be a 5v3.
This is really good. Falcons have extended, and somehow Alpha have gotten into some pretty big positions. And just like that, Falcons are down. And Alpha look really solid in these last 2 rounds. They've had a very clear idea. They've been able to deal with the roamers here in this second round, which was, for me, well, technically third round, but for me, this was the biggest question that I had. And they're going to try to re-roam. As shown, will not expect a player proned on the staircase. Every time I say prone and staircase, I get flashbacks. J-Lad, the last to remain, and this has looked so much better. This is a really convincing opening 2 out of 3 rounds on their attack. This series has legs now.
That's 2. I would say that's 2 flawless rounds in a row.
Yep.
I mean, sure, you lost somebody, but it was a 1v5 in round 2, and now you didn't drop a single player in round 3. This is just a complete night and day difference, not just from Bank, but from that first round that you just mentioned. I mean, I saw the idea, but just the mechanics of it overall didn't work. Like, they just didn't have all the pieces to make that cocktail rappel functional on their first round. But everything after that, the Bakery Direct with the Monty, not only did they successfully pressure those players, but they got every kill on that side this go around too. Not only were they able to find the opening pick, or on the mirror that was unaware that the guy was even Freezer, but because you were able to get that position, and Robbie's got no way out, now you can pinch that for a second player, a 5v3. The round didn't even need to end that quickly.
No, it didn't.
They set themselves up in such a good spot, and this is a very, very different and more competent Alpha team than we saw on that attacking side on Bank. You know, it makes sense. It is their map pick, but given the situation and given how dominant it was, I don't think you and I were necessarily sure that they had it in them. We needed to see a round like round 2, and now they've given us it twice in a row.
I was convinced. I literally was convinced the other way. I was convinced that they just weren't going to have anything.
Same.
I was sitting here and
you could tell it in the dour expression and tone we had. going
like
into
being
and during
proven
this
wrong,
game.
Okay,
I do
like
too.
being proven wrong.
I'm very happy with it.
It's it excites me when I get proven wrong. And I will just say, this is something now that we get to track and follow for Alpha. Can they get in the face of Falcons? Can they start to try and punish them? Oh my days, Robbie.
Playing to their strengths.
Why not? Why would you not? Why would you not try to find an opening there? Why would you not continue to repeat with one taps? I mean, I guess, again, the conversation there becomes, well, if you die, the whole conversation that we have for the next 3 minutes of the round is not great, is it?
That's the nature of gambles. If you spawn peek one round and it doesn't work, all right, that's not great, but it happens. You got some guy that's spawn peeking 5 rounds in a row and is only winning one of them. That's at that point where you're like, all right, why are you still at the blackjack table? You got to go home.
Yeah, that's different.
Yeah, and right here, of course, when you're able to take down the gridlock, we've seen how aggressive Falcons can play. And in that previous round, even though it didn't end up meaning anything, on a reading room defense, Hasham was playing on red stairs, trying to get aggressive on the hatch and maybe help Robbie. Now that you don't have those track stingers, he can go for a flank later on.
What? No way.
I mean, not great, but...
Did he miss both?
No, wait. No, surely he hit one. I refuse to believe he missed a Zofia on the cast. Oh, my God.
He missed them.
Oh.
Or was... Oh, no. Sorry, he didn't miss them the first one.
I know, but he...
that was a gate.
Yeah, he did use the Aruni gate.
The second he hit the wall...
I mean, thankfully there's no mirror windows, so it's not like you need the Ash charges to crack the mirror windows, so you still have enough utility, but just given how many explosives there are, we've got 3 bulletproof cameras right now, we have 4 castle barricades, like, just as abundance of caution, you probably want to keep as many of those explosives as you can, because with those BPs, you got no nades, no lifelines now. I told you Hasham's going to get aggressive on these red stairs, but I think Alpha Team are ready for it too. Ragnar clearly prepared for that kind of flank, but if they find J-Lad here with the support he has, that could be good, but Falcons are betting it all on protecting him in Christmas.
Repositioning now to try to find a bit more of a favourable fight. Maybe there's the alarm bells, at least on white. Now he's going to be careful what peek he takes because he's got absolutely no support. This is that 1v1. These are the kind of moments that can pivot around.
Yeah, they're Alpha Team are struggling for ideas. They're starting to betting it on these lurks, betting it on these clears. Ragnar will find one, but Robbie is more than aware of how Alpha Team are trying to win this.
J-Lad, what a decision to get aggressive toward Christmas. Robbie with the free kill. The shotgun gets pulled out. Super at that. At least they can find something on J-Lad, but now it's all up in the air. Bastion has way too much to do. Dove knows exactly where he is and where he's coming in from. Now Falcons are getting a little loud. I think they heard enough of what Alpha have in their vocal cords. I don't know where I'm going with that one, but I think you can follow along at home.
Got a lot of energy. Something to point out, by the way, after Falcons have won that round, I could delve into the analysis in a bit, but Falcons have also had their own visa issues, except it didn't affect any of the players. It affected their coach, Mad Skills, who... To be fair, alongside J-Lad, is also one of the longest tenured players on Falcons. He actually played for them at Copenhagen last year when they had some visa issues at that event as well. He's usually been stepping in at events when they've had visa issues, but he is not here. But who is here is Eden, the former M&M coach or analyst. He was the analyst for this roster alongside Mad Skills, the coach. Since he didn't come in, Eden is actually the one behind him. So might be a familiar face when we had that M&M gaming roster with Yuzu, Snave, Solotov, all them. He'll be the one standing behind them. But of course, to talk about that round, Falcons ran back their previous defense, had some mishaps on the utility, but as opposed to Bakery, where they were able to use a shield and break through that aggressive pressure at the entry point, this time, Falcons got the better of them. Even though the castle barricade was gone, Falcons always had a gun ready to support the players in Christmas, and Alpha Team weren't able to overcome it.
I look to Alpha now for openings and looking to, I guess, kind of suppress that early round aggression from Falcons. I mean, talk about early round aggression. You've got a player like Hasham who's sitting but in the rat corner in Bakery. And I mean, there's no way that he sticks around. There's no way he stays here. He's not going to be spotted by a
I've not even really seen this one before. Like,
I don't think I've ever seen that.
What freak plays there? Like, I'm going to sit on the cubby and peek above the door as it's open. All right, dude. You don't need to do that.
It doesn't have to be that complicated.
No.
But I actually like the way Falcons are playing that.
I do too.
They're just trying to catch players off time and time again. And credit to Alpha. For the most part on Cafe, they haven't really been caught out with too many rat plays.
2 times he's just peeked outside the building.
Speaking of which, I mean, This is just extending from Falcons. This is really just having fun with it, because unless they continue to play like this for the rest of the major, which I don't believe they'll be able to.
Yeah, I think better teams will be able to, not even necessarily better teams, but just teams that really just have everybody there, not only physically, but also, like, mentally.
Yeah.
This is the kind of strategy, trying to go for these rat plays, spawn peeking. They work really well against teams that are struggling with coordination or teams that are new and haven't really ironed out, the comm structure, the system, everything like that. These are the kinds of plays that teams in Alpha Team's position really struggle with when they are trying to integrate new players into the roster, kind of remold a system when the two players that aren't here are the two best on the team. Ratting, hopping out of windows, spawn peeking. Yeah, it's the kind of thing that might not win you a game against BDS, but against a team that is struggling to even put one foot in front of the other, it's something that is going to go your way. Now, to be fair, Alpha Team were that team on bank, not necessarily right here. They had two really strong attacks, but if they have not been able to find immediate success going for a direct, they have struggled, and that's the case here. They go for a full clear, and Robbie just runs all over them. They lose the Ram and the Hibana when they've had to actually make their attacks more complex.
Oh, the timing.
Okay.
Dove the timing.
Got two people on this bakery problem.
Yeah. Now, look, they've got presence, right? But where else can they realistically try to find a kill? And the answer is it doesn't matter, because your players in bakery are dead. They're done. They're dusted. Guards will finish out the round, and Falcons are just playing with their meal at this point.
It's really a shame with those two rounds, and I still think, by the way, 2-4 attacking half on Cafe is a very, very workable swap, and we didn't see many of their defenses on bank, so could be a completely different story. Even with two subs, once we're able to see that side swap on their comfortable pick, on typically what is the better side on Cafe, it's not over, certainly, especially with those two strong attacks, but that map, they just try to go for the full clear, try to take control of that second floor, and what happens? Robbie's just peeking out of windows. He's taking gunfights, and Alpha Team aren't ready for it. They're getting tripped up by it, as a lot of teams that, again, they're struggling to get that coordination ironed out will do. It's rough. It's a difficult position, and Falcons are doing it, and they're hitting their shots every single time. It was Hashom last time. It's Robbie this time. That is basically the agent of chaos to keep Alpha Team uncomfortable.
And the thing is as well, like, they're not just doing it in one spot. Like, yes, Robbie has consistently been rat peeking like that, but Shom's been doing equally as aggressive and, I guess, I'm going to use a word here, and it's definitely not right, but nuanced peak style. It's like he's sitting in a rat corner in bakery.
Over here.
But, like, you've
this
got...
team employs the nuanced peak style.
Yes, well, we do like that. You've got... I don't think... Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Like, I don't think you're always expecting two players to be doing it every single round. And so far, Falcons have had two players in a rat style early in the round each and every time. Like, fair play to them. All power to you.
Yeah, when your opponents are struggling with some of the fundamentals, the best thing to do is employ tricks that abuse that lack of fundamentals. Not droning, seemingly innocuous but dangerous positions if somebody's playing them. CEO desk, behind the shop desk, in this case. Spawn peeking. The enemy team is not checking for spawn peeks. To go to this round, we did see that Alpha Team was able to find their way into Freezer somehow. Still not even sure how that happened all the way back in round 3, but they were able to find their way in there, and it completely blew open the entire round, and I think Leap is actually trying to find a way to replicate that on the Nook, looking to lurk up round stairs. He's got a drone in front of him. Sure, it's mute jammered, but they've at least taken a gander in pillar. Remember before, we had a ram to open up below the new balcony to stop anybody from playing where I believe the smoke is playing right now. So I want to see if they know where J-Lad is, if they just spotted him, if they haven't yet. He's not playing fully in the balcony, so he probably was spotted on that drone, and Alpha Team clearly aware of it.
I know you want to. Oh, God,
he got Slaters.
He's still...
I don't know what that was.
How does he get that? I don't know what just happened. I don't know who he killed or what happened.
Oh, no, that was guards that swung. So
No. J-Lad still found a kill as well.
I know. That.
But where?
No, wait. It's a problem because two SAS operators got a kill with, like, the SMG-11 or the Shock at the exact same time. I do think it was J-Lad now that you say it. Either way, they both got kills, and...
Oh, God.
Falcons are just continuing to finish off round 6. The story of these attacks, if Alpha Team could win the round, acquiring no control and all the kills doing it, they won. If they had to go for full clears and just 2 more kind of pressuring map control, it did not work out whatsoever. It was good enough for 2 attacks, but now as we go into the side swap, Rob, it's going to be the minimum you want to get on Cafe. You didn't really leave a lot on the table. Those were the only 2 that you seem to really have a chance at getting, though they got flawless both times. It's a difficult spot, but I think really Alpha Team were achieved as much as they could with the play style they've been not succeeding with. In the case of the 4 rounds they've now lost.
Oh, hello. I could still do it. Never mind.
Now when JLAD is peeking behind the ACOG housing right there, you can't even see him on your screen.
I'm enjoying this from Falcons' perspective. If I was an Alpha fan, if I was here supporting Alpha,
I was going to say, would you feel the same way?
No, I would not. In fact, I'd be fuming right now because in all my time casting Siege, I've seen the way Falcons play maybe like a round or 2 here or there. I don't think I've ever seen a team consistently at an international event lean into that kind of play style. But again, like we said, it's working for Falcons, and unfortunately, Alpha are just not at a point. They've had such minimal time together as this 5 to prepare for this event. It's just, you're never going to expect anything more than a couple of competitive rounds.
Yeah.
And when they exceed that, you go, oh my god, look at what this roster has done with this little pro.
Exactly. But we had 2 competitive rounds, right? We gave them credit for it. They were basically flawless. One was a 1v4 that the round netted on. One was literally a straight-up flawless round. But that's all you got. You only got the 2-4, and now you're in a position where every round has been difficult throughout this entire series. Now you kind of have to bet on, all right, this is our pick. A 2-4 is good enough. We have to basically trust in ourselves that we can close out this game, maybe in regulation or OT, but that these 2 rounds will be enough to prevent Falcons from running away with it. And I said this earlier, but we did not see many attacks from Falcons on Bank. We only saw 2. They lost the first one and won the second because it's a 6-0. You just need 1 good attack. And if you play 6 attacking rounds and only 1 sucks, but if you go up 6-0 and that 1 round is the only one you play, you get a 7-0. You look like a really good team. So we'll have a greater sample size here. We'll see at least 3 rounds from Falcons if they want to close this out in regulation. But it will be a much deeper test of how this coordination from the MENA team works in this game. Will they be good to not only, pressure anybody playing aggressively in Christmas, but then secure that control without necessarily giving anybody up to damage, like we saw in the 1 round they lost on Bank with that Blitz pushing the 2-round elevator.
And Falcons should be more than comfortable on this map. I mean, just from this stage alone, they've won two maps on it. They've played it twice, they've won it twice. It's not a huge sample size, but they're going to be comfortable.
We're working with what we got.
Oh, we are. Look, out of a 9 map veto system, the fact
and
that
you only play 7 games,
and the fact that they play it twice, it's actually, when you think about it mathematically, it's actually quite a good sample size for Falcons. And they should be confident on this map, especially moving on to this second half where they have really just had a bit of fun in those last 2 rounds.
Absolutely. And as we are, fully deep into round 7 on Bank, a minute and a half in, right as we hit that benchmark, Khalip is able to get the first pick from Reading Room, able to send up a C4, I believe, through the hatch and take down the player on that window. Really good stuff. Falcons as a whole are struggling to work around this very normal setup. We saw them run it the exact same thing, except Alpha Team are just running it sans a Rooney gate. Bastian trying to dodge around this corner, take a fight with Robbie on the stairs, pushes, I think, maybe a little too far with the super shorty as well. Falcons will take that control at least without destroying that castle barricade, which is kind of insane, but it just goes to show that Falcons are struggling to clear the setup that they ran as well, and now they're going to have to likely win this on gunfights, which they are not winning.
They are not winning at all. Rovi with a very quick swing. He'll find 2, re-aggress. And
you don't have to hold it with the secondary. You don't gotta.
Why not?
Style points?
I mean, you may as well at this point. You've only got 2 players left on Falcons, and I'm sure if we can cut to the can directly after, I'm sure you're going to see a very loud roster. You say all right, but HP is not great. The control's not great.
And I'm saying all right, all right, you peaked that. Interesting.
Okay. I thought you were saying all right, hang on a second. They've got something in this. I mean, they technically do. They do still have 2 players alive. And they've just got way too much to clear out. I say that, Ragnar with a very quick swing.
Oh!
Nice shot from Robbie, but I don't think it's ever going to be anything like that.
No.
And it's not. I expected more. Okay, at least they're trash talking a little more.
I expected more from Falcons, to be honest with you. I mean, you know, if you look at the operator lineup they were running, they were not exactly, I believe, long on explosive utility. It was, you know, you had like, I don't know. I'm trying to understand. I was like, oh wait, what are they saying? Oh wait, I don't speak the language. I don't. Not sure.
You don't speak.
Either way, that's true. We do have two teams playing at the same time.
We
Could be
do.
somebody else.
Our producers definitely just said in our ears.
Well, I didn't want
probably the other
to.
team.
I didn't want to out him. I wanted to play it off like I thought
Shout
about
out
it.
producer.
Like my brain came up with that
I
information.
stand the production.
Either
team.
way,
That's all I'm saying.
point I'm making. Falcons are running that exact same setup on the defense, except with an Aruni, which Alpha Team were not. And they were not really able to clear that castle barricade. They could only clear out Humidor when the guy decided to take a fight close on the red door, and Robbie just happened to win it. Kind of a bit lacking in the coordination there, if I'm being honest. I mean, maybe you just didn't have enough utility. They didn't have a lot of explosives. Only the Capital, the Nomad, the Lion, they maybe just didn't have enough. But even then, that's kind of a poor setup for that attack. I expected more when you're attacking a strategy that you ran on your defense on this exact site.
I mean, you shouldn't know how to deal with it, right? If you're the team that's running it on your own defense, you should have at least an inclination.
There's a castle barricade on the Cigar to Christmas door.
What am I going to do?
What am I going to do? But didn't happen. JLOT's even running nades as well. I'm just kind of surprised. But anyway, it's one attack. We mentioned this on Bank as well. If you have a lead, 6-0 is a bit different than 4-2, but you at least have time to make mistakes, so the gap is not as wide here. But if you're going to make them, time is the first round. Now let's see if they're able to fight back here, especially as we see one player lurking down below on both the attack and the defense.
I feel like you can't afford to really take the mickey too much if you're Falcons. You really don't. I mean, you just...
Oh, this guy's on drone. Hashom is droning right now.
I don't think he gets swung, though. I'll be honest.
I don't think he does either, but this is very, very risky. I'm actually really worried. Like, what if the Dokkaebi call's gone out?
He's hurting. Oh, that's so unlucky. That's so unlucky for Roby. He's not going to know he's there either. Shown with the freest kill of his life, and he can't convert it. I was sure of it.
That is crazy.
What?
Dokkaebi call, you get the timing, he's got no idea you're there, and you lose the fight. And now Robbie's got to take a fight against this guy on the shield. There we go. Finally, we destroy that castle barricade, and because he decided to push up on the shield, Bastion cannot rotate out. He is stuck here.
Ragnar does have that crossbow all the way from Cocktail, so they can't push him right now. I actually think Slater might be in there to cut off the Christmas angle. So there's no need for Bastion to move here.
He's playing his life.
Yeah, like literally, just sit there, just chill. You don't need to do anything, and you don't need to pick either Slater. You just need to wait for them to push into you. Unfortunately, Bastion has the shotgun out instead of the SMG-11. Can't take a long-range fight with that, not to save your life. But it has taken 2 minutes to clear this top floor, and they haven't cleared it yet.
It took a minute and a half for them to break that castle barricade on a second floor defense, when that is like... Not, of course, the only guy roaming, but the main guy that was an immediate problem. I mean, Falcons are just taking a long time to do very safe things. You're outside on the rappel, get an Ash on that side, shoot open the castle barricade. You can do that in 30 seconds. There's no Wamai, there's no Jaeger. But it's just taking them a long time to do these very simple things. Maybe we would have seen this more on Bank if we saw more rounds play out, but we are seeing it play out 2 times now on Cafe. They've got a 4v4, but when it's come to the control, I mean, the time is just so low. They're going to need to win this on kills and pray timings go their way.
Any re-aggression here from Alpha might actually spell doom for Falcons, so they've got to be extra careful here. The player has come down white. It'll cut things off, but it's free from Ragnar. He'll find one, and the re-aggression for the Legion. How does Guards win that? It's now a 2v2 as players are dropping, and Rovi is behind. He's secured this round for sure. No, he hasn't stopped the kid. It's a 1v1. How has this happened? How is Robbie in this position now? Robbie, he's got to make a decision. He's got to find the timing.
Robbie has a DMR. He can open the vert here, and he kills him!
How do Falcons win that?
I thought we were going to have more time. I thought it was going to be Robbie goes up and shoot a hole. Rovi comes off. I didn't think he'd just shoot him through the floor. He hit him in like the first 2 shots. That is brutal. And if you go back and you get a frame-by-frame on the Legion retaking pillar right there, I mean, to be fair, he was validly concerned with the angle Falcons were holding. And I got to say, I mean, you don't have a lot of time to kind of think and kind of make that decision-making, but able to get an angle directly on that door, not have to have the guy swing around to cover the Hibana, you needed to take a risk like that, and Falcons actually were very, very decisive right there to take that angle and hold that position, even if kind of a punch hole or a bullet hole in Laundry is really, really unorthodox. But it worked out because it made the Legion reconsider. I know for a fact he knew that player was planting default, just because, like, where the hell else would they be planting? I know he knew. But then he only gets that kill because he second guesses as he swings because of the coverage and is only able to kill him right as the diffuser goes down. I mean, it cannot be overstated the seconds that round came down to, and it'd be a tie game if it's just a little bit different. Rob's literally got the play-by-play up right now.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking back because in my head, it was a 2 versus 2 as that plant was going down with the Habana in the corner. It wasn't at all. Robbie had just found had found Slater, who I believe was on the back side of the site. So for me, I kind of looked at that and I was like, "Oh my God, how did Robbie hold the pillar player off and find the other kill?" It was just a small timing thing. Don't stress too much about my mind just spiraling out of control. But in any case, it was still way too close for Falcons. And the fact that they bring that back with the little time remaining, they did have top 4 control. God, I felt like Alpha had everything they needed. What's going on here? What has just happened? Dovey literally just walks directly into the door.
Nobody's aware of each other.
Yeah, like it just feels like the intel game is just bizarre right now. Robbie was at a jump out?
I think he jumped out dining window, then Rima dashed back into the door. Because the barricade was up, right?
Yeah.
So
I thought maybe it was a visual bug.
No,
hopped
out dining window, Rima dashed into the barricade. Now you have somebody aggressively pushing down White to try to get this kill, but I went back to check, by the way. He literally got the kill as the post plant activated, as the top timer went yellow.
Wow.
Literally like 3/4 of a second too late on getting that kill, but really good coverage by Falcons in that round. And right here, I mean, definitely a bit of an odd early engagement, but I like that re-aggression from Alpha Team, hopping out of dining window. I mean, pretty classic play, hopping out at somebody on the white repel, though there was repel on garage, not one, but still I really like that. Now at this point as Falcons, your next priority is dealing with these players in VIP. The guy behind the bottom white shield, the guy playing in VIP. There is nobody actually in coat check right now, though, so with the Legion not playing there, this is actually a big position guards can pick up.
Bastion needs to be careful what angle he peeks right now. He's being watched from 2
1
different
HP.
lines. Yeah. Again, you're just playing for your life at this time. You're playing to waste more time, which we saw was pretty impactful in the first attacking round. Obviously, you were still in favor. Yeah, even in that last round. So the longer he stays alive here, the longer Falcons keep their crosshairs placed on him. I mean, the better it is, the better the outcome is, and they're not even going to put any emphasis on him anymore.
But we're just going for the rotate at this point. Now that the buck has been downed and finished off, you don't have that advantage. I mean, Alpha Team, one gunfight could swing everything.
It's going to have to as well. I mean, if he nullifies this aggression on this side of the map, they're then going to have a lot of control. They're going to have a lot of room to play from. Slaters does eventually find the kill.
That's massive. That's diffuser.
In the meantime, has been able to... Oh my God, he's doubled down. Slaters! He's the king of the bakery. And Robbie, with 2 players to find, the kit is not in a great position whatsoever, so he has to play for kills right now. To peek the initial player, he's got to be careful. Slaters goes aggressive, swings to the opening, but it's all done and dusted. Robbie doesn't have a choice. He doesn't have a way to play. He doesn't have any time.
Goddamn
in
Muffin
the
Man.
rounds. Do you know the Muffin Man?
Well, if they didn't before, they do now. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful, Falcons, when you're making those late plays like that. Whenever you are hitting a rotate, you're never going to have perfect intel.
Yep.
You're going from one side of the map to the other. You're going to have to react to things in the moment. It's the nature of rotating late like that. But when I said a gunfight could really swing everything, Falcons got the initial one there. They made it a 3v2, but the more important one was Slater's getting that kill because Diffuser dropped on Bakery.
Yep.
Sure, it's a 2v2, but the far more important engagement was won by Alpha Team. And when seconds matter, when you are rotating late, a moment like that where the Diffuser is out of your hands and in the enemy's control with 25 seconds to go, that can be the ball game at that point if you can't quickly recover, adapt, and collapse on the castle. And they tried to, but it was just one guy trying to take the fight, nobody there to trade him. The castle just playing secure in Bakery the entire time. Alpha Team started to make a compelling comeback. Falcons have only a 1-round lead at this point, and while they're behind, if they're just able to net 2 in a row, we've got a full-on tie game.
Especially when you look back at that round for me, you had 3 players going Bakery, and all went one by one. You know, that was a free 3K for Slaters. Look, I say king of the bakery, but ultimately you have allowed him to take individual gunfights when you had players coming back around.
And it's also not like that Alpha Team were fully holding VIP but completely closed off Bakery. They had players both sides. You weren't just rotating to a free part of the building.
No.
You were rotating into basically the exact same situation, except instead of a deployable shield, you've got the Bakery bar.
Yeah. Can't destroy that bad boy.
No, I've tried.
Try, you will.
The Muffin Man is too strong.
The Muffin Man really do be too strong.
I did not know him.
Very cute. I can't help it. It just.
When did Shrek come out? 2004?
Yeah, early 2000s.
I was 3.
It's just a. 2001.
Ooh.
Our producer.
When in 2001? I actually might not have been born for it.
My God. Well,
Here,
while you do
I'm
that,
gonna say you do this.
I'll cover whatever the round pans out to be. J-Lab with a nice little nade kill. Don't see too many of those anymore. Dove shuts down Ragnar, and the top floor pressure from Alpha is crumbling in their own hands.
Well, this is a bit anticlimactic, isn't it?
Certainly has. It's like a stale cookie.
Oh, and Slater's stuck in bathroom. Oh, we're cooked.
It's over.
Not the track stinger.
Oh no! Wait, no way!
bro, Hasham, you have nades.
There's no way.
You have nades.
Oh.
You've got 2 of them. You had both. They're still gonna. The Alpha Team's still gonna lose this round, but like, why? Why did you do that? You have nades. Of all the things you can throw in there, dude. It's a hold on. It's a 1v3.
Yeah, they got it back.
Okay.
Cool.
We're
safe.
I actually need a second after that. That
Yeah.
raised my blood pressure so much. I was
Let's
like,
talk about Shrek then, shall we?
I actually did not know. I really thought I was born for Shrek 1, but it was born before. It came out before I was born.
No way.
April 2001. I was born in November. Shrek 2 came out in 2004, right?
No.
I don't like.
We've got 3 people on laptops now. There you go. 2004.
Yeah, 2004. See, I know things. Shut up.
I'm a hero. Oh God.
Was
Sorry, Shrek just like.
Did I like trigger something
You
in
did.
you there?
You just
like,
triggered. You triggered happiness.
it's like the scene in Ratatouille when he goes back to his childhood. He's eating the meal. I said Shrek and you're back in like
You said Muffin
your
Man,
parents,
and it just
your
instantly.
parents' dingy basement watching like.
Whoa! I'm still there. What do you mean I go back there?
No, I mean back like metaphorically. Like, you know.
Just so you know, Australians don't have basements.
Oh yeah, well I mean, you know. I'm sorry.
Just wanted to.
You got so many
clarify.
you got so many lethal animals over there. A
We can't
basement would
afford
just
to.
be like, you'd find like a kangaroo down there. It's
It
like
would
setting
be
up shop.
dead.
You'd be like, I own this place now, and you're like, I think I can take on a kangaroo. And you see the muscles, you're like, this is your house now.
Yeah,
I'm
you would
moving.
leave. I mean, you'd be
moving.
evicted.
Moving to Melbourne. 6-4 for Falcons, by the way. Hasham still had nades. I just want to say that one more time so I can get out of my system, but it's fine.
Cool.
1-8 actually for Hasham, by the way. Definitely
Yeah.
a massive fall off from the previous game. Thankfully, Robbie is 14-5. Big player in that round as well. And the Dofi just kind of like walking up long bar and around the top floor. We were hoping that Alpha Team would try and keep things competitive or to win 2 rounds in a row to threaten taking the lead away from Falcons. It's not been the case, and
No.
the pattern so far has been 1 round for one team, 1 round for another, but because it's a 4-2 half, if that pattern continues, Alpha Team will lose 7-5.
Yeah.
We need to see 2 rounds in a row, not just to secure overtime, but to break from that trend. Alpha Team so far have struggled to do it. Now they've got to do it here, stay alive in the upper bracket at least for a couple more rounds.
I got my fingers crossed. I believe. Go on, Slaters. You know you want to peek that. Slaters has, I mean, had a couple of really strong rounds. Obviously, the kind of 1v3 in Bakery. I know it wasn't a 1v3 but played
I mean,
against 3 individuals.
He was
right?
one guy facing 3 people, so that's a 1v3 in my book.
Yeah, it's good enough for me. I feel as though Alpha have definitely shown a lot more in this map. And it feels as though, look, they could end up being a really competitive. Oh, Bastion. At least you get the kill.
That's fine.
Take something away from it. Takes away pressure as well.
I'm fine with that, honestly. I mean, I don't know how many Ash charges Robbie had used, but that's the main thing to crack those mirror windows. A lot of explosive utility already used, as I think we just saw an explosive lifeline used, so probably 1 was used to open the castle barricade, maybe. But for Falcons, they've made a lot more progress. They opened up that cigar castle barricade. They now moved up Whitehall. This is a really aggressive position to hold, and Slater's got to keep a hold of it. Never mind, Hasham is dead.
Just like 9 other rounds in a row.
All that pressure was gone. I don't know what Hasham. I'm going to be honest. I'm now kind of curious what Hasham's plan there was, because sure, you had the guy covering you white stairs and you have cigar control, but with those castle barricades up, you are stuck in that hallway.
Didn't really give you a lot of room to move. And that's a peek. Oh, my word.
J-Lad.
I thought J-Lad was going to hit that on the very first pick. Now, for me, that's really opened things up here. Alpha, from a 4 versus 3, has dwindled away. They've got no control at the back of Cocktail. At least they'll find a kill. But Rovi, in what would have been a power position had he not have been known, is now out in the open. Didn't he just get the kill at Cocktail?
That's Diffuser. It's only 30 seconds, but he's got time and a C4.
Oh, no way! It was a 1 versus 2. I'm certain they knew where Rovi was. It doesn't matter. That happens. Things like that happen. What you don't want to see is Falcons being able to get back into that position. I felt like Alpha played into their hand a little too much.
I mean, what really surprises me is just like, Rovi was able to get that kill. You know, maybe they weren't aware where the vector came from, but just sprinting in front of those head holes. When you know a guy's Cocktail, you know both players are at least on site because of where, the second kill happened and where the gunfire from Rovi came from. So even if you don't know the exact position, you know both are on the site.
Yep.
Just a little bit careless on those head holes. And then, of course, Diffuser going down in a key spot. And with the utility that Falcons had, it was secondary frag grenades for the Lion. Of course, he'd already used them, but, he didn't have any flashes or smokes or anything like that. He just had to play that off gunfire, and that power position ended up pulling through for Alpha Team, and they have won another round in a row. They are keeping it competitive like they have been this entire time with Falcons, but this is the round they need to win. The trend is still holding of this tit-for-tat game. Alpha need to win 2 in a row just to keep Map 2 in play for them.
Yeah. It's a real shame because it felt like Alpha had a really solid round there. It was 4 versus 4. Falcons really didn't have any control inside the balcony.
No.
They had nothing in Cigar.
Hasham tried and just got
He got
eliminated.
absolutely annihilated. There was no one out by the balcony. And I just feel as though Alpha really lent into Falcons there. They picked twice in positions where they still had power positions. They still had pivotal players in good positions.
I literally thought when we hit that 3v2, I mean, I said it like while the round was happening, I was like, wait, is the game just going to end here?
Yeah.
Like, you're just going to swing twice, 3v2, and we lose the round? I mean, thankfully, Rovi was able to bring it back, but you're right. Alpha Team were playing into their hands quite heavily. Not the case here. Rovi all the way up on that top floor. That's going to be really important, by the way. Cleep gets the first pick. That's already huge anyway. But Rovi is hiding upstairs as Oryx. The big question is, do Falcons not even know about him as position? Do they know they have an Oryx? That's what I'm concerned about. Well, they know now. I was thinking more as in like running into the Monty, but he just hops out of the window, gets a kill. That's the kind of play you need right now as Falcons.
How do they keep getting away with this?
Oh.
At least Bastion does go down.
We're overcooking. That was the Legion that ran behind the bar.
And you had Kit down in Bakery.
Why we rotating there? What we doing? I know it's hard to get out of prep, but like, you're just sprinting in front of Bakery door where the entire team had just pushed from. That was very needlessly giving up your life, a very unnecessary risk. And now it's a 2v2 for Falcons. If they see that fight, they've damaged them, they know where one player is, they can get in and start planning here.
Oh no, but Ragnar wins the fight on the long line to the back of Bakery. The SMG-11. It's a very important kill. Now J-Lad has to do it all on his own. He has performed well this map, and that's a pretty good indicator. He's got a minute to play with. Not a lot of intel, though.
Got the smokes to block off these angles, though. The red stairs holes are going to be big, too. Both these head holes he'll need to block off just to even get in.
Make some moves for it now. Both players from Alpha very patient. However, did they just give both positions away? I think they did. J-Lad now knows where at least there is one for certain. And is he going to swing? It's a double peek out from Alpha. We're not done here on Cafe. We're going to overtime. And Alpha have looked a lot better, a lot more confident. But still, there remains multiple scenarios where we are worried.
Yes. I mean, this is still, Alpha Team are going to be the underdog. It is still going to be an uphill battle for them, given the situation we've talked about. But to look at that round, Falcons were putting everything on the Bakery push. And Alpha Team reacted and did the exact same thing. They had long angles, close angles, jump out from upstairs to take fights with guys outside. They said, all right, if you're setting 3 guys in a bakery, we'll have 4 swing you just to make the trades go in our favor. That is a very, very strong reaction for them to get that round. And Falcons will take this time, as they are starting the attack in overtime, to reset, to figure out what they want to do. You don't really know exactly what site Alpha Team are going to go for. I mean, they've won Bar Cocktail, they've won Reading, maybe the top floor, as they've won it twice, and the second floor sites, albeit 2 different ones, are the sites that they've won. So I'd imagine, oh no, excuse me, it's the opposite. Falcons have won the 2 second floor sites. Then Alpha have won Cocktail twice, Bakery twice now. So I guess you could go either way. I don't even know. I don't know what you go, honestly. Probably Bakery, I would think, because sure, Alpha Team narrowly won that second round, but Falcons looked a whole lot better clearing it the second time than the first. Sure enough, we are going to go back down to Bakery. Overall, these were the stronger rounds for Alpha Team, even though both those sites were won 2 times. We'll see what Falcons are able to do, though, that late overtime tactical timeout.
Yeah. For me, Falcons just haven't looked super confident on these Bakery takes.
No.
They just looked a little squandered.
Yeah, and I don't know. It could just be like luck of the draw, honestly, like stuff that happens in round you can't bet on or control, but you compare Alpha Team doing a Monty direct take. They won every single fight when they pushed into Bakery. The guy prep, dead. Guy behind the bar, dead. Close on the cubby, Hasham, dead. 5v2 early on. There, Falcons not only, lost the initial engagement, but then were never able to overperform and regain that trade. Alpha Team were just able to trade it down to a 3v2. Now, sure, the Legion did that and ran behind the Bakery bar, but still, Alpha Team played that very well. They held on much better than Falcons did on their defenses, and as it's a Bakery defense and the Monty is back, are we going to see the same thing, and how will Falcons adjust?
Really has not had a great map. It's really tough. 1 in 10, like every time we've gone to his point of view, he's either been in a no contest fight or he has lost a 1v1 where it looks like he's favored. So it doesn't matter which way we've seen him, what position he's been in, he has not been able to win out these 1v1s, which is just such a big talking point, especially after the first map. After what we saw from Hasham, like he went massive on multiple occasions.
It's the kind of performance that, you don't necessarily need to keep it the exact same as the second map, but a drop-off like this is really surprising. Again, thankfully, Robbie has really stepped up. Yeah. He had a decent performance on the first map, but just able to step in and basically put up those same numbers that Hasham was putting up. It's really paid off for Falcons, and especially so because with a performance like that from Hasham, you need this kind of performance to balance it out. And just with that, we're only in overtime. There's potentially, if Robbie doesn't put up these numbers, Alpha Team may be able to clinch it or take a lead earlier on than they were able to. Now this time, oh, look at this spot. Dove has worked his way into, moved in through Snow Door, waited for somebody to rotate down from the top floor. I actually really like that clear. You've got the Monty to pressure them up top. You force them down. The defense is completely unaware there's somebody on top of Brownstairs. Really, really nice stuff from Falcons. Only problem, minute 10 seconds left. That took a long time to do.
Yeah, Falcons clears haven't been overly confident. Even when they've been slower, they haven't looked like they've had everything they needed. But like you said, this is now tracking in the right direction. Try and obviously keep an eye on that cards. It's Monty teams.
Yeah, even though it's low on time, take a look at the operators. They've got Ram. They did a lot of their soft destruction immediately just by throwing it into windows. Struggling to clear the bottom floor, Monty runs in. You make up for the time.
Yeah, and look, now for Alpha, their backs are in a corner. Bastion finds one, but it's guards. It's just guards holding W. And it's so unfortunate for Alpha. They've looked so good all map, and then in a pivotal moment, when we get to overtime, they crumble by the wayside. And now they have to show us on their attack, after an unconvincing 2-4, I might add, they've now got to push this to a 15th round.
Very, very unconvincing 2-4. We had a very strange set of 2 rounds, 2 and 3, and that's oh my god, they didn't drop a single body basically at any impactful moment, only dropping 1 kill, or dropping 1 death in 2 rounds when it was already a 1v5. That's insane. Yeah. This bodes not necessarily like they're going to win the half, but these next rounds should be competitive. And all of a sudden, it's a new team got swapped in those final 2 rounds. It's rounds 1, then 4 through 6. It looked like Alpha Team were similar to Bank, struggling to put the pieces together, figure out what to clear, figure out how to progress forward. And in those 2 rounds they won, the big thing I noticed was they were keeping it small. They were either doing a direct take on Bakery, or they found a gap on the top floor, put one guy in there, and then just kind of waited for the defense to move and cut them off. They weren't trying to necessarily orchestrate these big picture attacking strategies where you got one guy nading here, somebody cutting off here, somebody doing that. It was a lot more individual focused, and when it was a team game, like in round 2 on Bakery, everyone was pushing Bakery. Yeah. It was all the same thing. On Cocktail, you can do that. You can all play on those repels, but Falcons were really good at playing aggressively in Christmas, playing aggressively in Cigar, and Alpha Team did not really have an answer for it.
I do hope that we get to see a map 3 for Alpha's sake. I hope that they can show us that map 1 was, you know, all but just a discussional, a topical point in terms of, hey, we're not playing with our core 5, and it's going to be an unfortunate battle. They've shown us enough on Cafe, but it still felt lackluster in a few departments. And granted, again, I really want to make sure I contextualize this. They're coming from one of the lesser regions. They're coming from a region that notoriously has struggled at international events. I say that with all love in my heart. I'm from Oast. I can say this. It's just the unfortunate nature of how this plays out.
Bliss were technically a top 8 team at SI.
Shout out. Shout out my boys.
Big dogs.
How are they now?
7-6 for Falcons at the moment as 5v4. Hashem was able to peek the red hatch and might only have 3 kills, but boy, oh boy, that could be an important one. Able to get a kill on the very flank watch that was trying to prevent plays like that. Falcons' big strength on these defenses has been activating the Azami, the Castle, and the long angles to deal with anybody trying to repel or actually push through Cigar. And it's looking like we're rapidly approaching just a replication of that from their Cocktail defenses on the first half. They'll play Hashem's life. Either he rats gets a kill because he's not droned, or he gets peeked, and then somebody counter swings off that to keep this a man advantage situation for Falcons. They've got the right idea here, and I don't know if Alpha Team will be able to counter it. Oh, another guy red stairs. You're kidding me.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Go for it. Oh, did they see? I don't think they saw him.
Wait.
Oh, no. Surely they saw that. Surely Ragnar just saw that? Or did they just completely miss drawing that? They have! Oh, my God. The fact that he's still alive for that long is absolutely incredible.
Another one gives his life away. Hold on. I was really hyping up that Falcons were going to play well off this man count, and they're just peeking everything.
What is going on? It's just falling to pieces. Falcons... I mean, this is the problem. When you play into this play style, eventually it's going to catch up to you. It worked in regulation. In their first couple of defenses, it looked fun. It looked solid. It looked like they were enjoying themselves. Then we get to overtime, and they don't stop. The show doesn't stop for them.
The only thing I'm concerned about is this mirror window. With Alpha Team so heavily on the new Balk side, if they try to go in for a plant here, especially with guards up close, this could be a 2v4 if Falcons play their cards right.
Oh, okay, at least he drops one of the players, but a 2 HP Robbie, I mean, you would have to play absolutely out of your mind. That is absolutely devastating for Falcons. This should not be going to a 15th round right now. They looked firmly in control. They had players in great positions. They even got misdroned.
I mean, you know, I get, you know, you lose obviously a player in a 4v4. Depending on the situation, you want to swing off of that. But Mozzie crept up red stairs, ratted underneath the hatch, tried to make a play. It didn't work out. That's an acceptable loss at that point in the round. You've got a minute left. You had a man advantage. He tried to make a play. It didn't work. All they have is red stairs, which they were going to be able to hop in anyway. The big question was, how will they deal with Hashem? They threw a nade in. I don't know all the pressure that was going on there, but Hashem did rotate off after that Legion died. The setup you had, I think, was good enough. Wait to see if Hashem gets droned. He did. You can still try and swing off of that information once Alpha Team actually push in.
Yep.
But I think we just started overthinking it. You see the guy die red spears. You think you can get the trade. Now you end up in a 4v3. You've given the man advantage back. I think the strategy was fine the way it was. And Falcons blink. Got 2 owls, Alpha and Falcons. But they blink in round 14. And now Alpha Team have one more shot to close this out on defense, their better side. And, well, they've put a shotgun shell right into J-Lad's thigh at the start of the round.
Great start at all for Falcons. A warning shot at the very least. Now, there is also another game going on simultaneously on A stream, and it's pretty close. your Cinderella story.
Come on,
From
CL
your NA
Pharrell.
boys.
I don't care.
It's currently 5-3 on the final map. Black Dragons and CL Pharrell.
I'm happy. I will say, even though I very much want CL Pharrell to win, because I've been casting some of those players for years, I would be happy if Black Dragons win as well, because I also really like their team.
Yep.
I think the bounce back they've had in Brazil is really quite impressive, especially their qualification through the LCQ that Sam and I casted. They played really, really well. But the emotions are winning in this case.
Basically the job of the commentator, right?
I mean,
It's an emotional job.
It
It's
is.
an emotional job.
Very quiet first minute, though. No emotion
Incredible.
from Falcons on this clear at the moment. It doesn't need to be. It's Cafe. Along the roof. Drone. Util clear. It's the name of the game.
Yep.
First Dokkaebi call will go out, and this is where we should see the Monty and the Dokkaebi push in. Robbie went massive on this clear last time on the attacking side. We'll see if he does it again.
Oh, Robbie. Looking for that early peak. Just needs a small advantage here. Alpha, they do not need to peek here. They can just play the time. Opening up that little balcony. You've also got to be careful if you are Alpha. And it looks like they've kind of somewhat fallen away here. Surely Guards doesn't go for that fight. But they've got plenty to work with. Bastion in the meantime.
Ooh.
That's a crucial kill. The dog going down. They don't know that there's two players topside. Robbie finds a quick one. Rovey with Robbie trying to come through the opening. Just a fadeaway as he backs onto the side.
That is actually such a massive
Oh,
reaction.
God.
Bastion gets another. Hashom down 2. They've done it. It's an 8-7. J-Light's not coming back from this. Even if he tags up Slaters, this is done. They've got diffuser, angles, everything. We're going to Nighthaven.
That we absolutely are, and you can see what it means to Alpha. Oh my days, you can see what it means to them.
Wow.
That's a game that Falcons will look back on, I have no doubt about, with a little bit of shame, mixed emotions. For me, that should never have been that close. Falcons should have been able to finish that in regulation.
Yeah, definitely maybe shame and mixed emotions, but man, that shot from Rovey.
Disgusting
onto the guy pushing into Cocktail. I mean, that was such a big fight to win, not just to save his life and allow him to retreat, but at the same time, retreating in the 4v4. Good spirits on the Falcon side, by the way.
Yeah.
I do appreciate that. I am happy about that. But man, that shot from Rovey falling back, making that a 4v3 because the remaining players, 2 of them, low HP. The Monty was like 30. Another guy was 20. Super easy to soften up once they actually go for that execute, because even if Falcons had a shot with the vertical play, with control of pillar, to bring that back by baiting out the defuse, with 2 players at basically 1 or 2 bullets away from death, that kill on top of everything, it basically made it an easy round for Alpha Team to win.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing, I guess, if you are a Falcons fan. But look, if you're out here for LATAM, you're going to be a very, very happy beaver, because Alpha have done what we kind of had written them off.
Yeah.
We had said that this really is a no contest. And on Bank, we saw that. Bank, we were like, yeah, no, I mean, like, you look at some of the way that Bank plays out, and if you convert that on to Cafe, given the fact that Alpha are starting on their attack, it's just not going to look good.
No.
All credit to them. All credit to them. Now it backs them into a potentially great series.
No, and it really puts them in a good spot to make a solid argument on Nighthaven to go forth in the upper bracket game, and just a close 8-7 victory like that. I mean, obviously, you know, a 7-0 just for the ease and the effort, that'd be nice, right? Like, you know, if they were to win, you know, their second map, their map pick dominantly, that's great. But an 8-7, it gets the emotions going. You're really invested in the game, and you come away the victor. That's going to fire you up going into Nighthaven. That's going to get you excited. I will say, definitely look at these stats. One little problem we are seeing, you've got a really great top half on Alpha Team. Falls off very, very quickly. Even with 10 kills, only having an impact in half the rounds for Bastion. Might be having an impact in the round he is, you know, actually affecting change. But still, it is a 3-man game from Alpha Team by and large. Slaters, Rovey, and Ragnar really bringing the impact on a round-to-round basis. Same thing can be said on Falcons.
I was going to say, it's the same story.
Yeah, pretty much the same stats. And I think if I'm looking at this with how close that game was, really, if we just Hashom even start fighting back 50% of the level we saw him put in on Bank, that might be a regulation win or an overtime win for Falcons with how close that game ended up being.
Well, they looked dominant after, like a small little misstep, if you will, in the first half. Like Team Alpha Team. They found those 2 rounds, and I thought, hang on a second, this is looking pretty dominant. This is looking pretty convincing. We are definitely going to a third. Falcons on the last 2 defenses of the first half just looked phenomenal. They shut them out.
Absolutely. And when you have a player like Hashom, who it's not like he's sitting inside. It's not like he's the anchor. He's playing power positions.
Yeah.
He's meant to get in their face as part of strats on the defense, and usually on the attacking side, whether it's lurking, trying to find a gap, or just straight up entering. That's the kind of player who's really good in environments like that. And if he's going 3-12, especially on the defense, if that success he had on Bank, just swinging around in CEO, taking out players on rappel and inside the building, and he can't replicate that on Cafe, you're losing a huge player in an important spot consistently. Yeah. That's a great opportunity for Alpha Team to find a way into rounds.
Goodness me.
But
what a strange old map that was.
Indeed, but they won. Alpha Team were able to win the map 8-7. All 15 rounds necessary on their own pick. Now we go to the decider of Nighthaven, which, of course, another big map. Another map we need a full clear. Of the 2 maps we just saw, it is more like Bank than it is like Cafe, and we saw how rough it was for Alpha Team on Bank. That's my big concern with the decider looming large.
Yeah, maybe, in my eyes, a little more structure as well. It's just, it requires a completely different play style. Who won?
Black Dragons won. 7-3, Nighthaven. Map we're about to see, of course.
Look good in the second half. Of course, the A stream, I believe that might be the final match of the day.
On the A stream, yes, I believe that is correct.
Cool. Well, I don't want to get too far away from that. Nighthaven Labs, obviously, we go to next. Alpha start on defense. So I'm a little more excited. I don't really know, because I feel as though the issues that they had on attack on Bank, I don't know whether if they swap the defense for the first half, it translates. I don't know.
Here's what I'm going to say. What has been the trend so far throughout this entire game is Alpha Team are competitive when they were able to get defensive rounds. They only got 2 rounds on the attack on Cafe, or 3 technically, given the final one. Or no, still 2 rounds overall because it was a full 15-round game. So very minimal attacking victories overall, but for Alpha Team on Cafe. A map they won. We had every round played. Only 1 round total won, but no attacks won on Bank. Starting on defense is great, but I'm talking, if we see the same problems you saw on Bank, a 5-1 half might be necessary for Alpha Team to make this a comfortable game. Anything less than that, with the problems they had that are likely going to be similar here, I'm feeling worried. Even a 4-2 could be workable for Falcons.
That's more than fair. So what? Before we get a break, what's your final prediction then?
Final prediction, Falcons 7-5.
7-5.
My 7-4 was wrong here, obviously, but what can you do?
I got my Falcons 7-0. I don't know why. My brain's mush. I flew in last night. It's not doing too well, but it's time for us to go to a short break. On the other side, the deciding map of this best of 3. Alpha aren't letting this one go without a fight. No, we are going to labs after I want to say it's been a confusing series.
It has. I mean, we saw an unbelievably dominant performance from Falcons on their pick to start, the kind of which that we thought would translate across maps. That even if it was a closer game, I thought it'd be a closer game. I was thinking it'd still be like a 7-4. I thought Falcons would experience some of the same strengths we saw on Bank to Cafe, and that really was not the case on their attacking side. Honestly, it's kind of weird that in the aggregate, Alpha Team actually had the better attacking performance overall with those 2 flawless rounds. It was a lot closer, a lot tighter on Falcons' attacking side, it felt like, and really surprising how close it ended up being, but they were able to win it 8-7. Alpha Team push us to a map 3 despite the 2 subs on the roster. They were able to win their pick in close fashion. But we're going to Nighthaven, and I said this when we're getting into the break, I'll repeat it again here. A lot of the stuff we did see on Bank, if we thought it transferred to Cafe, this map's a whole lot more like Bank than it is the other one.
Yeah, and look, I do hope that it's close no matter what happens.
Oh, me too.
I hope that it's close, but
7-0.
ultimately not. But not to be funny here, it feels as though Falcons did really let the ball slip a couple of times on Cafe.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. There's nothing like specific I would point to, but
the bakery
just
take.
Well, okay. Actually, yeah, the bakery take is a big one. I will say, just like now that you mention it, not really able to clear that VIP shield, peeking the guy in bakery one at a time. Yes, that is a moment you could point to.
Yeah.
But I think it was broader structural factors that still kind of were the death knell for Falcons that series. Big one being Hasham 3-12 by the end of the game. I mean, most of that game, he only had 1 kill.
Yeah.
He only got those second 2 at the very end in like the last 4 rounds.
Yeah.
So if you've got a player like Hasham who's playing important positions, playing important operators, and he is just getting smoked and dealing nothing in exchange, games are going to be difficult, and that might be the difference between a 7-8 loss and an 8-6 victory. We need to see him step it up here because everyone else was pulling double digits. Everyone else was basically 10 kills or above, even if the costs were a bit wonky. Hasham's got to be here because if not, it will be a close game.
Look, at the end of the day, I just feel as though, like, the inconsistency of that performance, like, going from such a dominant first map to not even, like, a fraction of that unlimited power that we saw, that is concerning.
It felt like he couldn't be stopped on Bank. It literally felt like everything he did just worked, and the opposite here. If he tried to do anything, we could not tell.
11-3 to 3-12.
Jesus. Literally polar opposite almost.
Cost 40% versus 88%. I mean, that's a given, having a cost that high. But, just like even something as simple as only having a 40% cost is...
In 15 rounds?
Insane. That is really concerning because you have so many ways in which you can add to your costs, and the fact that it's that low, you've had that little impact.
Yeah, and
it hurts.
It hurts a lot. It hurts a whole lot. And if that trend continues, Alpha Team have a pretty massive way into the series. If the Falcon star player just is struggling to put numbers on the board, operator bans have begun and ended, as you all just saw, and a couple interesting ones. We have the Deimos ban coming back, but this time it was banned by Falcons both times. This time it was banned by Alpha Team, which I think just makes a whole lot of sense on Nighthaven broadly, even if they haven't been banning it. On Nighthaven, you have a lot of soft floors, and if you were to give Hasham deathmark trackers on say like a second floor attack and he gets into dining and can shoot you through the floor, yeah, he's getting more than 3 kills. I'm sorry, like that's just gonna be how it is. So banning the Deimos for Alpha Team makes sense, but the Pulse is especially interesting. I mean, I can see the reason why. It's just, think of the operators you leave up. You leave up Azami, you leave up Fenrir, Valkyrie on this map, all to really focus on a guy whose main job is on a couple sites going down below and playing for vertical, whether it's second floor, him rotating onto the first, or control. To be fair, the first site Alpha Team have gone to, you're worried about him going down below and going for a C4. Like, I get the uses they want to counter, but you only get 1 defensive ban. For you to pick that?
Yeah. I feel like I haven't seen it since, like, Consulate of old. Like...
it's really a bold ban to...
With all the other... Surely.
Well, I think that is the reason, what I just said, and I think a lot of teams will use that on their defenses, and they're worried about Falcons doing it on theirs. But again,
Oh, that was beautiful.
I love it when teams do that. It's so good.
Oh, that was orgasmic from Falcons.
Well, but the funny thing is like, oh man, you could have just dealt with the pulse that way. Like I know
it's like a circle.
I know it's a different team. It's Alpha Team that banned the pulse, but like if you're on the attack, you could just do that. So again, we'll see how badly it impacts them, and clearly they want to make use of some of those strong operators, the Valkyrie Defender early on. They're running both. I'm sure we'll likely see a zombie on a second floor defense, and the bandit might be gone, and that's obviously unfortunate. Not a big harm in utility. Losing that C4 would be nice, but the big problem is Falcons have basically eliminated the guy holding bottom floor early on. If you want to play from below, you're going to have to rotate somebody down later, and you're on a 4v5.
No way Rosie peeks that. There's no way he's just seen 3 flashes getting yeeted from far beyond the staircase. At least there's a trade in there. The guard's going down. That is the shield. And it might open things up a little bit, but it's an explosion on site. Alpha cannot deal with these kills. And in a 1 versus 3, Slaters has it all to do. Oh, okay. I got excited for a second.
I did too.
It was a microsecond where he swung that window, and I thought, we're on here.
It wasn't him swinging the window. It was him rotating out of sight and ready for the 1v1 and dying. I was like, okay, if he wins this, it's going to be hard, but he's at least now opened up the backside to rotate around. Doesn't have to just fully push into the site. He can go into control. He can all the way wrap around to garage. He's got options there now that he's taking down the backside pressure. But losing that fight obviously doesn't really matter, or doesn't matter in the end. Who did we see have the biggest impact on Falcons that round?
Hashom.
It was our boy Hashom. Maybe not getting necessarily a big 3K, but an important double kill as the attack was able to find the bandit early on. You've eliminated the C4 threat from below. As long as you control the rotates, you're fine. You've got a guy garage. Nobody can peek you from there. All you have to do is get a guy at dining to relieve the pressure, and what happens? Hashom walks in, wins 2 fights, completely hollows out the site with the 417, completely opens up the round for Falcons right there. Not that they were struggling, but at that point, you've gone from like a stalemate to, all right, you are firmly in control.
Everything.
And we wanted to see more from him. He's already got 2/3 of the kills he had on Cafe, and they were the most impactful 2 kills of the round. We'll see how consistent he is, but we're seeing what we needed to see from him right out of the gate.
Now we get to change to a site where I'm still split on how this plays out. Top floor for me can be either the most convincing or the most unconvincing thing I've ever seen. I feel as though the attacks, and again, I'm really speaking from a place of APAC here, so I'm not really, but APAC translates to both of these regions,
yes.
So it kind of does help a little bit. It's just, it feels so
I think you're feeling about that, like, I don't think, in my experience, it's as one-sided as maybe you've seen it. But I think there are feelings that like that what you're saying is born out of, right? And I think the big thing is, are you watching an attacking team that is good at rotating? Are you watching an attacking team that can open up the IT breach and convincingly rotate to garage? Are they a team that can open up connector and then rotate to aqua? Can they do any combination of these things? Because it's basically like a puzzle, right? Do you want to put IT next to a connector push? Do you want to put Aqua next to an IT push? If you have a team that is really good at working these angles and these rotations, you're really strong. Or if you have a team that does that, maybe you struggle a bit more.
Oh my word. That's one of the more unique ways to fight I have ever seen.
Honestly, it kind of doesn't really matter. You still got a guy garage. Maybe it affects the attack, but really it's like 2 people died. It's a 4v4. That's worse for the attack just because they have more to do, but actually, I guess, have they given up garage now? Oh, yeah, the zombie's gone. She was here like 20 seconds ago, but she's gone now.
Now Falcons have to keep an eye on time. There's no way they're prone again taking another fight.
They're just waiting for them to peak, man. They are... I know it obviously looks silly with the Maverick, but clearly the strategy, as we have more data to look at, it's paying off. Alpha Team are trying to re-aggress, trying to take control, and now they found a second. They know where Hashom is, though. Yeah, that's not happening, buddy. You got...
I'm sorry.
Finish off the down player. You've just allowed it to be...
No way!
What is going on?
What is happening so far in this round?
He's got 4 Kiva barricades. What was he doing in garage?
40 seconds left on the clock. I mean, this could burn out a significant amount of time. But Bastion, in E, is this the play? Will they be able to try and capture the attention? At least from Slater's perspective, does find one. Now the alarm bells start to ring. Falcons, this is how rounds slip away. He's aggressed. What's going on? Guards doesn't manage to find him, but in the end, Hashom is there.
They're both low.
And Bastion, in a 1 versus 2, don't have the long angle to play from. He's going to have to get up close and personal on this fight.
C4. Oh my god, the boat.
This has been around to forget, but Bastion could make it one to remember. What a shot! Clears the head angle.
One more shot, one more bullet, and Hashom is dead.
This is an awkward fight. Does he know that he's still on sight? He swings perfectly. We said it in this opening round that Hashom had to be the difference maker. And he is certainly making a difference here on Labs.
I don't know about the switch to the revolver right there. I think we got a little panicky in that 1v2 because he had a C4, and you don't know the guy's bomb chassis, but that's a very obvious angle in your mind that you've got to clear. Yeah. If they have planted in the other bomb site, if you've walked up through command and there's nobody there, you know obviously they planted the diffuser at that point. Where is somebody probably going to be? The bomb chassis behind it. It's the most protected angle when you don't have the other site, but you have garage control. And so I think getting up close on the door, trying to C4, obviously got to be worried about the swing, but at least you might divide his crosshair. You quick peek, throw the C4, and back out. Hashom's got to look at it. You at least get information, and he's probably got to move as well. Then he decides to swing with the revolver. I think Alpha Team just getting a little nervous, unfortunately, but definitely Hashom. We had a double kill round 1, a triple kill to follow it up that round. He is back these first 2 attacks. Crazy. Winning a 1vx as well there. Took a breather on Cafe, but he is right back to his bank form the first 2 rounds of Night.
More duels won in 1 round than he had in 15.
Yeah.
That just contextualizes what we're talking about. I'm only going to say it one more time and then I'm never going to talk about it. That may have been one of the more comical rounds I've ever seen.
That fight between
3 prone fights.
That fight, well, also the fight between Slaters and the Thermite.
Like, what is going on? J-Lad's early into the building as well.
He's sprinting with a pistol in command. He's just like, let me get in there. Anyway, sorry.
Again,
it was really fun.
An entertaining round that I don't think we'll ever be able to replicate.
Wait, what? When did Valkyrie die?
Yeah, that's what I said. J-Lad, that's what I was saying. J-Lad just ran in and found an entry.
You said J-Lad was in the building. He literally died so quietly, I didn't even register that somebody died. Yeah. I was like, oh, cool, J-Lad's in. That's fine. Oh, he shot the Valkyrie. I missed that. That's why you don't laugh and close your eyes, I guess. But
how dare you enjoy the...
Yeah, that's my bad. Joy. That's that one's on me. But J-Lad.
I do like the re-aggression from Ragnar. I actually wouldn't mind seeing him creep up a little bit more, maybe try to force a fight. I mean, this is always the awkward point of a defensive round. Minute 30 on the clock, Falcons have a lot of control around the map. They don't have first floor just yet, but you've got to look for a pick. You
do, and that's ultimately the big thing. You'd feel in a 4v5 that you don't want to take that gamble, but look at what Falcons have. It's not like they're only just getting onto the second floor. They've already opened things up. They have already started putting boogie drones down. So Rovy's really got to try to take a fight here, not necessarily stay the whole time, but he's denying important control and making it a 4v4, winning that gamble, and then playing your life. That is a massive for the defense if they can land it.
Even just his presence here is enough to potentially frustrate the Falcons.
Really good.
We didn't really need to take that fight. I feel as though there were so many other things that could be worked on for Falcons. Did they have a drone in that entire time as well? I mean, that would be devastating to know. Now Guards is in a good position to trade this back, and with Dove finding the kill on the Bastion, it almost makes it a certain thing that Rovy's going to have to peek again. And you can see they're starting to collapse on him. He's going to have more angles to fight with. But have they just completely negated that? They've just completely left him alone.
They don't need to. I mean, sure, there's these vertical angles you got to worry about, but they just push in the moment after he peeks. Really good recognition from Falcons. Of course, we got the Legion rotating around here. It might win that fight, but simply just too much time to rotate. That diffuser's going to go down. You're in a 1v4 at that point. Maybe you're able to get a double on the player covering in the diffuser, but there's just so much manpower for Falcons. 3-0 right now. Alpha Team faced a similar moment on Bank. Did not win a single round. Falcons won 3 in a row. They immediately took a tactical timeout. See if that happens here. I imagine it will. Given what I said earlier, Their attacks have been the problem. On Cafe, the attacks are the problem for both of them.
No attack.
Okay. I think that's a bit of a bold move. Not that the defenses have been like if we're comparing halves for Alpha Team, this still clears the bank attacks by a country mile. We are still way beyond the bank attacks. Like, it's not great, but there was just nothing happening for like most of those rounds. So it made a lot of sense to get a tactical timeout there. But you're down 0-3, and attacks have been the struggle for Alpha Team on both maps.
Yep.
And it was only a struggle for Falcons on one map, to be fair, because they went up 6-0 and all they had to do was win one. Could have been a struggle there. We don't know. But if you're Alpha Team, you're starting on the defense, and we are consistently seeing you be the weaker team on attack. Even if those 2 rounds on Cafe were great, you got to be running up the score here. I said a 4-2 might be workable for Falcons. It's at best a 3-3.
Yeah.
Maybe they disagree with kind of my view of the win conditions for the half. Maybe they will have some really solid Nighthaven attacks. That's possible.
Yeah.
But a 3-3 on what, at best, on what has been the side that has saved you Cafe, that saved that map for you, it's looking really risky. It's looking really risky, and clearly the coach is confident.
Well, there's 2 parts to that conversation. One, Alpha, obviously, like, very clearly they know something, right? They know that something's not right, and they've identified it without needing to go straight into attack. But secondly, for me, Alpha need a buffer. And not just because, oh, you want to try some things on attack. No. My reasoning is they are right now, I don't know whether they are in the normal league, but they are playing purely on confidence and purely on momentum. You saw it on Cafe. When they started stringing rounds together, they strung rounds together. And that, for me, is a clear indicator. If you don't have that buffer, if you don't have those couple of rounds to play into, you're going to get into trouble.
Speaking of buffers, by the way, Falcons have taken everything away from them. They have pushed so many of these defenders back to the site. The only guy on the board is Ragnar down below, and in a 5v4, they can likely cut this guy off, wait for him to rotate back. They even bait out some utility, and they find him. Hashom cuts him down below 2, kills him for the round, but look at the fight back from Alpha Team. I don't even know how that's happened.
Nice trade, though. Nice trade. We needed to see that. An immediate reaction from Falcons, and now Slater's stuck in a corner. C4 over the top, but he won't get anything. Falcons are fired up and here to play on Labs.
And whatever maybe the coach saw or maybe didn't see and just opted to try and save it in case of a situation like this, you are going to lose this half now. You are going to lose this. It will be a 2-4. There we go. We will see the tactical timeout. And if there was a gamble that we could figure things out, it unfortunately did not pay off. Now, to be fair, not necessarily like there was some broader strategic failing, at least from anything I saw. You just had Hashom able to walk into the building, take control of the parts of the map that Alpha Team were not contesting. And when it came time to actually fight the players, Ragnar was roaming around and just didn't know the Dokkaebi was in the building because Hashom had just effectively evaded the cameras, evaded capture by the defense, able to get that second kill, gets a first one earlier on as well. Another massive individual performance from Hashom in that round, getting that 5v3, the buffer that they ended up needing because it very quickly got equalized. And then, of course, the Garage player as well, making that a 3v2. The 2 kind of big moments I saw in that round for Falcons to, even though it slipped away, to convert that momentum established early on into a victory. But overall, you're down 0-4. Falcons have seemed to get whatever they want, but more importantly, Hashom is just fired up and ready. Dove 2 also 7-2 at the moment. This is a big individual game for Falcons. It is not necessarily the team outplaying them, but they are setting up 2 players really, really well. And they are hitting every ball out of the park at the moment. And now that you are only guaranteed 2 defenses, we're reaching the point where the game isn't looking over necessarily, but, I mean, these attacks better be real good.
I totally agree that the attack should come out in the third. Seeing what's happening at the moment, like when you said it in the third round, it's kind of like, oh yeah, look, I think Alpha have still been in the round, so it still look competitive. But like when you contextualize it, that now Falcons can go 4-2 on attacking half.
They've got their better side up next.
Like it's absolutely devastating for Alpha in this discussion, and reminding everyone, for those at home, and you have them, but this is a double elimination bracket. This is not like a groups. This is not like a round-robin competition. This is like do or die. And right now, Alpha is staring right down the barrel of getting knocked down and potentially out within their next game.
Exactly, and of course, if that does happen, Alpha Team do lose this game, they will play the loser of the Chiefs Fear X game we have coming up after this.
So Fear X.
Yeah, so that's rude. We saw Oda on the way in. He's gonna disrespect them like that?
No, as in like the Chiefs are gonna wait. Did I say?
Oh wait, I'm stupid.
Yeah,
I'm stupid.
Yeah,
You said in
okay.
the losers bracket.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
Well, that's awfully biased of you to say.
No, me biased?
Blitz execute potentially coming in as a lot of flashbangs go into the electrical position. Still likely just trying to bait out any swings, but here's the hop in. Shotgun close in the door though. Gotta be careful for it.
Ready for these swings, guards.
Not the team flash.
Yeah, we love a good team flash. Look, it slows it down.
But allows him to reposition. He can throw this C4 now.
Yeah, but the pillar control, the pressure from the Mad. That C4 goes over the top, does absolutely no damage, and that was really his only lifeline. All 5 players are starting to crunch in around him. How is God so low?
What is going on?
How is Bastion being able to get that kill? That is a pivotal kill for Alpha right now. That is a big win condition on pretty much any round that you see someone with a shield. Someone's regressed up top as well. It was Slater's, but he's taken down.
Jesus
Ragnar, in the
Christ.
meantime, has found something. But that just fell apart, and I still don't know how. I still don't know why.
There's a guy. Okay. Okay. Clearly not checking. Not even checking his corners. Just checking his feet. Checking the bottom half of his vision. 5-0 now for Falcons. The Hashom improvement is almost getting comical at this point. We had double kills to start, triple kills in the middle, and the second round of the half, he gets a 4K. Like, did he really just need to take a breather on Cafe? Was he like, did he power off and save up the energy and is now just like using it on Night Haven?
It's like a battery.
I got, like, what's going on?
At least on charge.
Wait, I thought he had a 4K. I thought I saw him showing 4K.
I saw triple. I don't know if he did get the last kill.
I feel like you should have more kills than this. Then I feel like maybe that just goes to show really how dominant this performance has been. Like, he's obviously doing great at 9-1, but literally in my brain, I'm like, this guy should have like 18 kills.
He's getting ghost kills.
this guy should literally be like have a 15.0 KD with the impact it feels like he's having. And
It's like the opposite of the shoe read kills in the
Yeah,
early
exactly.
game. We were sitting in the green room just to contextualize what I'm saying because that just got brought up out of nowhere. You know, CAG in
On
their
the first
opening
map.
match against G2, shoe read goes like 18-3 in the first, I don't know, half or whatever it was.
And
we
literally
just looked at each other and we were like, what?
I was like, wait, when did he get all these kills?
Like,
when did that happen?
I think the rest of the team had a combined 12 kills.
Literally, there were
just sitting there
there were
on
2
18.
people with 2 kills, one guy with 4.
Yeah,
Like,
it was wild.
I think it was like 11 kills total. But yeah, it was ridiculous.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's at least in terms of cultural impact, it's the same thing right here for Hashom. But the 9-1 is still very, very impressive. It might have been a 4K, it might not have been, but it was still a really, really strong play, hitting that backstep on the Dokkaebi, getting the final kill as well. 6-0 half, another one. This would be the second for Falcons in this series so far. Just how did we get here? I mean, what a fight that Alpha Team put up on Cafe. Sure, weak attacks to start, but really, really competitive on that opposite side. Man, it is just a different ball game on these maps when you don't have...
Oh, there's no... What? Can you explain to me what we just saw?
I'm sorry, you can't be losing that, Cleet.
You lost to an upside-down rappel when you had the advantage.
Dove was so nervous, the AK-12 recoil was going crazy for him. He was struggling to pull straight down. He still got the kill. He's got almost half HP. Then can I even say the nerves are kicking in? They won the last map. It seemed like the confidence was going their way, but I mean, obviously you have Hashom making a big comeback, him, Dove, and I guess now J-Lad as well, putting up decent numbers, but mainly the first 2. And there is just nothing going on for for Alpha Team, except this. Ragnar given a 1v1 as Robbie hops in the window without any support. You need moments like that, and there it goes.
Showing things. 10-1 now. Making this a no contest. Alpha. They have to get around here. I mean, it might already be done. It might already be done. A 3 versus 3. As things slow down, even if it's just for a second, Rafter's control completely taken a shot. He's made his way back around. Roby doesn't hear the audible cue. And Ragnar is left to try and find 3. At least he gets the first. The hurdle has been hopped. Across the corner now, and it's just nothing left. Hashom is just absolutely dunking on Alpha right now.
Dude, the confidence on Hashom in a clinical or like a critical 2v1, you got to close that out to get the 6-0. He's got such confidence in the SMG-12. He hits the hip fire, the flank too. You could have just covered that. You didn't even need to do it. He's like, nope, I'm just that good with this gun. I'll figure it out. Man, oh man, I am really kind of befuddled by that engagement between him and the Doc on the Aqua Stairs. Maybe he was just nervous that somebody could be at the door. But, I mean, you know, the barbed wire Q hitting it can be a bit quiet, but it looked like he was aware. Like,
I thought he was.
It looked like he turned around and started walking forward towards the Aqua Stairs. Maybe he actually was just, like, generally conscious of the fact that somebody could hit a flank and didn't hear the Q. But I guess he just straight up didn't, because he checks the door, and that's the perfect opportunity for Hashom. In that case, you're just kicking yourself as the Doc, like, Jesus, I check an angle, and of course he's on the other one.
He's right there.
Yeah, it's just insult to injury when that caps off in another 0-6 half, the second time, and it's on Bank. It was Falcons' weaker side over the course of the whole series, being their attacks. That was their weaker side that they won 6 rounds in a row on.
Yep.
That was it.
I mean, unfortunately for Alpha, I think this one's in the books. Not I think, it is in the books. There's a comeback 6-0 when you don't have a core 5.
When it's on your worst side.
Like, the odds are not even... Like, stacked against them would not even be the right
It's
phrase.
the kind of bet that if you make this, you shouldn't bet.
Yeah. Like, Elvis has more chance of being alive.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Like, it's not happening.
And I think guards might put a stop to it straight away. That's a free peek from Dove from behind. Now prone.
Hold up, he's planting.
There's no way he sticks that plant.
Oh,
Smoke really
fadeaway.
forces them out. And even further.
Okay, that second one was low. Okay.
He's cleared it.
To be fair, I think there might have been a smoke grenade there, so he didn't know. He did clear it. That is all of them gone, and you don't have any C4s to follow up on, so with those vertical angles cleared, it's only a 4v4, and Guards has 1 HP. This is a winnable round. You really would have liked to have that utility, but with the shield alive, with the low HP for the smoke, the lack of plant denial utility, except for maybe the Vulcan packs, there's something in here for Alpha Team, especially with like 3 people still off site. Yeah, of course this guy's brown behind a desk, of course.
It's a shame. What did you expect? No way he goes to that peak. Robbie just turning the corner. Drone obviously directly on top of him, but this is... There we go. We got there. Alpha really don't know where to attack, don't know what they want to do just yet. They're trying to clear out some of these roamers to push in. Yes, 3 people are down, 4 people.
Oh, the game's
and
over.
That is done and dusted. Falcons.
Remember when it was an 8-7 on map 2?
I don't even know what has just happened. That has gone from one of the more competitive maps to a no contest from Alpha.
It was more dominant than Bank.
It was more
Alpha
dominant
Team
than Bank.
settled into the game. They had a momentum-boosting 8-7. Then they get 7-0'd on the next map. And, I mean, obviously, you know, we can give kind of, you know, the normal excuses we give. Not a full roster. It's going to happen. But, man, that is just like, that is an insane momentum shift from the second to the third map. I mean, that maybe was closer than Bank, but it wasn't close.
No, it was not close at all. Unfortunately for Alpha Team, you know, we came into this best of 3 and said, we set the expectations. This is going to be one of the hardest campaigns you could ever have at an international event, and it's showing right now.
And you know what? Let's say this. They got a map.
Yep.
You're in a situation where you are in beyond a disadvantaged position. With all the factors you already said that I won't relitigate here. No. Just getting map is very nice. It's super cool. You had a really competitive 8-7, really fun map to watch, especially to play, I imagine, for them. And sure, you lost, but at least you had that victory. At least you were there, and the maps you lost were your opponent's pick and a decider that can play somewhat similarly to the map they beat you on earlier. So it kind of makes sense. It's a bit disappointing, but I see how it happened.
I got my prediction right.
Oh my God, you actually got your prediction right.
I got my prediction.
I can't believe you just got your prediction right. I'm so mad. I'm actually fuming at that. Are you kidding me?
All's well that ends
Can't
well, my
believe
friend.
that. You got. Oh my.
That's
I'm actually
wild.
was more dominant than Bank. Not even
honestly,
their map pick. It was more dominant than Bank. See, this is the interesting thing because we can get into a bit of a debate here. Like, it was a more dominant scoreline.
Yeah.
But I don't think that was a more dominant game.
I think there were only 2 rounds where Alpha really had a foot in the door.
On Nighthaven?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe I'm...
It honestly, like, I think just, like, the thing for me is, like, it just felt like they were at least getting, like... This is very comparative, I'm about to say. It felt like they were getting at least 1 more kill per round than they were on Bank. It felt like at least they were winning 1 more fight
let me
in a round on a consistent basis than they were on Bank. Because we were 5 rounds into Bank, and they had 5 kills.
Okay, I'll concede. Absolutely.
Yeah, like that's what I mean. Like, they were averaging 1 kill a round in a 5-round game on Bank. Here, maybe it was only 2, but that's still a 100% increase from what we were talking about on Bank.
I don't even know. I actually don't even know.
I'm telling you, trust me, everyone, trust me. If you got the eye test, okay? If you're a ball knower, and by that, I mean you can count kills. And that's assuming I'm right, because I can't remember off the top of my head. That felt like a more competitive game, in that at least Alpha Team were winning a little bit more of the fights.
We'll say it's close.
A little bit.
We'll say it's close.
Really, the scoreboard is not lending a lot of credence to my argument.
It's not at all. Like, I actually think the cost is nearly directly the same as the Bank performance.
Kind of, dude, 86% from Slaters, I gotta say.
Yeah, Slater actually performed quite well. This is on Bank.
Okay, I'm looking at Bank. Okay, what do we have here? We got a 110 EPS from one guy. The highest on Bank was 74, which is second. But the problem is you had 2 people in the 70s, but now you got the same people in the 60s, the 50s, and the 40s. So really, statistically, this was a more competitive game.
Well,
now was it because one guy did better than the team did on Bank? Yes. The answer is yes. However, because of that one performance, it was more competitive. It was still a 7-0. Listen,
it was good enough.
At the end of the day, I can be annoying and argue all I want. It was a blowout. I mean, this was not a close series. We obviously had a very close 8-7, but I mean, the maps that Falcons won were maybe about 2/3 of the time it took to play map 2.
Yeah, honestly.
Like, combined.
I'm not even joking. I think that you would be right. Dove with a sleeper performance here.
Yeah,
I honestly didn't expect it to be that. That's really solid.
I mean, he got 10 of those kills on the second map. I think it was just a very consistent game for him throughout every single map. When Hashom, him and Robbie, obviously 2 of the second highest rated players, Hashom just had that massive fall off on map 2. But Robbie had a really great second map, even though they lost. A lot of his kills came from map 2. He, I think, like 14 or 15 kills by the end of that game?
15 kills.
And he's got 23 overall. So he only got 4 kills on average on the other maps. So, I mean, kind of an awkward place to have your best performance of the series. But it really was a Hashon Dove game, I think, in the maps that they won. When Falcons were dominating, it's when those 2 guys were putting in the work. And we got to give credit to Robbie for that map 2 performance. But on the maps they won, it was Dove and Hashon all the way through.
And I mean, look, you look on the other side, and you've just got to be hopeful for Alpha, who now go up against the loser
of Chiefs Fearax, as you said. We don't know that. They beat G2.
Look at me.
They beat G2.
Look at me.
Come on.
Do you know who Chiefs are?
I know they've got Oda. They got a guy named Player.
He's not playing.
I know, but it's just funny. He's got a guy.
I know.
I do know who Chiefs are. They got Tex, my boy.
They've got
the big dog from back in the day.
We
got Tex right here. We got Tex on the broadcast. I don't know. You got any final thoughts other than wow, that was a real bummer of a series for maps 1 and 3?
Yeah, that was really tough.
It was tough, wasn't it?
It was, and that's my first cast.
Yeah, good intro. Welcome back to casting, buddy.
I love it.
It's always fun. If you want to take an insight, if you want to know what our least favorite games are, it's the games where you like start getting hyped for a close map, and then the momentum just keeps shifting. It's like, oh, dominant. Oh, close. Oh, dominant. It's like, you can't find the rhythm. Those are our least favorite games. And that was your welcome back.
My second least favorite is when there's a dominant first map and then they start going decently strong, they take the lead in the second map, and then they throw the lead and we go to a third map.
Or even,
wait.
or that was rude. That was so mean. I mean, they lost, but you know. I guess they'll play Fearax later, according to you. Or they could play Chiefs later. As we do have one more game up on the B stream. This was just the first game. So we've got Chiefs and Fearax up next, Rob. And we'll be saying bye to you because thankfully Sam is back and I don't like you. So that works out very well for me. Chiefs win, I take it.
Is the sky blue?
Their logo's blue.
Well, then you've got your answer. The sky's blue and the logo's blue. They're going through.
Well, did you mean to rhyme that just then?
Look, sometimes. I did not.
It works out quite well. But I mean, I think for Chiefs Fearax, I'm probably leaning Chiefs as well. Personally, I think it'd be okay.
Really? Are you actually?
Yeah, actually. I'm not just messing with you. If I were messing with you, I'd say Fearax would win. Because I don't like you, and you're Australian.
That's very true.
So I would just say Fearax would win. Because Xenox were here, I'd do the same thing, because they're also Australian. But I like them. That's
but
the
we would
thing.
gang up on you, so thankfully they're not in for a couple more days.
You would tower over me, and it'd be a big problem for me.
Yeah.
It'd be a real big issue.
It would be. It would be. Are you done?
I don't have anything else to say. I've been.
You got nothing.
I've
You
been
got nothing
hanging
else.
out.
I thought you were throwing a break.
No, I
thought
wasn't.
that's what we were doing.
That was your job.
Oh. Okay.
That's what you're supposed to do.
So I'm going to throw to break?
Throw a break.
We're going to throw to a break. We'll be back after this.
Tap tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm tryna play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm tryna play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm tryna play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm tryna play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Little baited there. I found out that Chiefs were in fact playing on the B stream.
I tried to keep that fact from him very, very closely. I
Yes.
was just joking about the Chiefs game. I mean, like, it's not actually happening. You don't need to play it. They actually got completely subbed out. They're all like from the Philippines now. The Australians aren't even here. Turns out he did see through that ruse.
No,
Now I'm stuck with Rob for another game.
I'm stuck with Lynx.
All right, I resent that
That's the
characterization. But we do have an Australian team coming up, don't we, Rob?
We
It is
do.
Chiefs versus Fearex as not only the final game of the B stream, but the final game of the day.
Yes.
Our one Australian team versus the LCQ team from Korea,
Yep.
who, at the last tournament, knocked G2 out of Manchester. And that, for me, is the big thing I'm thinking about, is that
Sure.
how long, when they were C9 or Sandbox, now Fearex, how long did this team qualify for an event and not even punch above their weight? They didn't even throw a punch.
A very long
A
time.
very long time. And even though they went out early, the fact that we finally saw them punch above their weight and have a match of consequence that they won, I'm feeling a lot better about this team going in. I don't think they're going to win or anything, but Phase 1, I'm feeling a lot better if they were able to get that win at Manchester.
I just have this feeling like Fearex have just been hiding something. Like
That they've just been toiling in the background.
Honestly, they've been to so many international events. Like, they have been around for all the way back before C9. I think it was Mantis.
Yeah.
And like they have been around.
When they were Mantis, that was the first time. I feel like Mantis, and then briefly when they were C9, there was like moments where they kind of seemed like a bit of a threat, or like somebody you might have to worry about from one of the minor regions. But when they became Sandbox, it was just like constantly qualifying, lose, qualifying, lose, qualifying, lose. And now
That's tough.
we're in a bit of a different spot. And I think if you look at their roster, who's one of the big differences for them is going to be Dark when we look at it later. But I mean, the other thing we need to address is this is not Game & Gladiators we're looking at right now.
No, it's not. It's absolutely not. It's got the leader of it, but it certainly is. Oh, God, I'm not gonna. Let's not start going down that rabbit hole.
The
but
team we all thought would win OS, Rob, is not here, and
They are
instead
not.
it is Chiefs. The player they dropped,
Yeah,
Oda.
boys.
In
Yeah,
my mind,
boys.
because when I see them at these events, Oda is one of the players I would associate them the most with that roster.
Oh, believe me, the entire community is in agreement with you, including
I didn't.
5 talent members. You are bringing up wounds
Okay,
right
I'm
now.
gonna avoid that rake I just stepped on. And
You
keep
that
walking.
absolutely smacked you in the forehead.
All
This
right.
roster, honestly, throughout stage 2, and I can talk about this personally, they looked pretty good. They played nearly every single map, if not every map in the map pool, they were the only team in OS to do it. Probably one of the only teams in the world to do it as well.
It's always impressive, no matter the region.
It doesn't matter what region you're from. If you're playing every single map, and even against like lesser competitive teams, you're still willing to go there. You're willing to take that risk. They've been tremendous. They have looked really good since forming. The addition, obviously, of Oda to what was formerly Ludovica. So this roster prior to this stage were called Ludovica. They'd gone through many different rosters. Quiz back in the day comes from the Knights. If anyone remembers the old APAC South roster, he has been a core member.
And then, of course, you obviously have 2/5 of that old Bliss Gaming Gladiators roster.
Yep.
And Jigsaw finally coming
The
back.
OG.
After Copenhagen gets brought over to Europe.
Yep.
Doesn't really do a lot there, unfortunately. That, again, the team he was on hasn't really been able to do a whole lot, unfortunately. But now he's back with this roster. 2/5 of that old Bliss roster right here on Chiefs. And they're able to qualify as a result, especially once he got subbed in playoffs. But Fearx, the team I was talking about. Not the full roster, technically, as Jax was a part of this roster, but had comically large visa issues through the stage and everything. So Jax, unfortunately, not here. Nova subbed back in, and the roster is able to qualify. Nova, very interesting player. I feel like there's a lot of time I'm like, oh my god, Nova, you're like 1-11. Oh my god, Nova, you're 2-10. What is happening? Then he's got now and then he's got like a double-digit game that comes out of him, and I'm like, all right, never mind, this guy's back. But really, the man I'm looking at the most that has had a lot of success with this roster is not on your screen right now. It's the guy standing behind them. It's Dark.
Okay.
When I think of who is likely responsible for this team's slow but incremental and very real improvement after one of the most stagnant competitive periods for any team we have ever seen in Rainbow Six, it's got to be Dark. He comes in, and even back at SI, there were times where this team was taking maps off Furia. And they took maps off G2 and beat them in Manchester. It might seem like I'm looking at small things. You know, it is really just wins here and there I'm looking at. But if you have watched Rainbow Six for a few years now, those are really the only wins they've had for a long time. I mean, the closest we had before that was they took a map off NIP at Atlanta, and, like, that was it. Once they brought in Dark, as he has slowly been on this roster for about a year or so now, it has felt like they really are starting to make some of those strategic improvements to make them more competitive than they were.
Well, they're going to have to be competitive. They're going to need to go back-to-back because, again, like, the Korea region as a whole right now is in a really weird state. It has been since 2022, ever since Stan 1 Gaming kind of fell off, or D+ now. It really has just been a quiet 2 years. So to have them come back into the forefront is incredibly crucial. Now we go to Clubhouse first for Fearx, and they will be starting on the attack. I'm really interested to see how the cross region goes with Clubhouse, because in OS it's super stale.
I mean, honestly, on a lot of regions, it is kind of stale at this point. You know, it's one of the oldest maps in the pool at this point. You know, it's rework coming through. I got reworked in Parabellum, I think, and then some very minor changes after that. So we're talking about like 5-6 years going on. A lot of the core of this map is still the same for most of the game in the esports life cycle at this point. So it's one of the most stale maps. But for Fearx, this is a map they're 3-0 on through the South Korea League so far. It's a very, very strong map for them. Not their most played. That'd be Bank, which is 3-1. There's certainly a good map to pick. And then we have Skyscraper following up as a Chiefs super fan, as the guy who watched them up close and personal to get that upset victory. Skyscraper, should I be feeling good about this map as a humble North American man who just doesn't know what to do? Give me the call.
I'm split on Skyscraper.
You're split on Skyscraper.
I'm split on Skyscraper because I'm not overly confident As a map in its entirety, my God, my English words are not coming out right now. I do feel as though Chiefs will go into it favoured. I've seen them play quite well on it, but I also know what the tendencies are like once we get to international events. And when you start playing cross-region, things change dramatically. So I'm really trying not to have too many, preconceived conceptions here of this matchup.
Yeah.
I do back Chiefs to win this series outright.
Do you actually back Chiefs, or just as an Australian you are backing Chiefs?
As an Australian, I'm backing Chiefs, but also as talent, I do think that there is a undeniable quality to them, especially bringing back a player like Jigsaw of that quality, of that caliber. I think it changes a lot of the conversation. And we end on Bank. I mean, in my eyes, this is 3 equal maps for both of these teams.
I think in my mind, just given the skill, I think especially we saw exhibited from Chiefs and Jigsaw on the entry as well. I mean, a player if you're trying to attack on any map, but Bank especially, as we talked about the importance of acquiring map control on that map, if you've got an entry who can get kills and make space like Jigsaw does and does very well, you're going to have a really good time. But at the same time, statistically, this might even out, but this is a really strong map for FearX. In the South Korea League, they had 2 maps that they played and won 3 times. One of them was Bank. The other was Clubhouse.
Yep.
Like, these are 2 very, very good maps for FearX that they have, the first and the Decider. And Chiefs decided not to go to Consulate after that. They decided to hedge it out on Bank as the Decider. But first up, we have FearX's pick of Clubhouse. You mentioned that it's a bit stale in inside of regional play. I'll be honest with you, I think even from the cross region, Clubhouse can still be a bit stale. But we like it that way. We like the old favorite map where we know how it works, we know what we're getting into, and I think the nice thing is because it is so well played, when teams are performing well and they can go beyond the basics, this is one of the best maps to watch because it looks like 2 teams, if they are good at Clubhouse, that are just making every right move.
I would agree with that. I definitely agree. If you have 2 good teams on Clubhouse, sorry.
Why are you leading off that way?
Sorry, let me clear my throat there. Don't know what just happened to my voice. When you've got 2 good teams on Clubhouse, this map plays out as probably one of my favorite maps in the entire pool. And that has never not been true for me. Ever since I started casting probably 6 years ago, this always has the tendencies to showcase some of the greatest abilities in Siege.
It's one of my favorites too.
Granted, I'm still hesitant because, there's 2 big conversations to have here. FearX coming off a really great international performance. Manchester, you've already mentioned, knocking out G2, looking competitive. Chiefs, 3 of their 5 players. I'm kind of not going to count Tex in this conversation.
He's been out of the game for a while.
He's been out of the game for a while, so let's just count him in this. The 3 out of 5 players really don't have the international experience they need for a game like this.
And I think, you could make an argument that, Tex does bring that veteran presence, and I would agree as well, but he brings that veteran presence if he's able to quickly unlock that within himself. If he's able to get back into the groove of things, kind of remember what it's like to be in this environment, to have to manage emotions in that environment, what it's like to be on LAN with a team, especially with people that have not been on LAN before.
Different.
Tex does have that experience, but he has been out of the game for a while, and everyone comes back rusty to things, whether it's the game or the environment or experiences. He'll have to remind himself what that's like, and Oda has it very recently. Jigsaw, to be fair, he doesn't really have it that recently.
He doesn't.
He had it in Copenhagen, and we saw him get swept up to Europe, and it's like, oh my god, like this guy could do great things, and then he didn't qualify for an event after that. The only international event he's played, I believe this is correct, was Copenhagen last year in the spring of 2023 internationally. God. So it has been a year and 6 months since he's played internationally. The only guy on here with consistent recent experience,
shout out the homie,
is Oda. Big O.
Oh,
O-Dog.
Tell me about him.
I'll tell you about him. I tell you, when he buzzed his head, a lot of guys buzz their heads, and it looks real bad. Oda, he made it work. He made it work.
It went hard.
Oda was a legend at Atlanta. Like, that guy was just... It was weird. He was almost like the SSG liaison. Like, he was there negotiating, like, a peace between him and SSG. They were just like Ashen would come out, he'd be yelling and stuff like that, and Oda'd be like, I've come to represent my party. Let's talk things over. You want to shave 5 of our heads. I will give you me, but you may not touch the rest.
You can have me.
You can have me. You may not touch the rest.
Like, it's funny. I don't just want to sit here talking about Oda the whole time or the Chiefs, because obviously that's where my knowledge is. That's where my heart is. This roster for me is like, it's brought together some of my favorite players from OS in a time when we never thought it was
as an Australian, I mean, obviously, when it comes to the OS team, it's undeniable that Gaming Gladiators, formerly known as Bliss, I mean, definitely one of just Australia's best hopes in a long time. I mean, Copenhagen, obviously, they went out in Phase 1, but that was their first time. Atlanta, a little more compelling. Also Phase 1 exit, though. But then you get SI. People probably forget, but they are technically a top 8 team in the world.
Correct.
At Sao Paulo. You might disagree, but they're able to get one over Wolves, make it to the top 8, look somewhat competitive in G2. I think on the first map, it looked okay. But they are technically one of the 8th best teams in the world. Now, I don't know if we would all agree with that, but they got that placing.
But they were.
But they were. And then we get to Manchester, and they win 2 games in Swiss. They won out 2-3. In the major format, that is their best result by a country mile. That roster, all that setup I just did, that roster is not here. They got beat by Chiefs. Under a legendary Oregon OS, Oda, their former player, Tex coming back. I mean, if you're an OS fan, does this not feel like the dream roster? Not necessarily in like maybe being the most competitive on paper, but the story behind it.
The storylining, you've never had a better story.
As an OS fan, that's got to be the easiest team to root for of all time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We were saying at the entire stage, this is the most competitive OS has ever been since 2021. For those that remember 2021, shout out the golden era for OS. But this roster, for me, the storyline coming into this stage was obviously Oda getting dropped from Gaming Gladiators. That was the huge story.
Shock.
It really broke the region and the community.
It broke across regions too.
It did. Well, I mean, you look at the storyline with Canadian, very, very similar storyline. And from all eyes, everyone looked to Oda to go, okay, what are you going to do next? Like, what's next then? What's going to happen?
He said, watch.
He's like, watch me. And Gaming Gladiators, unfortunately, started this long villain arc. They refused to answer questions. They were, very, what's the right word? Shielded, I would say, as a team. And they just automatically turned into the villains of the story. And it looked all good up until the final playday where Chiefs turned up. Chiefs got competitive and things really took a turn. And, I think that this is simultaneously one of the greatest things that's ever happened to OS, but also one of the worst things to ever happen to OS, because now I can almost tell you we won't have a team at SI. Because
it is difficult.
Not only do we not get an auto seed, because obviously Gaming Gladiators are not going to be able to get enough SI points. The last chance qualifier, mate, I don't know if you've seen what's going on for the APAC last chance qualifiers, but you're going to have some of the best teams in APAC fighting out for one slot. One!
Yeah, it's not like every region gets an LCQ.
No.
We don't got 9 extra teams going.
It ain't happening. But, on the flip side, FearX, I think that their storyline has been a little underwhelming in Stage 2 in comparison to what I'd hoped. Again, what you hope for and what actually happens are two very different things. But I think that this is a huge opportunity for them now, right? They had some issues going into it. It looks like they've kind of cleared things up a little now.
I think so, but you know what? Because of their performance this stage, even with the LCQ, they're the only Korean team to play both events this year.
Yeah, that's crazy.
D plus Kia didn't qualify. Talon did. Talon not even here. That was a big shock. D plus Kia managed to qualify. We haven't really. Like, FearX, had to beat, both these teams had to go through Talon to qualify through the regular stage and the LCQ, but FearX managed to do that and is now the only team to play every international event from Korea this year. They played SI, they played Manchester, and they've played, now obviously, Montreal. The ban phase has gone through, by the way, and one thing we got to point out, we were kind of talking about, OS and all what that meant. We got some funky bans. We got some weird bans on this map. Chiefs have banned Maverick. FearX have banned Capitao.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
I mean, especially with the Cade ban following up, I mean, you kind of got to do it. The interesting thing about the Mav ban, when it was a bit more common, and remember when the attacker ban phases used to be kind of like hard breach bans and then maybe something interesting?
Yeah.
When that used to be the case and you saw the Mav ban, it's like, oh, whenever a team does that, you got to respond with a Cade ban. Because even if you're starting defense, if that Cade is up, it's going to be impossible to take down, and so that's why FearX likely banned the Cade as well, even if they were going to. That's another reason you have to. But then the Mirror gone as well. I mean, that's a powerful operator, but Similar to Nighthaven, you got a Zombie, Valkyrie, Fenrir, all these are still on the board. Rin pushing in, spots one on the secret stairs, but player falls back very gratefully.
Or does he? Oh, there's no way Tex gets away from that. I can't believe they didn't try to support each other there.
I mean, it's whenever you're... Obviously, I've never played. Well, I played the game. And when you are playing in positions like that, you've got a long hallway behind you. You got to be really careful when you retreat, because there's nowhere to go left or right. You either fall all the way back or stand your ground. So if you decide to rotate and you mistime it and the enemy team can fall in behind you, you've got nowhere to go. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. It is easy to wrap at that point. And
there's no bunny hop. There's no slides.
There's not. No.
You're done.
Nothing like that. You can't pull out your knife and just speed boost away. You are cooked, my friend. Look at these Valcams, though.
Yep.
Got one in bar looking at the attack. Got one on main stairs watching the push down. Even if you're in a 4v5, the information that Chiefs have on all of the important positions, though obviously one now gone, but the secret at main stairs one, that's still great. One problem Furex had for a long time, I was going to mention this earlier, but didn't. They were super slow. Took far too much time, didn't accomplish a lot. They've got the opening pick, but they've only got 55 seconds left.
Yeah. Now only they're starting to put the pressure where they might end up kind of, I guess, putting presence. Let's across toward Dirt. He isn't too far behind. Chiefs are in a position now where if they can continue to stall this out, it's really going to put Furex under the pump. They're going to have to go for kills here.
I don't know. I want to be honest. I don't know how they're going to win this. Like, they are just doggedly trying to go for this blue push. They want the blitz should overpower the smoke, but
should. You've
but
also got to clear it. Like, you've got to clear out the rest of Rats. We haven't even gotten through Dirt yet. And now, if they can continue to hold on, maybe if that kill goes through from Cairo, things look a little bit better. Nova now going to send it a lot deeper, and things have fallen apart here for the Chiefs. It was a decent hold to begin with, but in the end, it's Furex. Screamed at me, I won't lie.
It seemed risky. Like, even I was second guessing it. Like, you've only got 18 seconds left. Like, maybe you guys, I mean, it's a bit too late to rotate at that point, but I'm like, guys, I think we've taken too much time.
Yeah.
They just trusted in that shield immensely. They said, we have a 5v4. We've got the blitz right here. Similar to what I said at the beginning of the round, Dirt's the same way. It's a hallway. You got to back up.
Yeah.
You got to go forward or back. Nowhere else to go. So they just keep pushing him. And he's not able to retreat fully because Kitchen Hatch is open and Furex are watching it. So ultimately, he is pinched. And then winning the fight with the guy AKs, I mean, you just run a shield into him.
Just run at him. They
just had faith in that blitz completely. And even though they took all that time, if you're able to make good use of that operator, you are going to be able to win rounds like that when you've only got 20 seconds left. When if you didn't have a shield, you'd have to try to coordinate crossfires, utility, all with that low time. And the defense, even in a 4v5, has opportunities to reposition. A shield makes that a whole lot easier because they might try to reposition and you just run them down.
Why not? Just run at them. I will be. I want to track Nova and his performance throughout this game because you said it in the pre-show we were just talking about before. Nova has polarizing views from the community. Some think that he does the right job. Some think that he might be one of the heaviest anchors on a team that goes to international events and things like this. And we've talked extensively on the Korea show about it. And obviously now that we're back at an international event, I really want to see what he's bringing to this roster to ensure that he's making a difference, that he's making a change. Right there, very big and obvious kind of opening.
Yeah, and I think especially, I mean, if you want to look at the big and obvious opening, I mean, if you've got a guy that for so long has been struggling to get kills with a gun in his hand, well, go back and watch those South Korea games and look. He's got 23 rounds on Montaigne, the same rounds on Blitz. This guy is playing shields like every damn round. Ironically, not here.
Yeah. He's
brought the Thermite instead. It is just fully leaning into the remaining hard breachers on board, which, to be fair, I mean, I guess makes sense for Jacuzzi, but even I'm thinking it's a bit egregious. We got no castle barricades to destroy those Nibanas. I mean, I actually think, rarely I say this, I think we actually have more hard breach than we need. I don't know if we needed all this.
Well, I guess Nova's done his job. He's opened up both of the crucial walls in this. So Jacuzzi, construction, now points of contention and something that Chiefs are going to have to monitor. I think it's so crucial. It's something that we always talk about, but the mini games on Clubhouse and how early you open these walls and apply pressure on the defense critically changes how these rounds pan.
It does. And we're at a minute and a half right now, and you don't have a shield this time to just kind of fast-track that control to send somebody into cash and push Cairo back or get that kill. And You've got Quiz in Secret Stairs as well. So a lot of heavy resources from Chiefs on this side right now, and I will say Fearx realized that. They could try to just bludgeon the players inside of the site and just ram all their forces into the actual building itself, but they're not doing that. They're still taking their time. So Chiefs are able to basically maintain control of that side. Fearx have basically given it up. Maybe they've got somebody passively watching for a run out, but they're rotating and they're stuck in a 5v5 with no shield to break the stalemate.
This is where that conversation will come in and maybe turn Fearx on its head. How do they now enter this building? They've cleared out pretty much all of Jacuzzi toward the bathroom side. That's a critical fight, and Hoda just gets away with his life. C4 comes out, but it's not going to hit anything. He turns his back as Good Boy sends it through the bathroom. And now, things get a little bit complicated. Cairo needs to win this fight. Can't do it. Quiz, the last to remain, and it's not looking good. At least he gets one player, and the kit is not stuck. Not yet. It gives him time to work with. Time that he will utilize quite well. He's going to get back into a position of power. The Good Boys waiting for him. And Fearx look really strong in these opening 2 rounds.
I mean, they are taking their time. They are going at a glacial pace, it feels like. And every time it happens, I'm thinking, oh God, is this the Fearx of old? Is it the Fearx of old? Please don't tell me you're going to spend 2.5 minutes and die at the moment you step foot in the building. But it's not happening.
No.
They walk in there. They still had 5 flashbangs, and I think they used pretty much all of them pushing in, even if we didn't necessarily see it from that Ace's POV. But he tries to take the fight on the bandit, and instead of just pushing forward on the doorway, I like that play to hop into the bathroom. They know it's clear. Jigsaw is focused on other parts of the building. He's able to find a very brief gap, and Oda doesn't expect it. He expects them to just try to push into the doorway and catch Chiefs completely off guard. More importantly, without a shield, they're able to make that a 3v2, and they are just walking into the building with 30 seconds left at a 5v5. Having the ability to win fights like that is going to be very important for Fearx in this series. If one of their big problems is slow attacks, which, let's be honest, that still was, if they're still able to win the fights, get the intel they need, and then, of course, use that to inform the engagements they're taking on the site, that makes up for that weakness. You still put yourself in a risky spot, but it makes up for it.
I do hope that we see a bit more confidence from Chiefs. It doesn't, like, I feel as though there's going to be a bite missing to them for the first map at the very least. I feel like they're going to need to find their feet here. And Fearx have well and truly found theirs. As you said, slower attacks, granted, but they're still looking like the ideas, the concepts of their attack are well and truly cemented. And Chiefs just haven't had the right answer for anything that's been thrown their way. Not to say it won't change, but you know, very quickly, this is how games roll out of control. If you start to lose that small advantage you have at the start and you don't find your ways to adapt, it can become crushing.
Especially when you got a good blitz player on the enemy team.
It's
if you're struggling to gain momentum and just every time you're trying to make a play or extend or even just hold the site, you got a shield running at you and you used your C4 early, you blew it, you didn't get a kill, you've got the guy holding your cross just is focused on something else, he's getting distracted. It's hard to build up momentum. You got that shield sprinting at you, and it seems to happen here with the 5.56 and the shield peppering Tex, finishing them off. All the defenders pushed back to the CCTV and cache bomb site. They're actually using the shield really well in the late round and now the early round to acquire control. And
that's a nice C4.
I didn't think that was going to land.
Neither did I. I did not think that was anywhere near close enough, but I guess I actually think that Nova was quite low.
I just stopped talking because I was like, oh, he's going to throw this C4 and it's going to go wide. You reinforce the con wall.
There's no way.
That guy's a demon.
That is absurdly confident.
There's literally like, dude, there's literally head holes the size of Shrek in that wall, and it's just like, he just reinforces it. This is a Jigsaw spot if I've ever seen it, playing close on the door, 28 HP, thinking about peeking out. Surely he's been...
No way. Don't tell me. Do not tell me that's not been droned, because this will be their undoing. Fearx, this is a construction side push.
Oh, they got no idea.
They don't...
Deep? No idea.
Oh, well, 40 seconds for them to still find out. And right now, Chiefs are playing very defensive. They know what their win condition is, and right now, it's Jigsaw. He's gone undroned again. Did they see him? He catches him with a nade out in his hand. The swing from Cairo as well is crucial into construction, but this is where you don't want to throw it away. 30 seconds doesn't seem like a lot, but I can tell you it's an eternity in these rounds.
It is, but if Cairo just keeps playing close to that breach with the other two players supporting from inside of the site, they've never taken control of Garage. They've never taken control of Red Stairs. They'll go for a late push now, but Oda is right there to take a fight. If he dies here, that could be problematic, but if we got 10 seconds, doesn't matter.
Even if they make it in, they've got to get past barbed wire. They've then got to get through the jump hole, the vault, which it's just not possible. There's no time.
Huge summons.
Much better from the Chiefs. They'll be very happy with the way that round concluded. Even then, we're still going to poke the holes in it. We're gonna poke the holes, and we're going to say, did that come down to Jigsaw in a corner and a very quick swing from Cairo? Maybe.
It very well could have. I mean, the construction pushes are a bit of a weird thing because you're only pushing through a wall and a doorway, especially if you've not cleared out Garage, which FearX had not. So not only do you have, the Garage, you've got the close angle on the door and the close angle on the breach.
Yep.
You potentially got somebody who can rotate from Garage and maybe even get a long angle potentially to try and maybe find something. So it's very, very difficult, but it's balanced out by the fact that you generally know where everybody's going to be playing. Somebody's probably going to be green box. Somebody's probably going to be red stairs. Somebody's probably going to be close on that breach where Cairo was. So Jigsaw mixes it up by playing close on that door, gambling that he won't be droned, and the gamble paid off. So maybe they don't just win the round because of that, because I think con pushes, if you win the fights, are very easy to repel.
Sure.
But switching it up like that, that makes it a whole lot easier when the gamble pays off.
Well, that is the gamble. Because on the flip side of that conversation, if he does get droned, Jigsaw's then stuck in a corner.
Where's he
You have
going?
to make a decision. Are you going to help him to get out of there, or are you just going to let him play for his life?
I mean,
they had nades, they had players to just sit there and watch.
And how you really don't get out of that unless you're Jigsaw and you take a fight with the guy on door, because what are you going to do? Cross the door and the breach to move that way? No, you'll die. But if you just walk straight back and vault over the desk, you're in view of the doorway. You basically have got to do double duty and have the guy on the breach help you. So it was a really risky gamble based on the positioning. If they had droned him, Jigsaw probably dies.
Yep.
But they didn't drone him. And boy, does he look smart.
He certainly does, and it's not the first time today that we've seen a missed drone in a rat corner. There's actually been, I think, 3 occasions already. So something to continue to watch out for in this Phase 1, the Montreal Major. But as an OS fan, I say an OS fan, as an OS talent,
It's a heartening round.
It's a heartening round, but it's also still a concerning round if that's the win con.
Especially when the big thing that was great for FearX, even at the beginning of that round we just saw, has been the blitz.
Yep.
How they were able to use it to mitigate the defects of low time before. And this round, or this bomb site, or sorry, no, last round, where they were able to acquire control. But on this site, if a C4 can land on Nova early like it did before, we saw the effect it had on FearX. They were just as slow with nothing to fall back on to break that control. So now you've got Quiz all the way upstairs. Cairo 2 all the way upstairs. Do they even know about this? And if they don't, they can flank the blitz and neutralize that factor again. They've got no idea.
They've got absolutely no idea, but they've got pressure and dirt at the moment, I think, from FearX. So they've got 2 players pushed up at dirt. Oda does find Nova. That's a critical kill. Jigsaw shutting down Rin as well is really that's a huge kill. That is your entire top floor gone.
Exactly. That's kitchen hatch control and Oda getting the second kill. Yeah, it's done.
Unless
no, shut up.
Demic, big kill. A little bit of pressure alleviated. They don't have kit yet. It is in a very exposed position. But both of the Chiefs players aren't in ideal areas, and they're not going to be able to deny them picking up. But what perfect timing have the Chiefs found? Cairo swings hallway. Downs Demic. Mephi with it all to do. A 1 versus 2.
Plant here. He can hold for a little bit. He's got to be careful on the cross.
Oh, Mephi.
No way. Shut up. Don't do it. The 1v1 now. He swings around and oh! How close that came. Quiz on the counter swing, able to win that key 1v1. But oh my god, that came a whole lot closer than I thought it was going to.
Mephi.
Damn near 2v4 for FearX right there. And once he was able to cross to get behind box 1, that's a you're in a really dangerous spot if you're Chiefs, because even if that's not a 1v2, you've either got to walk up the long hallway or drop the hatch.
Yeah.
Like, that's such a good spot for the Glads to be
It's
in.
unbelievable. It's perfect. Now, FearX timeout.
Yeah, that's a bit surprising.
It's a very
going to be
interesting
honest.
call.
It's like, this is their map pick. This is their comfortable territory. And, you know, they've won 2 attacks. Like, they've looked okay. I mean, I definitely think the big problem there was, of course, they try to go in through dirt. They try to get that same dirt pressure. And Oda, huge anchor on the site, getting a 2-piece right there. But also, it's undeniable that Quiz and Jigsaw on the flank were completely unaccounted for. We didn't really see it, but Jigsaw was able to flank from the top floor and take down Rin, who's playing in kitchen. That's why Quiz was able to retake the kitchen hatch in the first place and put FearX in that difficult position. So there were more problems than just losing the fights on site. They not only, it seems, did not even drone one guy top floor. They didn't drone either of them. They didn't clear it whatsoever. Definitely a big problem, so I can see why they take a tactical timeout, but just given the scoreline, it's a bit surprising.
It is. Again, good signs for the Chiefs. And for FearX, I mean, the rounds are still competitive. They're still looking good. It's not like they're just getting absolutely dominated. There's a couple of win conditions there for Chiefs, one being a flank an earlier round. It was a rat play from Jigsaw. Both have been on Jigsaw's shoulders, funnily enough, but make of that whatever you will.
Still 3 and 4, still not positive.
It's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy. You can have impact without having impact.
Exactly. It's kind of ironic because you look over at the FearX side. I mean, I guess it's kind of similar for Chiefs, but you have Tex that's 1 and 4, right? But everyone on FearX, the only people negative are 2 and 3. It is like a very consistent performance on that side, with Mephi just slightly breaking ahead after as we come out of this tactical timeout. It's similar for Chiefs, but you do at least have one guy lagging behind. Like typically, you know, when we see maybe a team takes a tactical timeout or they start losing rounds, you got one guy that's just kind of not pulling his weight, really. A lot of times what we see, it's not the case for FearX. They've let Chiefs get into this, and it's still overall, broadly speaking, a team performance. Close rounds.
That's all I care about, honestly. At the end
You
of
were
the day,
so confident in the Chiefs win. Why you're like, I'm glad they were a close round.
because I'm trying to be unbiased. It's all careful, Quiz. Be very careful. I can't believe you just ran back down that hallway.
not the headset adjustment mid EE1D.
Yeah, don't worry, especially when there's a player flanking from behind you as well.
He's new. Give it time.
Quiz, though, honestly has been a super solid player for Chiefs throughout Stage 2. Like, really has been critical, not just as a fragger, but also as an overall player. Talking about like having an impact without having an impact. There are rounds where he doesn't get killed, but he's still doing all the right things. And so he'll be someone to watch throughout the course of this series and really throughout the course of this campaign. He might end up becoming one of them. Speaking about becoming one of them, dropped on the ground, and Tex could have a choice to swing here if he really wanted to, but he's kind of stuck in a corner. There's no way FearX let him get out of here.
Maybe, but I know the Condor was keep it off too, so a retreat is not easy, but it is possible. And look at Quiz. You mentioned we should watch him. Look at him getting into position on this flank right now. He's called the Monty threat. He's ADSing now. They got no idea. He surely gets this kill. Especially it's impact. Oh, but he turns!
No
The
way!
timing on that! Nova is ready for it!
That's unbelievable.
It's still a 5v4 if you're able to get Rin back up, but as Quiz is spotted, there's even a guy cutting him off in garage. He's got to rotate all the way back through basement. The only thing that Chiefs have going for them right now is that low time, and the shield player is down. If they can just keep Nova at bay and keep him off the board, Chiefs are back in it.
So important to get Nova down. Nova has been so critical on the shields, even just in this match alone. Don't even worry about Stage 2. So that's a big one. Quiz again, looking for a double peek. Good boy rips his head off. That should have been a freebie. Good boy was completely out on an island.
But to be honest, that kill doesn't really matter. Like, sure, you know that guy is dead, and you don't have to worry about the backside pressure now. You've only got 30 seconds. The 3 anchors on the site are still there, and they've got 1 C4. They've got their angles. They're all set up. I'm not saying Chiefs are the favorite, but this might not be as close, or it might be closer than we think.
Oda. He's got to be careful in gym right now. I know he's watching 2 different angles. The long line now being watched. Jigsaw finds good boy, has to double down and can't. Oda with the C4 now repositions. They know where he is. They know that he's stuck on this backside. He's got to win the opening engagement, and he cannot make it happen. Demick holds so strong, and these rounds continue to stay close.
And it was very briefly a close game as Jigsaw is able to shut down that backside pressure and the defenders can focus on the front, but the very quick reactions to find him in that position, ratting on top of the desk. Massive for Firax right there, because if he's able to flick around and the line is like looking at Bathroom or watching Khan or looking at Jig somewhere else, Jigsaw might get 2 kills there, and now it's a 2v1 for Chiefs. But he's aware of it. They get the refrag. More importantly, they get the first kill as they are entering the site, so they have man advantage. They're reacting well to these sudden surprises. They've guaranteed a tie game. As a result from it, they are still taking a long time, and I don't think they anticipated how much of a problem that CCTV and cash position was going to be. The Zoto canisters, the Kiba stopping the Monty from just running in and charging him. There was a lot right there, and they were able to weather the storm, I suppose, but Chiefs, they're very competitive right now. They are definitely outsmarting Firax in a lot of these moments. It's really just coming down to Firax are hitting their shots when they need to, and it is bailing them out of 20-second executes. Yeah, it's been a couple of close 2v1s on both sides, to be fair. Both sides have had their moments in 2v1s. So you cannot say that this is not an entertaining game. Not thus far. Brought to you by R6 Share. You should buy some of their skins. Yeah, I think so too. What skins do you want to buy? I don't know. It's up to you. I'm not gonna necessarily like. Not gonna put words in my mouth. I'm not gonna put words in your mouth. I mean, I know what skin. Well, skins in my account. You'd like me to put skins in your account. Would you? No, I don't have the rec GN money. I'm not a millionaire. Not the shadow. Shout out to Rec GN, I suppose. Damn. Great production company. Whoever runs that should get a pay raise. It's your wife, right? You have to be paid to get a pay raise in the first place. Now, all attention back out toward Kennels. Demic cannot get this open, and they have so much to deal with here. Chiefs are going to ensure that this stays closed. Yeah, actually, it's funny. He put the bandit batter on the opposite wall. I don't think it'll destroy the exotherm when it activates. Yeah, he... Oh, no way. Oh, well, they abandoned it. They did not stick around to see the rest of that story pan out. I think he just genuinely only had one bandit battery. I think he did, yeah. So... I didn't see, but like the second I saw him run away, I saw 0. I was like, oh. It's funny how that works out. Take a gamble. Yeah, even though you get the Zoto canister, you're just like, crap, I still have to gamble. That's... We brought the Zoto canister, so I didn't have to gamble. 50-50 out here. Unlucky. Exothermic's still able to open the wall. It's delayed a little bit, but doesn't really matter in the end, especially as you still got one Zoto canister to stall the push later on. Keep in mind, this was a con push last time, and it seems right now that it's going to be anything but that. We are fully focused on Garage, and they're lacking a lot of the utility that I expect. We got 2 sets of nades, sure, but no Capital that I would think. It's really going to have to be like some bees and then throwing the frag grenade up, and even then, look at this. Quiz down below. Wouldn't be surprised if he finds a double here. It just depends on how long it takes Firax to cross this angle. And they don't know about this. Well, that flash at the very least will give them coverage. Will he try to find the swing? He's chasing ghosts! The timing is not at all favorable. He continues to see the gun. He's proning to cross that! Dude, I have never seen such an unlucky player. They have no idea Quiz exists. He gets flashed by something that wasn't even meant for him, and now he can't find anything! But Tex and Jigsaw hold down with the MP7. Quiz might have found nothing. But the other two are pulling their weight. The other two are doing their things. And now it just depends on where Quiz wants to go, how he wants to rotate back to the site. It's a 2v2 fight. Oh, yeah, but Jigsaw ratting again in the corner! He is once again the player with the impact. That is disgustingly ratty. That's been his just thing this entire half. It has. I have like, this man is sitting in corners. He is proning beneath windows. I like that in a player. I like somebody who is always thinking about these situations. What is a position that they won't expect, that they haven't droned, that I can play in to have maximum impact? And to be fair, Jigsaw has found those positions quite a few times. Close on the Condor is a massive gamble. It pays off, and as we later found out, was part of a broader trend of Firax just not droning things. I mean, Quiz, the only reason Quiz did not get 1 to 2 kills right there is because a flashbang that I'm pretty sure was genuinely not meant for him blinded him as the Dokkaebi ran up, and then she went prone on the rafters to dodge the boost angle, and only when she started standing up did Quiz rotate back. The only reason he didn't get a kill there was some of the most egregious timing I've ever seen a player suffer.
Sounds very Oast-like.
But it's part of a broader trend that even though they got a 3-3, in the rounds that they were losing, there were key parts that they did not drone where Chiefs were hiding players.
So, I mean, the bigger talking point there is, right, is this coming down to FearX making mistakes? Do you know what I mean? Like, if we were to completely strip everything away and simplify this game right now, are FearX 3-3 because of mistakes?
I mean, I don't think it's as clear-cut as that, because I think you have moments like in the second baseman attack where Oda just, I mean, we didn't see it, but Oda was just 1-2 fights. And, like, if you have a mechanically skilled player, they could have set that up well. He could have hit a crazy spray transfer, anything like that.
Yep.
But we are seeing rounds that are influenced in a substantial way by these missed drones. Maybe not cost them, but retaking Kitchen Hatch proved to be really important in that basement round. Not droning him on CC door, massively impactful. That round 2, it didn't cost them, but still, it's evidence they misdroned a big position that would have halted the garage push had timing not gone their way. So, is it just FearX making mistakes? No, but I think in the end, they probably left some rounds or some more convincing results on the table, and well, they're not even picking up this round.
Okay, what I find absolutely hilarious, maybe I'll talk about it after this round because this is still unfolding in real time. Chiefs, they have a very strong case. There's one player left upstairs to try and deal with, and he is behind the bar, so whether they complete the out or not, how does he not get the kill? They now know exactly where Rin is. The C4 comes out. It's nicely placed, but poorly timed. Rin finds Jigsaw on the backside and shuts down Oda, fighting from Kitchen. He will eventually lose his life. With Mephi in a 1 versus 3, all 3 players are low. This is still doable.
It might just be, but with that Deathmark tracker, I mean, they know where he is. He's got the Fuser, but a Deimos in a 1v1 is such a brutal reality you have to face, and he's got another one. I mean, in all likelihood, the time will fall before Mephi will actually beat the Deathmark trackers, but again, once that recharges, he can activate it. There's a brief moment right now, a window of opportunity.
Small. He's going to take it. He could isolate both 1v1s here, but Quiz comes in from the backside. And Chiefs ultimately end up with the round after a quick double entry from Jigsaw.
It's just such a difficult spot. I mean, with that Deathmark tracker, they know you were last in church.
Yep.
The Deimos is watching long, so he knows you haven't pushed out. So when you know where the last guy is, you don't need that Deathmark tracker to just send somebody moto, send somebody up long, and one of you is probably going to kill him unless you massively fumble the bag. He's not hitting the 180. Like, I'm sorry, it's just not happening. He's not. What's he going to do? Move his mouse and slap the player next to him while he's...
I mean, hey, stranger things have happened. Stranger things have happened.
I guess, but...
You're hoping for him.
Yeah.
You're absolutely hoping for him.
Yeah, it's probably not going to happen. No. FearX. Some very impressive play from Rin in bar, but I don't even know what happened that round. Like, it seemed like they were running like somewhat of a roam setup. You know, some people around the middle floor, Rin especially, obviously holding down in bar. And we just saw Good Boy fall, Nova fall, 3v5. Only 2 kills they got were from Rin, and Chiefs just had the manpower to collapse on that guy and still retain the man advantage afterwards.
Yeah.
Bit of a puzzling round. Again, I don't know if I can really diagnose it all that much aside from a really effective drone clear from Chiefs, but not the kind of thing we want to see when it's been a very close game so far.
It has. It's been entertaining. Like I said, you can say whatever you want about the game, but it's been incredibly close. And, you know, like, looking at it from my point of view, looking at how Jigsaw has played this game, he is absolutely, without a doubt, one of the top 5 players ever. He has been unbelievable. I mean, top 3. Maybe even the best. I don't know. I don't think I can say that with certainty until he's back in the region is playing for, you know, a considerable amount of time. We can then shape up, but it looks like he's got a license. Chiefs have given him a license, and they've said, play your game. We will play around you, play your game. Multiple times, he has been the linchpin in all of their winning rounds.
Yeah.
He's been the linchpin.
And to kind of lend further credence to that point, FearX, we didn't really talk about it at the side spot, but FearX were 5 and 6 in opening engagements.
Whoa.
And three of those 5 rounds were rounds they lost. Ironically, one of the rounds they won, was the one round they lost the opening pick. But 3 of those rounds they won, what was it? The CCTV round where Jigsaw was ratting. The last round where Jigsaw was ratting. And even in the gym bedroom round, sure, Furex won that, but it came a lot closer because he was making that late play.
Yeah.
So he's the kind of player that you can rely on to do that because Furex was starting most of those attacks with man advantages, and it was most of the time Jigsaw that was getting a huge multi-frag to make it competitive for Chiefs and to neutralize that advantage. Plus, low time will just do that to you.
Well,
Furex.
you know, that's also the other the counterpoint of the playstyle that Furex have constantly brought throughout the many years they've been playing this game. As you've said multiple times, it has been. I mean, it's been a double-edged sword.
It's happening to the Chiefs now, right now. I mean, talk about slow attacks. 5v5, minute left. Furex replaying the Church Arsenal site, and now we're seeing the utility come out, and Quiz is the first one to find one. We got a dirt push, a blue push, and a main stairs push. A lot of angles from which Furex are being assaulted. Oh, we don't have kitchen hatch. That's not great.
Is this what Papa Jack calls a split push?
We still got 2 heart recharges, guys, and Cade is banned.
There we go.
Very, I don't know. There's probably an impact trick of some kind, but geez, the time right now, I mean.
It's just.
No, there's no impacts. The mute does not have impacts.
Okay.
I don't know why it took them that long to open up kitchen hatch. I'm going to keep it so real.
I think just a comm issue. And now they've got 20 seconds. They have to find the kills. Fortunately, Tex has already found one. There's a player towards Dirt. There's one that's gone aggressive. Cairo catches him on the cross. There is still a player in Dirt that is stuck, and they could potentially win this round, but that's a really unfortunate placement from Mephi. Oda will close out with a quick 2K. And they're looking... I feel as though the defense is just looking a bit befuddled.
You know what's funny? I'm going to disagree with you because I don't think it's looking befuddled. It just doesn't look like anything. Like, it just kind of looks like a blank face at the moment. I don't really know what kind of, like, the win conditions are on the defense right now. They're not... if they're roaming, it's not really that impactful or successful. And if it happened, you know, if they tried it in round 7, they tried to play a bit aggressive, it clearly obviously did not work out. It was cleared, so maybe you go for a bit more anchor setup and no Kane on the board. If you're just sitting on the site... Technically speaking, Chiefs probably could have opened that hatch a lot sooner with Hibana.
A lot sooner.
If there were any impacts, they were not used, and I'm pretty sure there were no impacts with given the operator lineup. But the only reason that hatch is not open is because I think Chiefs maybe just like miscommed and like forgot about it. So all you're doing is bunkering. You're losing all the fights once you take them. It just doesn't really seem like Furex kind of have a really strong game plan on the defense right now, aside from the positions they're playing at the beginning. And I think this is a moment where, obviously, not saying Dark should not have taken that tactical timeout, but you are really wishing you had another one right here. I mean, it's a 5v3, and these rounds are not looking competitive. Like, Furex literally just look like a blank canvas, and Chiefs are just, like, painting whatever they want on it.
And that's the thing. Dark's the only player that can get all 5 perspectives. Right, so Dark's the only one that can see exactly what's going wrong. All the players can only make assumptions as to what's going wrong. Whether it's where players are getting killed from, yeah, I mean, like, there's so many elements to this that when you're playing, you can't think about all of these different things.
Something to note, by the way, so the EU1D went off in the early round, and the reason that usually happens is when you're bringing a Deimos, you want to try to catch somebody moving to deathmark them. The 2 players they found were the Bandit and the Tuberau, who are likely going to be close on this wall trying to Bandit trick it.
Yep.
So that is something really big to find. It might not end up having an impact, as it seems he's just Bandit tricking and they're Zodoing anyway, but it's something they could have worked around. No mute jammer as well, so they could try to send a Deimos below on this wall.
That's some juggling for you. Let's see, how good is your decision making? Oh my god.
Guys, just send the Deimos below. You spotted the Bandit. Just send him below. You've got control below. Jigsaw's literally down there.
Okay.
We targeted the Fenrir.
It's been 30 seconds so far. Let's see how much longer it's going to take. We're at 35 seconds. Are they going to continue to try and focus on this wall? Because there's 3 players that are trying to help this right now. 3 players. And the time is continuing to dwindle.
Guys, if you want to get... Okay, well, the Bandit's not even here anymore, but, like, I definitely think... I think we're overcomplicating it a bit. I think, like, we not only have we messed up the EMP trick now... And
Cairo's gone. Oh, and the zone...
Yeah. So you said at the end of the last round maybe the kitchen hatch was a comms issue? Yeah, I'm thinking it's a comms issue, buddy.
I'm thinking it's a comms issue for sure. I think there's just something that's not panning out right now. But you know what is? Firepower. And that is keeping Chiefs in this round, and they're going to have to double down.
Jigsaw was sniffing that floor hole for like 2 minutes, by the way, and he finally gets a kill off it. 3v3. Pushing up red stairs, but I mean, look at the time you've wasted. The big thing, at least, is like Demic took almost all of his HP and damage from that exothermic, so he's low health. The Fenrir's low health too. You're kind of bummed you lost the shield and the Deimos, but you've still got... No, he actually doesn't have any flashbangs. I couldn't tell the Axis from this distance. So you really don't have any secondary utility, actually. This is going to be rough. Really wishing that EE1D would be able to do more.
I will say, Jigsaw still being up is a really important part of
Can't
this.
count him out.
If they can spearhead this attack with Jigsaw leading the opening kills, I actually think they've got something in this. But they need to make sure that they back themselves. One, they back themselves in, but they back Jigsaw as he makes that move. You can see now they're trying to get into position to open up this.
I mean, the problem is we're just shooting F-nots.
Bang. That's one. That's one, and there it is. Jigsaw's allowed to swing
You're
wide. Tex has just completely opened this round up. But Demic could play spoils.
No way.
Chiefs
Bro.
go to map point.
Bro! No! No! What are we now, Fear-X? Why is he rotated in front of Metal Window? Why has he done that?
I don't know where that came
Why
from.
has he done that? Dude, they were literally... What I was about to say before he got the cover, I was saying they're shooting F-Nots with 18 seconds left. They're trying to, like find the pixel of the Dread Mine on top of Condor, and we've got, like, literally no time. And the Fenrir's just like, hello!
I wish everyone could see what I could see just then. Carter just physically got out of his chair and walked around.
Dude, like, Dude, that round was so cooked. It was... Dude, they took like 2 minutes to open up Platwall on a gym bedroom attack. It has never been more Jover for an attacking team. Rob, they couldn't EMP it. They scanned the Deimos, and they didn't track the bandit from below. It took them 2 minutes to get in the building. Jigsaw was in there. What was he doing? Looking at a pixel in cash. That's what he was doing. He was doing nothing. They won that round. Just don't move. It's 15 seconds left. You don't have to move.
I wish I could have a steady cam just following.
All right, I'm done now. I'm going to take a drink of water.
It's really disappointing for Fear-X. So many of these rounds have come down to their own mistakes. I can count already 3 mission-critical mistakes that have been made by Fear-X that have led to them losing the round. That's map point. That's all 3 rounds that Chiefs have the distance on you right now.
It's rough.
Oh, he's goated.
I mean... Bro, get me out. Get me out. Get
no
me out here. He's just
way
shot
I
the
just
hard
saw
breach charge.
that.
He shot his hard breach charge in the wall. I
There's
think that was intentional because you don't need to. They were trying to... I genuinely don't think they realized they killed the
They
bandit.
just wanted 2 openings.
Yeah, so... That was intentional.
I
Bro,
can't
what?
believe
Dude,
this.
this guy's about to make out with the smoke. What is going on?
Did he just... No, okay. No, he did knock him down. Okay.
Wait.
So, but again, this is the second round we've seen Cairo go solo with no support.
Oh my
Demic
God.
finds Tex, and
Shut
things
up.
have spiraled out of control. Nice shot from Quiz. It's now back in the realm of doable, but Jigsaw, he's got to find a quick shot. He's got to find a quick peek. Do they know about the player in Garage flanking them right now? They absolutely have an idea, and Good Boy has just been taken out of the server.
You know the funniest part, too? Diffuser's garage door.
No!
Diffuser is garage door right now.
They had that?
If Jigsaw is in sight, if he wants to get Diffuser, he's got to rotate out. If Quiz wants to do it, they've got to plant close on the breach. When it's open up right beneath the floor, tucked on the breach, there's a hole right there. You do not need to go for kills here. You can recover Diffuser. I know it's rough. I know it's low time. I was about to say, Quiz has got to go recover this. But where the hell are they going to... You still don't have Diffuser.
And Jigsaw peaks solo. I feel like this has just been a multitude of errors, a calamity.
Please don't.
He's going to go for the swing. Does he know how close Mephi
guy's
is? There's
5
no
HP.
way. There's no way he knows that he's on that door. Where is that kit? Why don't we have the kit? He made it all the way back, and Mephi finds the easy swing. Someone please call. Is it what do you call in Canada? Is it 000? Is it?
I don't live
911?
here.
Yeah, but surely you know.
I'm not Canadian. I don't live here.
Someone call 911. I just got confirmation. Carter is
Dude,
struggling.
dude, I'm losing it.
Of course, that is a. Let me just say,
I'm losing it.
for legal purposes, that is a joke. Do not call 911.
Dude, I'm not doing well.
How you feeling out there?
I'm not doing well, Rob. I'm not doing well.
That round has broken our spirits.
So I just guys, I want to recap. It was really the first 2 rounds were fine. It really was I don't know what, Phoenix don't really seem to be doing a whole lot. They're kind of passive and just letting Chiefs do whatever, but it's fine. It was overall normal. Kitchen hatch opened a bit late, but hey, that happens. And then we've got whatever happened on the gym bedroom round. Just
we won't talk about that.
Just sprinting around by Platwall and got EMPs. You got the whole planet trying to solve that problem, and everyone's scratching their heads. They're like the guy standing in front of the server. They're just not sure what to do here. Then you have that round. So, okay. So obviously it takes a bit to open Platwall, but we use the fuse charge. We lose an exothermic, but at least we opened it up. The Bandit doesn't wait for the fuse charges to clear.
Rin, let's just call it like it is. Rin didn't wait for the fuse charges to clear.
Rin did not wait for the final fuse charge to go. Literally hops on it, steps on a landmine, and blows up. Then we have the Monty. He's all the way up in garage.
Solo.
That's huge. Problem is, he's by himself. The next guy is getting Burger King around the corner. So Good Boy just flanks and shoots him in the back.
What is that reference? And then with Kit, they run out into a Claymore.
Yeah. They run out to a Claymore, and then they don't get Diffuser. Quiz is I should get Diffuser. And Jigsaw's the voices are taking over. And he swings. 5v4, though, for Chief.
Context of last round and now this round. Yeah, it's been a funny old couple of rounds.
It was a very normal game up until this point.
It was so normal.
It was very, very normal.
A couple of rat plays, that's
very
all good.
Chill 8 rounds. The only weird thing was FBRX have a bit of a droning drum, but hey, that happens. A lot of good teams have that issue. And now we're here. Now it's 6-4. Chiefs still on match point. That's the thing. The team that is being exceptionally silly had a 3-round buffer and still won one of the rounds where they did a little bit of trolling.
Yeah.
A little bit. But they got the 5v4. They've taken on Good Boy, who's the one who hit that garage flank last time. You could feel really good about getting that kill. And here, I think the Hibana actually just got Kitchen Hatch or just put the X-Kairos down. So prioritizing things well. No roam from Furex, or at least no roam that has had any impact whatsoever, is basically the only notable damage that has been done was lethal 1 to Good Boy and over half of Rin's health. So you've got 4 players sitting on the site with no Azami to kind of remold it to make it more advantageous to play. It's rough. It's difficult.
I don't think there's any shield or anything AK racks either, so...
Oh, they just killed the guy blue. They can just walk down now.
And now they've got dirt information. 2 players just fall in quick succession. Demic over the last lane here on the first map of this series. But you can stick a fork in this one because it's absolutely well and truly almost there. We're really close now.
We're in a
you
post
can
plan.
nearly do it. You can take the fork back out for a second and sit on it while
it's cooling
Nova tries a 1 versus 5.
Really hot.
And it's still there.
Hotter.
It's getting hotter, but 32 HP. I don't really like the gravy on that one.
And
you can stick your fork back in it because it's done. Wow,
hey,
what a strange end to the match.
Some like it hot, and some like it when the heat is on. And that is what Chiefs were putting Fear X through. They were putting them to the torch that game. Were we doing some trolling in the middle of that half? Yes. But thankfully, that was the anomaly. Overall, when you had those basement attacks, you had everything else, Chiefs were good on that second half. And I think in hindsight, not necessarily in terms of how the rounds actually played out, but just in terms of their chance in this game, I think Furex left a lot of rounds on the table on their defensive half that I think would have made this game a lot more competitive. Maybe droning out that top floor, not allowing that flank. Doesn't solve everything, as Oda gets 2 kills on, I believe, the second basement attack between Chiefs and Furex, but makes it better. If you able to drone out some other positions, find Jigsaw close on the construction door, maybe you win that round, and maybe Chiefs still win. I think the broader trend of that attack was, even if the coordination wasn't there, the shots were hitting for Chiefs very consistently, especially for Jigsaw. I think if you fix some of those errors, I think Furex just have maybe a bit more workable of a game on that attacking side, and didn't happen. Now we have a very clean win for Chiefs, 7-4.
Yeah, and we move forward with the intent in mind of that conversation. for me, you take the positives away for both teams. I think that we definitely saw enough from FearX to say this is going to be a competitive series.
The shield play, highlight for me. Definitely the highlight.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think there's any two ways about it. I think that's probably that is probably one of the easiest takeaways, right?
Wasn't perfect, but definitely the best thing.
No, it found them openings. It continued to put them into positions that could have won them rounds.
Yeah, fixed one of the biggest problems they have, which is slow attacks, by mitigating those downsides.
Yep. Yeah, and it kind of like, one, it allows you to get in the building quicker. Two, it allows you to execute later and not have to worry about opening engagements.
And 3, it's super difficult to kill. It's really hard to kill if you don't have a C4, just like ready and waiting.
We're in the shield meta. Who would have thought that it was a critical part of that game?
But if you're talking about then the strengths for Chiefs, I think it absolutely was just the individual performances. I think it was very clear, even in rounds they won, that this was their first LAN game as a roster. I think it was very, very clear. It's sure, maybe Ode is the only one who maybe hasn't skipped a beat whatsoever. Who knows? But Texas has a lot of LAN experience. 4 years out of date at this point. You got to get back into it. And then Cairo, Quiz, and then, Jigsaw, because Jigsaw hasn't been here since Copenhagen. You have a lot of players who either have not landed at all or have not been in LAN in at least a year plus.
Yep.
So you got some things to figure out, and the fact that it was very clear that they needed to get settled in and get comfortable on the comms, and they still got a 7-4, that's a good omen for Map 2.
I would say so. It leans well as we head to Skyscraper. But look, again, I think the scoreboard kind of reiterates the conversation of, yes, it was close. But there was obviously one team that just looked better.
Yep.
And Chiefs take away a fair bit out of this map. I think that one thing that I really want to be careful of, and something that we need to monitor as we head through this series, is what is the impact Jigsaw's going to have, right? He's got that license. It's very, very clear he's got a license. But if FearX tidy up and stop making, I don't want to say simple errors, but it's a simple error, when does that start to kind of slowly shift into the realm of FearX?
Or on the opposite side, you have Nova, who played Shields in 4 of the 6 rounds, and he's only got a 36% cost. I mean, you mentioned that Nova can be a very hot, hit or miss, hot and cold player. This was a cold game.
That's really cold.
And cold in the bad way. Not cold as in, like, that was freezing. Like, cold as in, you forgot to turn the heat on.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah, 5 and 10. 2 of those kills came in the first round. That double kill on Blitz. I believe he got, another opening kill later on when he was playing Monty.
Yep.
So, he was... he had, a bit of outsized impact on those shields, but overall it was a really rough game for him. And obviously, one player does not make the faults of a roster. This was a 7-4, and I think everybody was having difficulty, but everyone on FearX had a 64 to 73% cost.
Yep.
Everyone had at least 7 kills. Nova is a bit of the outlier, and he's playing a very important role on the attacking side. And while when they were winning rounds, he was having impact, but when they were losing rounds, he was getting C4'd outside of doorways, getting shot in the back of the head on one of the defining operators for the meta and for this team.
I could have put it in a bit of myself.
I really am quite something.
I would not have said that.
But no, it's a bit of a difficult position that they might find themselves in, especially going into Skyscraper next game. That is something that you're really going to want on your attacking side. I mean, I believe it is Chiefs' pick, especially since FearX are on the defense. I doubt that FearX would pick that map, or I doubt FearX would pick that map. The Chiefs are like, yeah, we're attacking on Skyscraper first. I don't. No team would do that. But FearX, it will take a bit for them to get on attack. They will start with his defenses first. Maybe they could build a bit of a comfortable buffer to get to that side. But Skyscraper's a hard map to attack. FearX are really relying on their shields on Clubhouse, a map that is not nearly as defender-sided.
Yeah.
And if they're losing Nova in important moments like that, it's not going to be an attacker-sided Skyscraper for them.
No, that's fair. And I think, kind of just looking back, the one thing that gives me hope is across 19 maps over the last 2 months, Nova has held a 71% cost. So that's
whole team really has a really high cost.
Yeah, they've actually, I think every single player barring Demic, who's at 69%, they all have 70 and higher. So it really goes to show that they do have an impactful roster altogether. I'm hoping this is the anomaly, and again, I'm hoping that Nova's performance, this is just part of that up and down trends.
Well, it's why we've got a second map. We have Skyscraper coming up right after this. Maybe our final map of the day, so don't go anywhere. The Apex Showdown will be right back after this.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Hey, tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Hey, tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
2 of this one. Skyscraper is where we head, and hopefully, we pray, Fearex stop messing about. Couple rounds there, very interesting. Chiefs as well had many pitfalls of their own. However,
Did they?
Yeah, 1 or 2.
Did they? I wasn't aware of that. Rob. It just completely missed me.
For the viewers at home that didn't watch map 1, I'm going to break it down for them real quick.
So Chiefs played a good game overall is like the thing I want to talk about, right?
Yeah.
It's like Chiefs overall played well, specifically individually and mechanically.
Yep.
Jigsaw had a lot of really good positioning on the defense that gave Chiefs a leg up in rounds that, frankly, they looked very, very unfavored to win, especially with Fearex winning 5 of the 6 opening engagements. You need somebody to make plays like that. Then on the attack, strong attack on basement. Down in gym bedroom, it takes 1 minute and 40 seconds to open up plat wall on a gym bedroom attack with Thatcher and Deimos having spotted the bandit in the first 2 seconds of the round. And then the next round is CCTV, and the Monty is alone in rafters, like face-to-face with the smoke, and gets flanked because nobody's holding the angle.
I'm getting flashbacks.
So here's the thing, right? And they won one of those rounds, by the way. They won gym bedroom, so it didn't matter in the end. Overall, it was a good game. The floor is real low between Fearex and Chiefs.
What about the ceiling?
The average, decent. The average is like right in the middle, right? The floor of where we can go, not great. The ceiling, yet to be seen. I think for Fearex, the ceiling was the first round. I think that was the best they looked. The blitz came in through dirt. Sure, it's low time, but he gets the kills. He gets this control. It's fantastic.
So
for Chiefs, the first 2 attacks, that was their ceiling, especially that first basement attack for them, too.
Yeah. So Fearex should say it's like a 1-floor kind of home at the moment with like a basement and a...
Yeah, and for
there's
Chiefs,
the floor and then there's the basement.
Yeah, and for Chiefs, they've got like a bunker under the basement, then the basement,
so
but they also have a second floor.
Okay,
So they've
got an
4
attic.
Yeah, they've got
you
an
wouldn't
attic.
call it a floor, would you? It's just an attic.
I mean, you could have a second floor, like those do exist.
But
lived
would
in a
you?
house,
Would you? So
my
you
first
think
house had a second floor, no attic.
But that's what I'm saying. Like an attic's smaller, right? So is the ceiling the 2-floor, or
Yeah,
is
but
it
when you're
is it a
talking
floor
about
and an attic?
when you're talking about ceiling in the like capacity of like what is this team's ceiling?
What are we
The
even
ceiling,
saying, man?
the ceiling. You started this. You should have known what you were getting into when you decided to
I
count with me.
did.
When you say a team has a ceiling, you're not talking about it in terms of the breadth. You're not saying like they have a really wide ceiling.
What? Hang on a second.
You're saying they have a really high ceiling, which what we're talking about is like a limit, right? We're talking about like their scale represented vertically.
Is an attic smaller than a full floor?
I mean, like...
Would the roof of an attic be smaller than a...
In a lot of houses, the attic is the length and the width of the roof. It just is angled at the top. So yes, technically, dimensionally, it's smaller, but when you're using the ceiling analogy, you're referring to the bottom.
We'll have to agree to disagree, because in Australia, we don't have these attics that are like literal rooms on top of our houses.
I'm not saying it's a literal room. Now I'm done with this conversation, okay? Now I'm done.
I hope you all followed along at home, because that was fun.
A lot of my arguments like make real sense to me, and it's just like nobody else gets it.
So is the problem? Let me just.
I don't.
Is the problem you, or is the problem everyone else?
It's got to be everyone else. It's got to be everyone else.
Yeah, for sure.
Listen, it all comes back at the end. All right.
Yeah.
I'm moving my way through there. I'm weaving my way through.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair.
So we got Skyscraper coming up next, everybody. As you can see,
I've been again.
I was about to say, thankfully, even though you and I were messing around quite heavily, we were rewarded by some actual interesting bands to talk about. 2 maps in a row, by the way. I got to say, some really out of left field bands.
Yep.
Double Mav ban, 2 games in a row, and then the follow-up from Chiefs is a mute ban to start.
Yeah, that's an interesting one.
I mean, think about it this way, right? Like, you might be thinking, well, if you wanted to ban Hard Breach, then why didn't you just ban the K? That's what they did as the follow-up. Well, what it probably is, think of how often Chiefs were running Deimos. Think of how much they wanted to try and use that Lion. They put Jigsaw on the Lion. With great op for Jigsaw, by the way, because he literally can stare at a hole in a floor. And they'd be like, Jigsaw, E1D, and he presses 4 and then keeps holding the angle. But they've been playing Deimos every single time, and by taking mute off the board when you're attacking on Skyscraper and you need every advantage you can get, this is like, we are going all in on Lion, Deimos, probably Dokkaebi too, with those mute jammers gone so you can call effectively, and they could change, but we literally see all 3 of those ops right now. I'm sure they're all changing. I'll feel silly.
No. Hopefully they don't, because this will turn out to be a very interesting round if they don't. I mean, this is the kind of like, you know, like making a cowboy making you dance by shooting your feet.
Exactly.
Like
it's gonna be one of those games. If with them locking this in, if this is how Chiefs are really gonna try to play this, and the edge they're gonna try to get on this map is using the E1D to mark people that might be moving. The doe could be called to kind of walk up staircases to Deimos too. That really is the strategy that, not saying necessarily Chiefs are on that same level, but that's the strategy we've seen a lot of really good Skyscraper teams win attacks on this map, is getting commanding control of either black stairs or main stairs, not really clearing across. It's having Dokkaebi be able to flank out black stairs, having Deimos be able to take a fight with somebody through the floor in karaoke. Let's see them execute it, but it's a really good formula for teams that can't make it.
Well, let's see whether Chiefs continue on their trend of slower rounds, because I'll be honest, the pace feels slower than what we saw from stage 2 from them. Grenade up and over the top. It does force Nova out into the open. And just like that, there's a quick double end. And this is just going to go from bad to worse. As you said, dance. Run.
Move.
You better run.
Have fun. I actually got to commend him for running that long. That was actually kind of impressive.
He wasn't messing about. He was not messing about. Now they've all fallen back to the side.
And Quiz has fallen. I will say, the Deathmark Tracker coming out, as you can see, of all the operators you could have lost, Bravo probably the one you're totally fine with. Because look at this lineup right now. I mean, you could hack in a Rooney Gate that might save you some time later, but ideally you should be able to clear those no problem. We're kind of beyond hacking bandit batteries at that point. The early round is kind of ended. That kind of stuff is no longer really something we need to worry about. But as the Deathmark Tracker's found, look at the players you can find. There's very little, so they're all going to be holding important positions. But the Warden's likely going to be holding close. The smoke, never mind, the Warden is downstairs.
Bang. Oh, wow, okay. They must have had a ping on that.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a really nice find, too. Jigsaw cuts down Devin. I mean, I thought that this could, you know, given the confidence and the strategy they were pulling with that op and the off lineup, I thought it was going to be a good showing. That was a dominant start for Chiefs. I mean, Rob, they clear off exhibition. I thought it was going to be like maybe a direct black take, just try to like focus pressure on that side. They go for the full clear. They nade the guy on house. I will say he whiffs an entire mag on a Deimos that not only was not looking at him, but then ran away and was not shooting at him. So gotta point that out.
Was that the Nova?
Was that the Nova? I don't know.
The Nova boy.
I don't think it was, actually.
Okay.
Because I don't think he was Legion. Oh, no, it was Nova, actually. It was Nova. All right, well, that's not good.
That hurts.
But the Legion whiffs that mag. That cannot be stated. Huge impact there. And sure, they don't kill the Warden, but they're able to find 2 of those players roaming on the top floor. They only lose a clutch when there was really nothing that I think is like super high priority to hack on that defense. Really great start that used everything from the EE1D to the death marks. And I don't think they used a Dokkaebi call, but frankly, if they did, they didn't need to.
Yeah. And now look, they're going to double down with the exact same lineup. I mean, this is I'm going to find this really interesting from Chiefs if they continue to kind of track the same pace. Again, finding those early 2 picks. They were very early, but not like, you know, mind-blowingly early. I'm actually going to go back and have a quick
But both
look.
those gunfights happened within a minute. I think it was after 2:30, but it was certainly, I think, kind of closer like 2 o'clock or 2:15.
Yeah, 2:05.
Okay, yeah. So before the first minute, but kind of well after, you know, the early round has begun. But I think this strategy, just leaning fully into it, I think it is really good. Of course, you know, when this is always the problem with how few bans we have. You're always leaving important stuff on the table. I mean, public enemy number 1 is a zombie. Literally one of the best operators in the game, but also on this map, I would argue is probably the best operator on this map.
Yep.
She's in play, but if you can navigate around those Kivas, if you can kill the people around main stairs or black stairs and really just make it so you don't even need to destroy the Kivas, but if you want to, you got a DMR.
Yep.
I was going to say 2, but Kyra's got the Boss G.
Honestly, like, shout out anyone who's down to play with the Boss G. Like, I am their biggest fan. This could be a really early engagement. But it settles back down again. Chiefs, this will now be the only issue with what they're bringing, is if they're unable to find any kind of openings,
Yeah.
If they're unable to track the time properly, they're going to find themselves in a lot of trouble. Neffy tries to swing with the Boss G at close range, and it doesn't pan out. Rin finding a crucial kill on Oda. The pressure is once again alleviated for Chiefs, but they've still got to lock these in. Good Boy continues to fight. I'm really impressed with FearX's ability to continue to take these fights.
Honestly, like, the only reason that Good Boy might not end up being MVP of the round is because he only down text and was not able to finish him off. If he's able to kill the Deimos there, I mean, that is such a good flank. Even only 2 rounds in, as a whole, that's going to be a great play. Because if you take out the Deimos, a key element of their strategy, especially when they're about to attack a site with soft floors, look at how much time has been since Tex was first down. It's been like 45 seconds.
Yeah.
He's, of course, low HP, but it's going to be really difficult to get into position down below with only 1 death mark, get information on somebody in Office Exhibition or Samurai. It's going to be really hard now, especially with the Fuser all the way outside. They've just had to rotate out, rappel back up now. They've got a 4v3, but so much has been sunk into just reviving Tex, getting the diffuser, and getting even close to the bomb site. As the final death mark goes out, there's nobody nearby to capitalize off of this. This is not really going to be impactful. FearX need to overperform. Somebody's got to go big, but they've got the positions to do it.
Nick has to make the first engagement. That, for me, that had to be a critical kill. That had to be the one that turned the tide. And now Good Boy, 10 HP. There's just 1 damage that's all that's needed. But look at the time. This is what we said. This might be the point in which FearX can turn this around. Jigsaw goes down. Cairo hasn't yet taken the fight, but eventually swings with about maybe a second. Yeah, a second. 0.5 left on that clock. That is horrendously close.
You know what's funny?
I can't wait to find out.
Kind of a difficult... I mean, obviously he won it. Kind of a difficult swing when you've only got 2 shots in your primary, isn't it?
He had 2.
I mean, with like, the Dokkaebi, the Boss G. Like, you...
He pulled out with the... He had the sidearm.
No, I know. He had the SMG-12 out, but if you're running with the Boss G, sure, you can run that with it out, but that's the main primary you're probably going to be using a lot of the time.
Yeah.
So... It's obviously, good that you had the ammo. It has a lot of kills, but, you really only got that SMG. So if you're going to be doing a lot of shooting, but you really only got 1 option to make that gunfight with. It was nothing impactful, just something funny because of the loadout choices. You really better hope you've got enough. You can control the SMG-12 recoil.
Another interesting point here, Carl.
I mean, they have to. You've lost 2 defenses out of the gate on Skyscraper. You got to take the tack time.
But like, this is twice now we've seen 2 rounds. Only 2 rounds being lost. Instant tack. Instant. There's no second thought on that.
Yeah, Dark was super proactive about it on Clubhouse, which I think paid off in the first half. And as we got to the second half, I think really, especially considering that attack timeout, it was like, wow, you really needed to run up the score on that attack because your defenses just were very uninspired. Chiefs got all the control they wanted. But we have an early attack here for a much more simple reason. You have lost both primary sites on Skyscraper right out of the gate. That round was close. It came down to 1v1. The other one was not. It was an incredibly dominant round. 4 people from Chiefs were alive by the end of a T karaoke attack. That's insane. Like, that is very, very rare to happen on this round. And, like, Chiefs are executing their formula well, more so in that first round. Like, they have made good use of the Deimos, the Dokkaebi, and the Lion.
Yep.
Less so in that second round. They were really struggling to power through that guy on main stairs, but... At least in tier karaoke, they started going to. They did well with it, but
they're now bringing the bees.
The fact you're taking attack timeout 2 rounds in on your defensive half of Skyscraper, you better win 4 after this.
I am shocked that the bees have been doing this.
Why is that?
I just feel like they have so much intel.
Bring it all. I want it all. They
have so much intel gathering. It's not even funny.
It's going to be a Blackstairs take, though, and this is how I thought they were going to use this lineup initially. I thought they were going to have the Deimos below to try to find the smoke, either playing behind the shield or playing on the karaoke rotate. Then you likely maybe send the Dokkaebi up the stairs with the Osa pushing in from the Blackstairs door. So when I saw this lineup and thought, how are they going to do this? It was this attack that's probably going to happen, was the immediate thing I thought.
And there you go. Where's that room going to come into play?
Probably Blackstairs door would be my guess.
Yeah.
Try and get info on the rotate.
Oh, talk about rat positions. My goodness. Tucked away, engaged shot.
Didn't even use a death mark for that. He just took the fight.
Yeah, why not? I mean, that's just built diff. That's what we do down in Os. No, honestly, I'm very, very happy with the way that Chiefs have opened up this campaign. this is a very, very serious opportunity for them. And to see them playing with this much gusto and determination, it's a good note.
It's fantastic, and I think something you guys, maybe might be realizing right now is Tex does not have to kill this zombie, because when you put the death mark on her, if you stay on this floor, you're likely going to die. So she's got to rotate out, and then karaoke. Yeah. The only person you got to worry about is Mephi and Geisha right now. You got a minute 18 seconds to do it.
Like, look how much util they still have on the board with a minute. They've pretty much suffocated these sites now. There's no extension, there's no runners. Spot. Jigsaw, when he wins this fight, I mean, this is not going to be a fun time at all. Quiz has taken down Rin in the meantime, and things continue to go from bad to worse for Fearex. Nova, with a lovely C4, has equaled things out just in the slightest. It's given them some breathing room. You can see Chiefs immediately reverted their attack.
But this main stairs push has been difficult 2 rounds in a row now for Chiefs. Like, we've not been able to get control of Geisha, and they are so worried at taking that 1v1. They have refused to take it 2 rounds in a row, and they've only got 30 seconds now because of it. Something's got to give.
It really feels like this pressure might just end up being too much. If Fearex can find some power positions here, if they can get into these angles to, force Chiefs out into the open, which it kind of feels like they're about to do. You're going to play it tucked away well behind Karaoke. Unfortunately, not winning that gunfight to begin with. Players are losing HP, but it doesn't matter. They're staying alive. Not anymore. 7 seconds left on this clock, and that is a critical fight for Mephi. They still are yet to get this kit down, not with seconds again. Cairo swings with the boss G. 2 rounds in a row have come down to the wire.
I mean, it's fun that it's happening on your attacking half of Skyscraper, but I have not seen a team in a long time, visibly scared to take a gunfight when they have exact intel on where that player is. I mean, 2 rounds now, they have put 2 death marks on the guy main stairs. It was Vigil on Office Exhibition. It was Valkyrie this time. And they have just, refused to push.
Yep.
Now, to be fair, I said, maybe they should take Geisha control. They did actually need to take it. They couldn't just move in because the Bandit was playing there. It wasn't for free. But, at some point, you just gotta be confident. You got a 4v3. If you're gonna power the guy main stairs, you've got a man advantage. You've got a 2v1. You've got intel on where he is. As long as you don't stack on top of each other, odds are you can get that trade. And they are just shaking to take that fight.
I can't believe how close that was again.
Yeah, and listen, ultimately is I'm really harping on that. They're still 3-0 on their attacking side. It's just a very obvious thing I see, but they've still not lost a single attacking round so far, and they've done their work. They can keep making mistakes like that, but even if they just keep winning rounds 0-0, I don't care.
Yeah, well, now Fearex are in probably the worst position. 3-0 down.
After the timeout.
After your timeout. And not only that, but these last 2 rounds have been convincing up until the last second.
Literally, it's actually so funny. It is a lot of teams feel a struggle to get into the building.
Yeah.
And they got to fumble their way through an execute that's not set up. Chiefs are really decisive in their early round, and then their mid-rounding is just very shaky, very nervous.
Shout out the Oast League.
I mean, it's honestly probably a lot of nerves.
I could only imagine. You've got 3 players that really haven't been to a LAN in let's just say 4 players haven't been to a LAN in a very long time. 2 of them have never been to an international LAN. So,
A little bit of an opening for Quiz here.
Quiz. If I have to watch another prone pick, I'm going to lose my mind.
He literally just proned under the cast mark.
I'm telling you.
Fortunately, the IQ finding out that proning is not that quiet.
No.
Good cutoff, though.
Yeah, lovely cutoff.
You got one guy down below. You had, of course, the IQ on the opposite side.
His stuff is absolutely on an island, and they double down, in fact, triple down to try and get him back up. But now, this is awful.
Oh, my God.
This is absolutely awful. Fearex have just been dismantled at Dragon. And I don't mean awful in the sense of...
Oh, my God. You've got a 4th guy on this.
This is not... Is he about to lose this fight? I don't think they even know he's there. Oh my God. Okay, I take it back. I was trying to say it's not awful because it's I was just saying it's awful in general to be in that position. You are actively putting yourself into that position. You lose 1 and you swing with 4.
It's like, have you seen Saving Private Ryan? You like no, and you know the whole point of the movie is they need to save Private Ryan.
Yep. We'll
So-
see Private Ryan.
They did not save Private Ryan. Because the whole point of the movie is like a lot of people like don't make it to the end and things like that. It's like, but
Well,
it's
spoilers.
It's this Pyrrhic victory. They still complete their mission. Private Ryan gets to go home to his family.
Spoilers!
Dude, it came out in the 90s. I wasn't even born for that movie. What were you, like 85 when that movie came out?
Okay, what? Just because I'm bald?
You were probably in high school when Spielberg's first directing gig came out. Do you know what his first big directing gig was?
No, but I have no doubt you do. I have no doubt that you do. Please. Everyone at home, listen in.
I don't know if it was the first gig, but before he did any big films, at a young age, he directed the first episode of the hit detective show Columbo. There's Chowder
Links, everyone.
is really content with that reference, actually.
Links, everyone.
What am I supposed to talk about? It is a 4-0 on Skyscraper Attack, and the round we just saw, a guy got down, and they sent not one, not two, but 3 people to pick him back up, and they weren't able to pick him back up.
You can talk about whatever you want, but when you call me old as shit, then the conversation's going to change.
You had it coming.
I thought I was a nice guy.
There are a lot of nice old people. In fact, there's a lot of them. Usually whole homes filled of them.
Well, that's depressing. Get out of my leg.
Deathmark Tracker spots the Legion on top of house stairs. Thankfully, there's also 4 people on this realm at the moment, so you might find one, but Mephi will retake the angle close. This is kind of a good way to counteract the strategy the Chiefs are going for. Just kind of overload these staircases with too much bodies that you don't have all the intel, but the call goes out, and
Oh my god.
I was like, that's gotta be I was like, oh, he's gotta be Deathmark Track. No, that guy was just taking shots through the floor.
Yep. There we go. I think that's the third. I think that is the first opening kill Fearx have found this entire map.
On the Deimos, too. We're still running the trifecta of those intel operators that synergize so well. So to take out a big piece of that, even though it hasn't had as much impact as I thought it would. Oh, look at this. Finally, nobody on main stairs, and they take full advantage of it. But Jigsaw pushing a little deeper ends up overplaying his hand. Demic still holds Geisha, and all they get is a 4v3.
Cairo on the boss G. I tell you what, it's making it work. Otis just sent it in. If he finds that kill, maybe things turn aside. It is a 2 versus 3 after all. Quiz, the only player that remains, will swiftly be shut down, and Fearx continue the trend of the opening kill, converting into a round win.
I mean, I don't even know what else to say about that round. Is like, we have the Deimos go down early, obviously, yet somehow Jigsaw, they've been struggling with main stairs so many times. They've been struggling when there's a guy playing there. Jigsaw's like, oh my god, there's nobody there. It's free. I'm going to push up. He puts like 8 shots in the bandit's arm, and the bandit on shot 7 is like, wait, I think I'm getting shot right now.
Yeah,
he backs
that was
off the drum.
funny.
And Jigsaw, I think, just over-aggresses a little bit there. Obviously, he had that opening.
Yeah.
And when you fire the first few shots, odds are nobody's going to react. But if you're pushing deeper, you fired like 7 DMR shots, and you never cleared Geisha, that guy's going to peek the holes. He's going to be able to do it safely and not avail himself to the breach of the window. And I think he just gets a bit over-aggressive there. And because of the early kill on Tex, you might be 4-0 on Skyscraper Attacks up until that point, but you're not coming back from that.
I guess it just goes hand in hand when you lose your opening pick.
Yeah.
You're scrambling trying to find something, and he's happy to take that gamble and find that kill.
Oh, yeah, and I think ultimately it was a gamble, but if you're weighing kind of the risk factors, you're pushing deeper in a man disadvantaged situation when the very angle you're going to get killed from hasn't been cleared.
Yeah.
And hasn't been taken control. Like, the guy can peek you for free. I see your point. Like,
No, 100%.
I'm not saying it's invalid, but it's like if you're weighing the risks, you kind of have to take that swing knowing what will happen, and if it doesn't happen, your team's in a 3v5.
I, as a coach, would also be, like, if I was to ever coach, I'd be saying it's a 4 versus
It's
5.
a Little League team.
Yeah, and you can be the captain.
True. I would. I'd fit right in.
Shut up, Frodo. It's my turn to talk.
He literally saves the world. Yeah, I'm Frodo.
Bro,
You kidding me?
No.
I
He
resisted
does not
the
save,
evil.
He does not save the world.
Yeah,
he
you're gonna
gets
say
carried
Samwise
by
Gamgee saves
Samwise
the world.
Gamgee.
Yes,
he gets
I know.
carried the whole way, and then guess what happens when he gets to Mount Doom? He doesn't throw the ring in the goddamn
That's
lava.
true. Gollum knocks it out of his hand. That's a fair point.
Like, I'm sorry, but Frodo was useless in that. And you can never tell me otherwise.
All right.
He's very similar to you, complaining all the time. This
Hey,
burden's too heavy
Hey,
to
I
carry.
resent that. I resent that, actually. Anyway. Minute in, and we have a lot of intel gathering, but not a lot of capitalization off it. They found the Vigil. We'll find him again, but again with this ERC. They try to track him, and it's neutralized completely while this ERC is activated.
No way.
Oh my god. I mean, that gamble really did not pay off. Hello! Almost gets away scot-free. Tech's able to finish him off through the floor, but my oh my. That was just a guy there. All right, he's gone now. Well, it's been a weird opening round, but it's a 5v3.
Yep.
And a half in. Rob?
Yeah, Fearex is just throwing everything at the wall when it comes to these individual gunfights. I mean, that's probably one of the most brazen peaks I've ever seen from someone.
Yeah.
Impacts into a boss G.
Well, not only impacts into a boss G, throws the impact on the floor, doesn't win the fight. They now have a complete angle on the only spot you can rotate from.
But at least they're getting in the face of Chiefs.
He went down swinging.
And that's fine. As long as you go down and you're trying.
Speaking of, that's going to be a good boy right here. As the flashes are coming in at 3v4, you've got to go down and take one with you.
Big. That's big. And it's actually pushed the other player away. But,
Oh,
well, unfortunately, when you lose the rest of your team,
I guess it did matter.
the Chiefs are just going to collapse.
5-1 Skyscraper attacking half. I don't even know what to say to that.
There's not much to say.
It's not like it was dominant. I mean, 2 of those rounds did come down to either 1v1s or kills with only a second remaining, so it wasn't this, like, landslide victory, clean sweep for Chiefs, but it's still a 5-1.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how it was done. The fact that you went up 5 rounds on objectively the worst side on Skyscraper, sure, it's their pick, but geez, that's like, you're never going to expect that to happen. Team might say, oh, yeah, we're that good. We expect it to happen. No, you didn't.
Yep.
Shut up. You did not expect it. Like, you might feel like you have the ceiling to go 6-0. Nobody thinks they're winning 5 Skyscraper attacks, let alone 4 of them in a row.
Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. I think as well, Chiefs have... That's a strat that I have... I've been casting for a very long... hosting for a very long time now.
Casted
for
well.
a while. I used to cast. I haven't seen a strat like that and stuck to it and executed round in and round out. Maybe.
Yeah,
ever.
it's kind of... I mean, it's, just because of, especially once you get to the higher and higher level, teams just pulling out so many things, throwing so many different things into a round that you don't often see something as simple as one op ban. Or a strategy, then informing an op ban, and then playing entirely around that.
Yeah.
Just because...
The entire attack.
It's literally just because of how few ban slots there are. Every team is going to ban a shield, maybe 2. Then you're going to ban like either Azami or Fenrir or Valkyrie or Mira or something like that. An operator that is either powerful everywhere or really powerful in a specific map.
Yep.
We just don't see something like that anymore with these 2 ban slots where a team bans a character and then entirely revolves around abusing that weakness. And think of how long it took them to, like, adapt effectively. Like, we saw the Vigil every round after the first, but I really didn't feel like it made that much of a difference in the end.
Unfortunately, I don't know whether the Vigil needed to get more aggressive or take more bites, whatever it may have been, but it definitely did not have that same kind of attack, that same kind of impact that you would have expected. Jigsaw goes down early here. That is the issue when you are at the forefront of most of these fights eventually.
And with Wamai gone, I mean, this Blacksteer shield, a bit of a difficult spot projectile-wise.
Well, you got a shield waiting for you to make any mistake.
I mean, Tex is going to have to expend all of these, and we got a Deathmark, a Blitz, likely Candelas and Grims as well. He's going to need a lot of help to get out of this one. He is just buying time because the way it stands right now, not for any fault of his own, he is like a dead man walking with all this utility trained right at him.
Gun Tex, this is where you make your money. How much can you slow this down?
Yeah,
Not at all.
There's nothing you can do.
No, that's very difficult. There's no one that can support you there either from Chiefs. There's zero support. You're nothing.
And especially because of like the Candelas blinding the guy top black, you've got the resources to look at the vertical angles too if somebody's covering you. Like, I don't know if that's where they, Well, they didn't even win the fight because they got Jigsaw earlier, so you might lose Good Boy on the Daemos, but you've got Black Stairs control. But Quiz, look at this flank right now, looking to retake the stairs. Oh my god, and the shield is looking away.
Oh my god, that is not the first time this series that has happened. Nova has done that twice now in this best of 3. That is unbelievable timing, or even better reactions.
1v1 on the backside, though. Candela goes out. Oh, you got to swing ahead of that Cairo. No, you're warded. Doesn't matter. Kill him anyway.
Oh no, and Otis found a kill in the meantime. This is doable for Cairo,
okay,
but
he sprinted him in.
I mean, Rin's just waiting for him in the end. That's very unfortunate.
It is. Especially as, no, it's very quick, but is sprinting into the angle that his teammate did just get shot by. But still, for Chiefs, what do you do there? Like, you lose Jigsaw early on, and you're playing a guy on top of Black Stairs, and the team has the attack has basically brought an operator lineup that is built to not just defeat it, but to smash that shield and the player behind it into pieces.
Yeah, good luck playing power positions.
Yeah, Grim to get the intel on it, the Candelas to blind him, the shield to push him from the bottom, and the guy to watch the shield's back on the vertical angle, and then to trade him out if things somehow go poorly.
Yep.
You're just... There's nothing you can do there. Like, you are screwed. There's nothing you can do.
You're in a lot of trouble.
Exactly.
I want to see how they bounce back here. Chiefs, very early tactical timeout. This is their
5-2 lead.
Their first defense. Now, I am going to comment as well. Nate, their coach, former IG player, former Order player. He's been around in the OS League for, oh my days, a very long time. That's all I'm going to say. He's been there for
an old name.
Yeah. He's been around for a very long time. And speaking to these players and individually getting their perspectives in OS interviews, both Oda and Tex have actually given Nate a lot of praise. This is his first time as a coach, and they've given him a lot of praise for how much he's worked with the team. So, you know, make of that what you will. We'll now see what kind of impact he's had.
I think in a team that is like overall young, not only in terms of experience with a lot of the players on the roster, but young in terms of age, you know, young in just terms of like even at this tournament, there's like still a lot of room to grow.
Yes.
If you have a system like that where like everyone, no matter the ego, the experience, or the age, is just buying into the coach's system or the coach's feedback, it's really, really good. Really strong recipe for like a team that can develop quite well. And I think it's evidence right there, not necessarily saying this was Nate's idea, but like saying we're doing the mute ban and we're playing Lion, Dokkaebi, Deimos every single round. Yeah, it's simple. They're leaning into the meta, but it was like the Bible to them.
That was.
For that attacking half.
It was incredibly
and
so.
As we get to the defenses, I don't think we're going to see anything that parallels that closely.
No.
But it's still it's still things to consider. And I think as we see the tactical timeout come out, one thing I have to imagine was mentioned is bringing out the flash.
Yep.
It's very hard to deal with shields nowadays. Impacts do less damage. They can dodge C4s, generally speaking, very well if they have a long time to react.
Yep.
What's one way to do it? You bring the clash, you shock them. That shield's not sprinting anymore.
And they've also swapped out the Warden for the Vigil as well. So
thankfully, there's no Ying on the board, so actually a change that may be a bit risky given the prevalence
well.
it had in round 7, but it does pay off.
yeah, I mean, just, you know, speaking holistically, I think that APAC as an entire region is starting to slowly understand how these international events work.
I think so.
It feels as though there's a grip, or even just that teams are coming to terms with how T-Rex is a great example in their last year. You know,
CAG one map away from knocking out BDS in Manchester.
You're finally starting to see these teams click a little. Consistency is going to be the #1 issue.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's 2 times now that, you know, CAG obviously 1 round away from knocking out BDS, but they opened with a 7-3 victory over G2 earlier in a very close second map.
Yep.
T-Rex obviously knocked out G2. Not as much of a close game today, unfortunately. Jigsaw able to get the first pick, knocked out Heavies. Definitely one of the weakest maps I've seen T-Rex play internationally in a while. Peck getting a bit liberal with his looks right there, exposes the back a little bit, but you've got a 5v4. The shield is still up, but you can stare it right in the face. As long as you can navigate around those nades, there is nothing that T-Rex have to counter that.
It's a really nice Kiva as well, and it looks like they're stacking up here. They're looking to death ball this.
Pray you out-rotate the Clash.
I think it's the right call, because if the Clash gets into position, he's going to really start to dismantle what you're doing. But Oda might be able to do it all, and he's lonesome.
Oh, no, bro.
A double kill. This is, for Matt Point, Fear-X in a 2 versus 5 with a Clash up. They've got so much work to do. Cairo gives them a look in, but I mean, at this point, it's written off.
There's really nothing you can do. I mean, you got to hope you win the fight against this bandit. He's playing passively as you should, so you've got to like pre-fire this guy, and you're still in a crossfire. You're basically relying on Oda and Quiz to straight up like messing up, like making a mistake. Flashbang might be nice. You got these Selmas to clear out the minibar position. Oh,
Here we go.
I like that. Rin has the foresight to get on the boost angle and kill him, but only 10 seconds.
Jigsaw. He holds strong. And Demic, I mean, look, you've had some good shots, but you're 2 and 7. It's been a struggle-some series. And FearX just do not look in it today.
No, this is just Skyscraper, just not their map. Maybe it's not their day. I don't know, but this is just an unbelievably dominant performance of Chiefs. They take the tactical timeout. They bring operators to counter that shield, and you can see a completely rattled FearX. They had done no work to clear out the minibar position early, and they had spent so much time trying to move forward that once they actually realize, hey, wait, let's open this Selma and take out the bandit, and they even get on the boost angle and catch his head behind the minibar, the damage is done at that point. Like, the guy playing mini took 2 1v1s outside of the door and won both of them. One of them was against the Blitz ADS.
So,
like,
I mean, when things go right, they go right.
They do, yeah. When FearX have won rounds with that Blitz, it is just like this cascade of force that washed over Chiefs in the early game of Clubhouse. And when it's not worked, I mean, thank God that Nova has 2 times now, like his Spidey senses kicked in and he's whipped around as somebody's tried to backstab him. Because he was put to 1 HP when that guy flanked Black Stairs 2 rounds ago. If he doesn't do that, or even if the guy aims at his head, he probably dies. And maybe they lose that round as a result of that. The game could be over.
I think you got to play your win cons a little better if you're FearX.
I think so too, and that's perpetually been, even when they were looking better, that's perpetually been the issue with this team. Is it just like they struggle to identify the win conditions in the round? It was very clear in round 7, but I think because it's very obvious, if you're bringing Ying, Grim, Blitz, and then there's one other operator I was missing.
Zofia.
No, it wasn't Zofia. No, I'm thinking about round 7.
Oh, sorry.
Dokkaebi. That's the round. That's what I was thinking of. Damage is actually all of them, really. You want to completely barrel through Black Stairs. It's very obvious, and when you bring all that utility, it's very easy to accomplish, too. But when things get more complicated, FearX starts struggling exponentially. It's like struggle a little bit, one more factor, even more, a lot, too much to handle. And that's what this game has been so far. The problems that Chiefs have thrown at them, especially getting these defenses, seem too much to handle. When they can't just sprint up a staircase and dump all their utility in one position, and they get a 5v4 earlier in the round, they struggle. It was the case on Clubhouse, and it seems to be the case here.
Well, if you're a Korean fan, you're not going to be too happy with this outcome. And nor should you.
Tomorrow, if they lose.
They do still have one more chance, but they go up against
Alpha Team, I believe. Yes, it's Alpha Team. Opening kill from Mephi.
Again, really important. Now, I guess it's a good time to mention this, but every single opening kill has been converted into a round win this entire map.
And it'd be honestly pretty hard to fumble this at this point. We have the Blitz all the way in Geisha. You've still got... that's his last Deathmark tracker, I believe. Okay, maybe the second one. Still... Oh, he's dead. Well, that's not great. Huge flank from Tex. Oh my god, wait.
Yeah, I think Rin gets the free kill here. Oh my days, the timing. It'll at least be 1. Make it 2. Unfortunate for Chiefs. Rin finds a very nicely timed flank, and Cairo has nothing but the clash. Yeah? Yeah, go on.
He just... What?
Wait.
Just 360 though.
I'm so confused as to what I just watched.
I don't know why he did that, but I appreciate the style points.
I mean, you may as well.
I guess.
You don't have much
there
from this game.
There may be a reason for it. I don't know. I genuinely don't know.
6-3.
6-3, yeah, that's still the big problem. But when you get a 5v3 like that, like I said, even on Skyscraper, it's going to be difficult to convert when the way you're positioned at the end of that is you have your Blitz and Geisha. You've got direct eyes on one of the defender's main stairs, who then gets Deathmark tracked. You've still got easy angles into the site just because of the man advantage, whether you want to push through Black Stairs or just collapse onto the guy main. Like, it's just very difficult to lose at that when your shield is still up and you've got a 2-body lead and you've taken Geisha of all places. Just like, not a whole lot to do after.
you're actually like you could literally just wait for Chiefs to score.
Pretty much.
They have to. I mean, they did, right?
And while Cheese brought it back in the mid-round, like, I'm not going to lie, when I saw Rin flanking behind there, I was like, okay, this is a little scary. Like, we're hunting this, and this is going to be like Rin in the 1v2, and he killed both of them.
He did get a little lucky there, didn't he?
He did,
I mean,
yeah.
they did have intel. You could see the yellow pings, so I guess luck has nothing to do with it if you're good.
But I think just because of, you know, the nature of, like, trying to hit big flanks like that, probably the comms are hectic.
Insane.
There are a lot of places you get pushed from because you're kind of flying into the unknown just a little bit. So you got to be thinking about main stairs, which the enemy controls, black stairs, which the enemy controls, house window, which they could jump into, bathroom window they could jump into, and of course a guy coming house. Like, you got delivery.
There's way too many. There's just way too many things to deal with.
There's so many variables. You're still up 6-3, so who cares?
Well, you know, we saw this on Clubhouse. Have a little bit of a
Troll a little bit.
yeah. Have a bit of fun.
These haven't necessarily been trolls, but they've let some slip away.
Absolutely not. I definitely don't think on this map we've seen really any trolling
But
from
now,
either team.
but now we do go to barbecue. I was about to
Here we
say
go.
this should be the
wrap it up. Fearx win this round.
yeah. I mean, you know, call it here.
Yep.
But
May as well start talking about Lord of the Rings again.
but this is the site that, if you're thinking on Skyscraper, most attacks feel the most confident in winning. It's the site that now, obviously, Fearx, especially with a 5v4, have a really good chance to narrow this lead that Chiefs have by at least one more round. There's still players up above, but with the player you killed either being around there, I believe, around the Geisha window position, Oda's going to be in a very difficult spot because Tex has got to watch behind them. Oda's got to watch the front. Sure, Jigsaw is up above, but if there's even a little bit of pressure on that site, somebody's got to fall back. You're spread a little thin up top.
No, I'm not.
Oh, I'm looking at you. Yeah, you're right. You're not thin. It's barren.
It's a choice. And so is the choice of
Sure it is.
Fearx to continue to push into these players. They're going to be careful of Oda at the moment. He's really the only player on that side that I feel like could have that impact. And just as we say his name, C4 over the top, that allows Jigsaw to swing. And it's a flurry of kills. Fearx come out on top at such a crucial moment in the round. That could have all gone spiraling out of control, but instead, Fearx, they take control. They sit in the driver's seat, foot down, pedal to the metal, and Jigsaw is the last to remain.
Especially in a 1v3. You don't have the Dokkaebi calls to hunt him down, but with 3 canisters in that hive launcher from Grim, like, I mean, well, he just straight up kills him, so it's fine. But, like, literally, it's a 1v3. You've got 3 canisters. You can easily, let's say you want to plant in kitchen, be off the door, be off the rotate, be off, like, back delivery if you want to. But I doubt you even need to do that.
Oh, my brain's hit delirium. It is hit utter delirium. Just, you said be off 3 times in a row. It just sent me.
What I'm saying is you could get a plant down if you wanted to.
Yes, you could.
That's the point I'm making. And you
or in a 1v3. What would you rather do? In a 1v3,
You-
would you rather go for the plant or the kill? Or would you rather be off someone? It's not just delirium for me either, apparently.
I thought it in my head and I just looked at you. I was like, I don't know. Oh, that was funny. Office exhibition unlocked. Fearx slowly starting to string together these rounds. I'm going to lose my mind if it's an attacker-sided Skyscraper, specifically one that's a 5-1 attacking half for both teams. I'm going to be quite confused, especially to actually talk about that round, which we can, of course, look at the op lineup in a second.
Yeah.
I mentioned that the roam was spread kind of thin. They fixed that by putting all 4 people on the top floor.
Yep.
Which is like, 1, Fearx didn't realize that, but 2, kind of impressive when there were 4 people on that top floor, and Fearx, like, got almost all of them with only losing 1 body in the process.
Very
like,
quick.
they won all of those fights.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's those moments where it can come down to your individual ability. And sometimes you just get lucky with a fight. Sometimes a player's not looking in the right direction at the right time. There's a multitude of things that lead to that, but ultimately this has looked a lot more convincing and a lot more engaged from Fearx, which has certainly been
what a goat.
really lovely work. He went back to pick it up. Oh, I can't believe you did that. Nova picks up another opening kill. Well, you may as well put it in the books. Go for it.
They open up the Ash charge down below. He still bandaged the exothermic. Oh my god, they send the Clash to hunt down the Ash. Dude, what is going on?
Oh, go for it,
They just
Kyra.
used both firebolts on that.
Oh my goodness. Oh,
No
Tex
way!
gets the double! Through the fire and flames, the clash prevails, and now he's back into a position of power. VIP is secured, and FearX are left squandering for
Dude.
openings.
That is one of the most insane early rounds I have ever seen.
That's wild.
It was crazy enough when after the Ash charge and the guy's still prone on the window, he not only tries the bandit trick, does so successfully.
Yep.
Ash gets down through the floor by Oda, I think, and then they just converge on these guys outside, and the way it all happens. By the way, smart use of the EMP to disable the Clash shield. They literally just get so comfortable that the Clash is the shield in front of them. They're like, oh, she's got a gun, and I'm reviving her right in front of the window.
Takes a cheeky little spray. And a pray.
And now what do you do? Defense still has drum, dragon, everything. And a man advantage.
I mean, this feels insurmountable. It does not feel like FearX are going to be able to get past this. You have to try and brute force your way through 3 different opening areas. Jigsaw gives them the look in. He gives them the opportunity. Now, granted, I think that's a good risk.
I was about to say, I think that was a perfectly fine risk to take.
Yeah.
I mean, you hear the guy go on drone, he's right around the corner, you even tagged him up to basically low HP. The Clash could actually finish this guy off. That's the last EMP. Oh my god. The Thermite literally body blocking the electricity to try and save him.
No way! He threw himself on the sword for him, and then he finds the player in the back, which was Oda trying to rotate. And Clash, look how low he is. This is doable. This is not just doable. This is absolutely going to happen. C4 over the top. Tech shuts down. Good boy.
What?
Makes it a double for the quad kill. Oda now tucked away. Demic walks into him. And Chase will close out their opening best of 3. A clean 2-0.
That has got to be some of the most insane Clash play I've ever seen. Not that it was even mechanically impressive, but I've just never seen a Clash have that much like direct impact.
That was wild.
They try to revive the team in front of the window. Tex is like, I have a gun. I'm just going to kill you. And then they regain the man advantage. It's a 3v2. He wins not just one fight on house side, he wins the other.
That's insane.
When Oda is like fighting for his life in minibar.
That's insane.
He is back. I talked about he needed to unlock that. He needed to unlock that experience.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pieces fell back into place in round, what was that, round 11?
Yep. Round 11.
Yeah, the pieces fell back into place because a ridiculous 4K from Tex there.
Look, this has been a series to remember if you're an OS fan.
Oh, yeah.
Go on.
I was about to say,
There were some things that went on.
I'll remember it.
We will definitely remember that one.
You know what I will say, actually, speaking of reasons to be an OS fan for Chiefs and reasons to remember, I will remember a lot of the silly plays. I will remember Chiefs giving us something we don't see in Siege, which was impactful op bans. Because, like, obviously they're impactful when you ban the Azami, you ban the Monty because you're really powerful. But a lot of the times, it's tools to just remove the meta-strong ops.
Yeah, sure.
We don't get to see somebody ban an operator and then dedicate an entire playstyle around that. And they did it very well. It got them a 5-1 half, even though, you know, you look in the details, could have been a 3-3, even a 4-2.
Don't talk about that.
But still, I really appreciate that, and I think it was a really good showing for Chiefs. Double 7-4s, too.
Certainly is. And, again, convincing. There were some good ideas in there. And for FearX, I mean, look, the takeaway is... I would say it's neutral. I wouldn't say it's either positive. I wouldn't say it's necessarily negative. You would?
You went down 5-1 on Skyscraper defenses.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna tell you because, you know, one of them came down to a 1v1. The other was literally like 1 second left on the time when they got the kill. Like, if you're in a different position, a very winnable 1v2.
Yeah.
So, like, it could have been a 3-3, but, like, the fact that it even was in a position where I'm like, I could grant you a 3-3 half on Skyscraper defense. Like, I agree with you overall. Like, I don't think on Clubhouse it was, like, god-awful. I also don't think even necessarily that was the case on Skyscraper with how those attacks were going, but, like, you were still in a position where you had to mount a comeback on your attacking side.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
Then again, I'm negative. When you look at the stats, they look fine overall.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's, you know, it's always easy to sit there and just be like, oh, it's positive. But then when you go and look at the series stats, it probably tells a better and bigger story, which is, again, we said it going into this series. Nova,
Yeah.
questionable, on and off. Just did not hit the mark today.
No.
Only 48% cost
That's
across the
egregious.
entire series. That's really
Like
low.
when Nova has a 48% cost and he's the shield guy on this team, he was hitting 70% across the main stage and the LCQ, and like he's not dying first a lot, but he's getting C4, he's getting shot, he's getting flanked, and he's having an impact only 48% of the rounds. Like that just, when you have a guy on an operator like that, that can't be happening. And if it is, it's a big reason why you lost, even though if maybe there's a closer game in there. I mean, if it's a 3-3 half with that attacking half from Furex, I think we might have bank. Like, if you're just able to close those 3 rounds and then we see those same attacks, we could then see a third map. We could see bank if they were able to do that. So I don't think, like, it was completely always going to be a 2-0, even halfway through Skyscraper. But what makes it a 2-0, what opens up that opportunity is stat lines like that, unfortunately. A guy who's always playing a super strong meta operator who is struggling to have impact in more than half the rounds. And you look at the opposite side, shocker.
Yeah.
Rob, are you shocked that Jigsaw's first international game is the highest rated player?
I wish I could say
First international game back. But
Look, Jigsaw's first game back in OS, he dropped 26 kills against Gaming Gladiators in the first map alone. So I think that, to be honest, the resurgence of the Chiefs organization and the roster that's on this, you've got a lot of old heads, you've got the experience to match it, and you've got the best, I'm going to say equal best firepower in the OS region. In line with Gaming Gladiators with the like of like Brendo and Tuhan. You know, Jigsaw and Cairo, granted on both of their given days, are absolute menaces. I think this roster has what it takes to continue to progress and force teams into uncomfortable
And even though he was the lowest rated, you know, Quiz was still 14-15. And what I liked a lot from him on their defensive side is he was really confident to go a lot of flanks that weren't just like, you know, he was selling his team and like trolling by flanking. It was like, all right, you know, maybe you even have a man advantage, but you found a gap. Like the attacking team is droning, which it was clear. I think Chiefs by the end knew that Furex had a bit of a droning problem. And Quiz was always the one that seemed like had the confidence, while Jigsaw was the one ratting like on the site. Quiz was the one, especially on Clubhouse, I remember trying to actually rotate around and like backstab the enemy team. And sure, he was the lowest rated, but he was -1 in KD, like 89 EPS. Like he had that confidence, and I appreciate that. Like in my first time, like I've watched a couple Chiefs games, like not live obviously because America, but I've watched in the Chiefs games I've watched. I've enjoyed watching this team, and for their first international game, didn't disappoint for me.
No. And that's the thing. The ceiling only expands from here. When you've got a player like Quiz, who really is their second best player, in complete honesty, he is an absolute menace. And the reason he's a menace is because he's got that experience that you're talking. He's got that knowledge. He understands the game on a different level. And when you add firepower in with that, it mixes chaos. It just blends perfectly.
And I think to kind of round things out on Chiefs discussion, as you know, they have won the game. They will be playing Falcons tomorrow.
Yes.
I literally could only, the Alpha team was literally just like blaring in my head. I'm like, they lost. That's not what I'm talking about. As you can see, they will be playing Falcons tomorrow.
Very nice.
I think that's something that'll serve them very well. That's going to be a game that will probably likely revolve around the firepower. I will say, obviously, Falcons did have some issues today on Cafe, and obviously it was a dominant performance. I'm not necessarily saying that's the reason, but when we saw Falcons dominating, it was confidence, winning gunfights, playing very well within the confines of their strategy, specifically on their defenses. And I think for Chiefs, that could get them really hard on their attacking side when we saw a lot of reticence from Chiefs in executing that strategy.
I'm excited for them, honestly. Like, this is, you know, again, coming from OS, being OS for the last 7 years, I've always been excited when a team starts to get a little bit of traction. Obviously, you're probably starting in the best possible place in Phase 1 against teams that are at your level. So you need to be able to do this. You need to be performing like that.
And not only that, you know, arguably they're in a better spot than they were than Bliss last year, because that was new for everybody.
Yes.
Like
whole
everybody needed to get
roster.
that experience. But if you're a player like Cairo, you know, you haven't played on a LAN. Well, you've got a coach to rely on that's been around in the scene for a long time. You've got Tex, who's got LAN experience, even if it's old, and you have Oda, who has that very recent experience. Jigsaw has good T1 experience. You know, sure, maybe Fnatic and Koi, when they were that name, weren't doing well, but it's still a robust team environment. He has that experience as well.
He does.
A lot of the newer players have people they can rely on, veteran kind of knowledge of what it's like to be in these positions, and obviously, a win over Fear X does not mean they're going to make a deep run, but
No.
I would argue for an OS team debuting, which is now the second OS team debuting on the international stage since Blast took over.
Yep.
They're in a better spot to make that improvement quicker than I think Bliss were at the start of their time.
I would agree. I think that there's a ceiling that is going to continue to expand,
I hope
especially
so.
when you play better teams, when you get more experience, things just start to expand a little more. Actually, on that, I forgot. Nate was actually meant to play this stage. Oda replaced Nate when
That's
he
funny.
joined the roster. So this was Nate's last stage, and he makes a major as a coach. It's pretty cool little storyline. But for Fear X, the takeaway is they're not up to scrap right now. They definitely, it feels like the woes of what we saw from them in the Korea League has kind of started to shift a little bit here. And internationally speaking, they have no more chances.
True, but tomorrow, as of course that is the last game of the day, as you saw, they will be playing Alpha Team tomorrow.
Yep.
They've got 2 subs. They're in a difficult spot. That's the time for Fear X
Very true.
to bounce back. But why stall any longer? Let's let everyone, take a break, get to tomorrow. We could talk about our love for Chiefs all we want, you especially.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I wouldn't shut up. But thank you for having me today.
No problem.
It's been a pleasure.
We made peace very briefly
Yep.
to engage in a craft that we love, and I'm happy to have done it.
Firm handshakes all around. On that note, we're going to close up shop for tonight. We'll see you tomorrow for more of the Montreal Major.
Deal closed.